The Mongolian plateau stretches across the heart of Inner Asia, a vast elevated tableland caught between the Siberian forests and the deserts of China. This immense grassland rises 3,000 to 5,000 feet above sea level, creating a landscape both stark and strangely beautiful. Rolling hills covered in short grasses extend toward distant horizons, broken occasionally by rocky outcroppings and shallow river valleys. The sky dominates everything here, arching overhead in a dome so wide and blue that travelers speak of feeling exposed beneath its gaze. In the late 12th century, this plateau remained one of the world's last great frontiers, home to peoples who had resisted the pull of settled civilization. The climate imposes its rhythm on all life that attempts to flourish in this elevated realm between earth and heaven. Winters arrive with brutal force, bringing temperatures that plunge far below zero and winds that scour the exposed grasslands without mercy. Snow covers the ground for 5 or 6 months each year, though the precipitation remains light compared to more temperate regions. Summer offers respite but brings its own challenges: intense heat during the day, followed by cold nights that remind inhabitants that this plateau never truly relents. Spring and autumn pass quickly, brief transitions between the two dominant seasons that govern the nomadic calendar. The air remains thin and dry throughout the year, crystalline in its clarity, allowing vision to extend for miles across the undulating terrain. Water sources dictate the patterns of life and movement across this immense grassland ecosystem that feeds the scattered tribes. Rivers flow northward toward Lake Baikal or eastward into the Pacific watershed, their valleys cutting shallow trenches through the rolling steppe. These watercourses freeze solid in winter but provide essential resources during the warmer months when herds must drink regularly. Springs emerge from the hillsides in certain favored locations, creating permanent gathering points that tribes remember and return to across generations. The availability of water varies dramatically from season to season, transforming lush valleys into parched corridors within a few weeks. Understanding these patterns represents the difference between prosperity and starvation for those who make their homes here. The grasslands themselves form a complex tapestry of different plant communities adapted to elevation, moisture, and exposure to wind. Short grasses dominate the drier plateaus, their roots forming dense mats that can survive both grazing and drought. Taller species flourish in the river valleys where moisture accumulates, providing rich fodder that draws herds from miles around. Wildflowers bloom briefly in late spring, painting entire hillsides in colors before the summer heat withers them away. These grasses cure into standing hay as autumn progresses, allowing livestock to graze even after the first snows arrive. The nomadic peoples have learned to read these subtle variations in vegetation, navigating between pastures with the precision of sailors charting ocean currents. Animal life abounds across the plateau and forms both wild and domesticated, creating the foundation for nomadic existence. Vast herds of gazelle once migrated across the grasslands in numbers that darkened the earth, though hunting has reduced their populations. Marmots inhabit the hillsides in extensive burrow systems, their whistles serving as warnings against approaching predators or human hunters. Wolves follow the herds, both wild and domestic, taking the weak and unwary in an endless cycle of predation. Eagles circle overhead on thermal currents, scanning the ground for prey with eyes far sharper than any human hunter could claim. These wild creatures share the landscape with the 5 animals that define nomadic wealth: horses, sheep, goats, cattle, and camels. The Mongolian horse stands at the center of steppe culture, small and shaggy but possessed of endurance beyond any other breed. These compact animals stand perhaps 13 hands high, with thick coats that protect them through the savage winters without human shelter. They graze year-round, pawing through snow to reach the dried grass beneath, requiring minimal care from their human partners. A skilled rider and a good horse together form a single unit capable of traveling 60 or 70 miles in a day. The horse provides not only transportation but also milk, meat, and hide resources that nomadic families transform into food, drink, and materials for daily life. Mongol children learn to ride before they walk steadily, growing up in the saddle as naturally as settled children learn to navigate village paths. Sheep and goats form the backbone of pastoral wealth, providing meat, milk, wool, and hides in quantities that support entire households. The sheep of the steppes carry thick wool that protects them from temperature extremes, their fat-tailed varieties storing reserves against lean seasons. Goats prove even hardier, surviving on vegetation that sheep reject and climbing terrain that larger animals cannot access. Together, these smaller livestock transform grass into usable products with efficiency that no agricultural system can match. A family requires perhaps 50 to 100 animals to sustain itself through the year, while wealthy clans might own thousands. The size of one's flock serves as the primary measure of status and security in this society without permanent structures or stored grain. Cattle provide milk in greater quantities than sheep or goats, along with hides large enough for covering dwelling frames and meat for feasts. These larger animals require better pasture and more water than the hardier sheep, limiting their numbers in all but the richest territories. The Mongolian cattle stand shorter and stockier than breeds developed in agricultural regions, adapted to surviving on steppe forage without supplemental feeding. Their milk gets processed into various forms: fresh, fermented, dried into curds, each providing different nutritional benefits and storage possibilities. Ownership of substantial cattle herds marks a family as prosperous, able to claim access to the best seasonal pastures. During tribal gatherings, the number of cattle a leader can display reinforces his status among allies and rivals alike. Camels, both the two-humped Bactrian variety, serve specialized roles in the nomadic economy despite their smaller numbers compared to other livestock. These enormous creatures carry loads that would require several horses, moving household goods during seasonal migrations with patient endurance. Their wool, gathered during the spring molt, provides fiber of exceptional warmth for crafting winter garments and bedding. Camel milk offers richness that exceeds even cattle, though the animals produce less frequently and prove more difficult to manage. The meat, though occasionally consumed, is considered inferior to mutton or beef except during times of hardship. Families who own camels can transport more possessions and trade goods, gaining advantages in both comfort and commerce over those limited to horses and oxen. The dwelling that shelters nomadic families through their seasonal rounds is the gur, called yurt in Turkic languages, a remarkable feat of portable engineering. This circular tent consists of a collapsible lattice framework of wooden poles that expand and contract like an accordion. The walls stand perhaps 5 or 6 feet tall, supporting a conical roof framework that rises to a central smoke hole. Layers of felt made from sheep's wool cover the entire structure, held in place by ropes woven from animal hair. A single gur can be disassembled, packed onto camels or oxen, moved to a new location, and reassembled within a few hours. Inside, the space divides according to strict conventions: men's side and women's side, honored guest positions and servant areas, storage along the walls and hearth at the center. The interior of a well-appointed gur reflects both the aesthetic sensibilities and practical needs of nomadic life in this demanding environment. Brightly colored felt carpets cover the floor, providing insulation from the cold earth and creating a comfortable surface for sitting. Wooden chests painted in red and orange geometric patterns line the walls, storing clothing, tools, and precious possessions. The hearth occupies the center point, its smoke rising through the roof opening that also admits the only natural light. Bedding rolls rest against the walls during the day, spread out at night for sleeping on the floor. The curved walls maximize interior space while minimizing the surface area exposed to wind, creating a structure that remains remarkably warm even during severe winter storms. Seasonal migration follows patterns refined over centuries, moving families and herds between pastures as the grass grows, matures, and withers through the annual cycle. Winter camps occupy sheltered valleys where hills break the worst winds and proximity to water remains guaranteed despite frozen rivers. Spring triggers the first movement to lower elevation pastures where grass greens earlier, allowing weakened animals to recover from the lean months. Summer finds the groups at higher elevations where cooler temperatures and fresh growth support the largest concentrations of livestock. Autumn sees a gradual return toward winter quarters, fattening animals on the curing grasses while preparing for the cold months ahead. These movements might cover 50 to 100 miles in total, though the distances vary based on local conditions and grazing rights. Kinship forms the primary organizing principle in nomadic society, creating nested levels of loyalty and obligation from household to clan to tribe. The family unit typically includes multiple generations, grandparents, parents, children, sometimes unmarried siblings or widowed relatives. Several related families constitute an extended clan sharing common ancestors within 3 to 5 generations. Multiple clans claiming descent from a more distant forefather form a tribe, though these larger associations prove more fluid and contested. Marriage alliances between clans create networks of mutual obligation, while blood feuds can fracture even close relatives into hostile factions. A man's identity derives primarily from his patrilineal descent, his position within the kinship network determining his rights, responsibilities, and potential allies. Leadership within this kinship-based society depends on a complex mixture of heredity, personal prowess, and the consent of warriors who must choose to follow. Clan leaders typically come from specific lineages considered noble or senior, their right to authority recognized across generations. Yet a weak or incompetent heir might find himself ignored while a capable younger relative gathers the actual loyalty of fighting men. Tribal chiefs emerge from among successful clan leaders, their position requiring constant demonstration of generosity, military success, and wise counsel. The Khan, or supreme leader, rules only so long as he can maintain the allegiance of subordinate chiefs through a combination of shared plunder, respect for custom, and fear of his retribution. This system allows for both remarkable stability and sudden upheaval when circumstances shift. Wealth measured in livestock creates a society where raiding forms a legitimate and expected means of economic advancement and social competition. Young men prove their courage and skill by stealing horses and sheep from neighboring tribes, returning with plunder that increases their family's prosperity. Successful raiders gain reputations that attract followers and make them desirable marriage partners for families with daughters to place. These raids typically avoid excessive bloodshed, focusing on driving off animals while the owners sleep or pasture their herds carelessly. However, the line between raiding and warfare blurs easily, especially when pursued raiders turn to fight or when old grievances add personal stakes to economic motives. The cycle of raid and counter-raid creates a constant low-level state of conflict between groups. Blood feuds emerge from this culture of raiding when violence crosses certain boundaries, killing rather than merely plundering, creating obligations that can persist across generations. The death of a kinsman demands vengeance from his relatives, establishing a debt that cannot be ignored without dishonor. This vengeance need not fall on the actual killer. Any male relative of the perpetrator may serve as acceptable compensation for the offense. Such feuds can simmer for years or decades, erupting in sudden violence when opportunity presents before subsiding into watchful suspicion. Entire clans might find themselves drawn into conflicts initiated by distant cousins, the web of kinship obligation pulling groups into battles whose origins they barely remember. Peace can be established through payment of compensation, marriage alliances, or the mediation of respected neutral parties, but the memory of shed blood colors relationships long after formal reconciliation. Tribal warfare at this larger scale involves hundreds or thousands of warriors, though it rarely produces the massive casualties of agricultural civilizations' set-piece battles. Light cavalry armed with composite bows forms the primary military force, capable of rapid movement and flexible tactics. Warriors typically provide their own horses and weapons, following leaders they respect in expectation of plunder and glory. Combat often begins with archery exchanges at distance, the mounted bowman circling and feinting while seeking advantageous positions. Decisive melees occur only when one side gains clear advantage or desperation forces a weaker group to stand. The emphasis remains on mobility rather than holding ground, with defeated forces scattering to right another day rather than fighting to annihilation. Clever commanders understand that preserving their warriors' lives maintains their ability to attract followers in future campaigns. The composite bow represents the supreme achievement of steppe military technology, a weapon that gives nomadic warriors decisive advantages over settled infantry. This bow consists of layers of wood, horn, and sinew carefully shaped and glued together, creating spring and power beyond any single material. The horn on the belly of the bow resists compression while the sinew on the back resists tension, storing enormous energy in a relatively compact form. A skilled archer can loose arrows accurately from horseback at full gallop, targeting enemies at ranges exceeding 200 yards. The warriors carry multiple types of arrows, light ones for distance, heavy ones for penetration, specialized designs for different tactical situations. Training begins in early childhood, developing the strength and muscle memory required to draw these powerful weapons repeatedly in combat conditions. Armor and weapons beyond the bow vary considerably based on wealth and fighting role, creating visible hierarchies even within the egalitarian pretensions of warrior culture. Wealthy fighters wear lamellar armor of lacquered leather or iron scales, providing protection against arrows and sword cuts without excessive weight. Helmets of hardened leather or iron protect the head, often decorated with horsehair plumes or painted designs. Swords, lances, and axes serve as secondary weapons for close combat when the bow work is finished. Common warriors might possess only a padded coat and their bow, relying on mobility and skill rather than equipment. The horse itself receives consideration, with important mounts sometimes protected by felt or leather barding during major engagements. A fully equipped heavy cavalryman represents a significant investment, possible only for established families with substantial herds. Religious practice on the steppes centers on shamanism and the worship of the eternal blue sky, systems of belief lacking formal scripture or permanent temples. The shamans serve as intermediaries between the human community and the spirit world, entering trance states to communicate with ancestors and nature spirits. These specialists, both male and female, diagnose illnesses, predict the future, and conduct rituals marking important transitions in the lives of individuals and groups. Their authority derives from their perceived spiritual power rather than any institutional position, maintained through successful demonstrations of their abilities. Families seek shamanic assistance for difficult births, mysterious ailments, unusual misfortunes, and major decisions requiring supernatural guidance. The shamans also maintain the oral traditions and genealogies that preserve group identity across the generations. The eternal blue sky, called Tingri in the Mongolic languages, represents the supreme divine principle governing the universe and human affairs. This sky deity exercises power over weather, fate, and the outcomes of human endeavors, demanding respect but not elaborate worship. Prayers and offerings go to Tingri at crucial moments, before battles, during droughts, when seeking guidance on important choices. The concept includes both the physical sky overhead and the divine force that animates creation, the two aspects blending in nomadic religious thought. Success in war or prosperity in peace indicates that Tingri smiles upon a leader, granting him the mandate to rule. Conversely, persistent failure suggests the withdrawal of heavenly favor, providing justification for replacing leaders who prove unable to deliver victory and wealth. This religious framework reinforces the pragmatic approach to authority found throughout steppe political culture. Spirits inhabit the natural world in nomadic belief, residing in mountains, rivers, unusual rock formations, and ancient trees scattered across the landscape. These spirits can help or harm human beings depending on whether they receive proper respect and offerings. Travelers passing certain peaks or springs pour out a bit of milk or leave small offerings to ensure safe passage. Oaths sworn at sacred sites carry special weight, the spirits serving as witnesses who will punish violators. Some locations develop reputations as particularly powerful, drawing pilgrims from distant regions to seek blessings or conduct important rituals. Mountains especially command reverence, their heights reaching toward the sky while their roots extend into the earth, connecting the realms of existence. The spirits care little for human disputes but react strongly to disrespect or pollution of their domains. Ancestor veneration provides another layer of religious practice, honoring the deceased who maintain interest in their living descendants' welfare and proper behavior. Each family maintains awareness of its patrilineal ancestors back several generations, invoking their names during important rituals. The spirits of the dead can bring fortune to their descendants or punish those who dishonor the family lineage. Offerings of food and drink at graves or during household ceremonies keep the ancestors fed in the spirit world. The dead also serve as witnesses to oaths and agreements, their presence invoked to ensure honesty among the living. This connection to ancestors reinforces the kinship ties that organize society, making genealogy both a political and religious concern. Disputes over descent lines carry implications for both earthly inheritance and spiritual protection. The geopolitical context surrounding the Mongolian plateau in the late 12th century presents a landscape of both danger and opportunity for the steppe tribes. To the south lies the Jin Dynasty, ruled by the Jurchen people who conquered northern China several decades earlier. This powerful empire controls vast agricultural populations, wealthy cities, and sophisticated military forces including both cavalry and infantry. The Jin emperors pursue a policy of managing the steppe tribes through a combination of trade, tribute, and playing factions against each other. They recognize certain chiefs as subordinate allies, granting titles and trading privileges in exchange for military service and peaceful borders. Other tribes they designate as enemies, targets for punitive campaigns or proxies for their Mongol allies. This manipulation keeps the plateau divided and prevents any unified threat from emerging on the northern frontier. Trade with the Jin dynasty in the oasis cities along the Silk Road provides the nomadic peoples with goods they cannot produce themselves. Chinese textiles, especially silk, serve as prestigious items that leaders distribute to reward followers and cement alliances. Iron arrives from settled regions, transformed into weapons and tools superior to what steppe smiths can produce. Tea becomes a valued commodity, both for its stimulating properties and its role in social rituals. In exchange, the nomads offer horses, furs, leather, and occasionally military service to merchant partners. This commerce creates economic interdependence even amid political hostility, with trading relationships sometimes surviving wars between the larger political entities. Control of trade routes and access to merchant caravans provides another source of wealth and conflict among the competing tribes. Western regions beyond the Mongolian heartland host other Turkic and Mongolic peoples living similar nomadic existences under different political arrangements. The Naimans control territories to the west, practicing Nestorian Christianity introduced by missionaries traveling the Silk Road centuries earlier. Further west still, Turkic peoples dominate the steppes reaching toward Europe, some organized into powerful confederations of their own. These western groups sometimes raid into Mongolian territories, adding another dimension to the complex pattern of conflict and alliance. They also represent potential allies or rivals for control of the vast grasslands stretching across Inner Asia. Information travels slowly across these distances, but news of successful leaders or profitable raiding opportunities eventually spreads, drawing ambitious chiefs into wider networks of competition and cooperation. Within the Mongolian plateau itself, several major tribal confederations dominate the political landscape of the late 12th century. The Tatars occupy territories in the east, maintaining close relationships with the Jin dynasty that brings them trade goods and political recognition. The Merkids control northern regions near Lake Baikal, their strength lying in their numerous warriors and rich pasture lands. The Karaids, led by a chief called Ong Khan, hold central territories and practice Nestorian Christianity, connecting them to religious networks extending westward. The Naimans, already mentioned, press from the west with their own ambitions for regional dominance. Smaller tribes and clans navigate among these powers, seeking protection and opportunity while maintaining what autonomy they can manage. No single group commands enough strength to unify the plateau by force, creating a dynamic equilibrium of shifting alliances. The Tatars enjoy particular advantages due to their relationship with the Jin dynasty, which grants them trading rights and military support against rivals. This partnership allows Tatar chiefs to accumulate wealth and weapons beyond what their pasture lands alone could provide. However, their association with the foreign empire also makes them targets of resentment from other Mongol groups who view them as traitors to steppe independence. The Jin emperors used the Tatars as instruments to punish tribes that raid the northern frontier, creating cycles of violence that prevent stable peace. This role as proxy enforcers for settled power brings the Tatars into conflict with numerous groups, generating blood feuds that will shape steppe politics for decades to come. Their strength in the late 12th century masks vulnerabilities that a clever opponent might eventually exploit. The Merkits maintain their position through military prowess and control of good pasture lands, but they face pressure from multiple directions simultaneously. Their northern territories border the Siberian forests where hunting peoples practice different lifestyles, occasionally raiding into Merkit lands. To the south, other Mongol tribes contest access to the best seasonal pastures, leading to regular small-scale warfare. The Merkits respond by developing a reputation for fierce warriors who give no quarter in battle, a deterrent that keeps some rivals cautious. They also engage in the customary practice of wife-stealing, raiding other tribes for women to marry into Merkit families. This practice creates additional enemies and blood feuds, but it also demonstrates power and brings fresh bloodlines into the tribe. The Merkits will play a crucial role in events to come, though observers in the 1160s could not anticipate the specific nature of their involvement. The Khwarezmians under Ong Khan represent a different model of tribal organization, influenced by their Nestorian Christian faith and extensive trade connections. Ong Khan maintains his position through diplomatic skill and the ability to forge useful alliances with both neighboring tribes and distant powers. His Christian identity connects him to other Nestorian communities along the Silk Road, providing access to information and trade networks. Some legends even identify him with the mythical Prester John, a Christian king supposedly ruling somewhere in the east. In reality, Ong Khan proves a pragmatic leader balancing multiple interests, making and breaking alliances as circumstances demand. His relationship with smaller tribes and ambitious young leaders will prove particularly significant, as he serves as patron and later rival to emerging powers. The Khwarezmian Confederation demonstrates that steppe politics involves more than simple military strength. Smaller tribes and clans without the strength to compete directly with these major confederations adopt various survival strategies in this dangerous environment. Some attach themselves as subordinate allies to powerful protectors, providing warriors in exchange for a share of plunder and defense against rivals. Others emphasize mobility, moving frequently to avoid the attention of stronger neighbors and raiding only when opportunities promise quick success. Certain groups occupy marginal territories that the major powers consider not worth conquering, carving out autonomy in the less desirable corners of the plateau. A few clans maintain their independence through specialized skills, exceptional horse breeding, superior shamans, or control of important trade routes. These smaller groups form a kaleidoscope of shifting allegiances, always watching for chances to improve their position or simply survive another season. No contemporary observer watching the Mongolian plateau in the year 1160 could have reasonably predicted that this fragmented landscape would soon produce world-shaking transformations. The tribal pattern seemed stable in its very instability, the cycle of raid and counter-raid continuing as it had for centuries. The Jin Dynasty appeared secure in its policy of manipulating steppe politics to prevent unified threats from emerging. The vast grasslands stretched empty and unchanging, home to peoples who seemed locked into their ancient ways of life. Yet within this seemingly static world, all the elements existed that would enable a transformation of unprecedented scope. The military skills, the organizational potential, the population of tough warriors, the knowledge of distant lands, all these waited only for the right catalyst to combine them into something entirely new. The harsh landscape that bred hardy people, the constant warfare that produced skilled fighters, the trade routes that connected distant regions, these formed the raw materials of future empire. The very fragmentation that kept the tribes weak also created intense competition that would eventually forge stronger forms of organization. The blood feuds that divided clans would provide motivation for ambitious leaders to transcend old boundaries and create new loyalties. The religious framework that granted legitimacy based on success rather than pure heredity allowed for social mobility unimaginable in more rigid societies. The Jin dynasty's policy of manipulation maintained current stability while teaching the tribes valuable lessons about their enemies' strengths and weaknesses. All these factors existed in the late 12th century, visible to anyone who looked, yet invisible in their potential for combination. The daily life of nomadic families continued its ancient rhythms, guided by the seasons and the needs of livestock rather than any grand historical vision. Herders moved their animals to fresh pasture, milked their mares and ewes, processed dairy products for storage. Children learned to ride and shoot, to recognize good grazing, to understand the complex web of kinship and feud that defined their social world. Women managed the households, crafted felt and textiles, prepared food, and often fought alongside men when circumstances demanded. Shamans conducted their rituals, chiefs gathered warriors for raids, marriages were negotiated and alliances formed. The steppes lived as they had always lived, unaware that they stood at the threshold of changes that would echo across continents and centuries, transforming not only their own world but the entire medieval globe. You are standing on the windswept grasslands of the Mongolian plateau, where the Onan River cuts through endless steppe like a silver thread. It is the spring of 1162, and in a felt-covered gur beside these cold waters, a child is being born into a world that does not yet know his name. The midwives attending the birth will later speak of what they saw clenched in the infant's tiny fist, a clot of blood, dark and glistening, held tight as though he had brought it from another realm. To the shamans and wise women of the Mongol clans, this omen carried weight that would echo through generations yet unborn. The child's father, Yasugei, was a minor chieftain of the Borjigin clan, a man whose reputation rested on raids and alliances rather than vast herds or territory. He had recently returned from a skirmish with the Tatar people, bringing home a captive warrior named Temujin, and it was this captive's name he chose for his newborn son. In the naming customs of the steppe, this act bound the boy to the circumstances of his father's victory, a reminder that strength and survival were woven into every moment of existence. Yasugei's wife Holan, who had herself been abducted from another man in a bridal raid years before, held her son and wondered what the blood clot meant. The Onan River Valley in those years was home to scattered Mongol clans who lived by herding sheep, horses, goats, and cattle across seasonal pastures. These were not the unified Mongols of later legend, but fragmented groups bound by kinship ties and temporary alliances, constantly shifting like the grass beneath the wind. Rival clans Tatars, Merkits, Taikids, Naimans competed for grazing lands, horses, and honor, and blood feuds stretched back through generations like tangled roots beneath the soil. Into this world of motion and conflict, Temujin entered with no knowledge of comfort or certainty, only the endless sky and the rhythm of hooves on earth. You can imagine the young boy growing in these first years, learning to ride almost before he could walk steadily on his own feet. Mongol children were raised in the saddle, their small hands gripping wool and leather, their bodies learning the language of the horse as naturally as speech. Temujin would have known the smell of mare's milk fermenting into arag, the taste of dried meat, the sound of his father's voice negotiating bride prices and alliances with neighboring clans. The gur where he slept was assembled and dismantled with the seasons, following the grass and water that sustained the herds on which all life depended. When Temujin was 9 years old, his father took him on a journey that would shape the trajectory of his young life in ways neither could foresee. Yasugei had decided it was time to find a bride for his son, following the custom of arranging marriages early to cement alliances between clans. They traveled to the lands of Holan's kinsmen, the Okanut people, riding for days across grasslands that rolled like ocean swells toward distant horizons. Along the way, Yasugei spoke to his son about duty, about the importance of alliances, about the fragile networks of loyalty that kept a clan alive in this unforgiving landscape. At an Okanut camp, they met a man named Daesechin, who had a daughter named Borte, just a year older than Temujin. The girl had bright, intelligent eyes and a composure unusual for her age, and Yasugei saw in her the qualities that would make a strong wife and mother. Daesechin agreed to the match, and according to custom, Temujin was left to live with his future bride's family for a time, a period of service that would bind the two clans together. Yasujii departed alone, riding back toward the Onan River with a lightness in his heart, believing he had secured his son's future and strengthened his clan's position. But the steppe was a place where old grievances never truly died, only waited for the right moment to strike with renewed force. On his journey home, Yasujii encountered a group of Tatars, the same people he had fought against, the same people from whom he had taken the captive whose name now belonged to his son. The Tatars recognized him, though they concealed their recognition behind offers of hospitality, inviting him to share food and drink as travelers on the steppe were bound by custom to do. Yasujii, thirsty and tired from days of riding, accepted their offer and ate with them, not knowing that his food had been laced with poison. He made it home to his own gur, but the poison was already working its way through his body, turning his strength to weakness and his certainty to confusion. Yasujii knew he was dying, and he knew who had killed him, and in his final lucid moments he sent a messenger to bring Temujin back from the Khanate lands. The boy arrived to find his father already cold, his mother Hulan wailing in grief, and his younger brothers and sister looking to him with eyes that suddenly seemed older than their years. At 9 years old, Temujin became the head of his family, though he had neither the age nor the resources to make that title mean anything. The death of a chieftain, even a minor one, created a vacuum that other men rushed to fill like wind into an empty space. The families and subclans that had followed Yasujii quickly reconsidered their loyalties, weighing the benefits of remaining with a widow and her children against the security of joining more powerful groups. The decision came swiftly and without sentiment. The clan would follow other leaders, and Hulan's family would be left behind, cut loose from the protective network of kinship that made survival possible on the steppe. This abandonment was not merely a withdrawal of support but an active rejection, a declaration that these people no longer mattered. You can picture Hulan, a woman who had already survived abduction and the violence of bridal raid, refusing to accept this fate without resistance. As the clan prepared to move to new pastures, leaving her family behind, she seized the clan's standard, the spirit banner that embodied their collective identity, and rode after them, her voice ringing out across the grassland. She shamed them, invoked their obligations, reminded them of oaths and kinship ties, her words carrying the force of her desperation and her fury. For a moment, some wavered, moved by her courage or troubled by their own betrayal, but the moment passed and the decision held firm. The family was alone now, reduced to Hulan, her 4 sons by Yasujii, Temujin, Kasar, Kachigan, and Temuj, her 2 stepsons Bektar and Belgudii from Yasujii's second wife, and a daughter, Temulin. They had few animals, no protectors, and winter coming on with the inevitability of death itself. Hulan gathered her children and told them that they would survive, that she would make them survive, and she set about doing exactly that with a determination that burned like fire in dry grass. She taught them to dig for wild roots and tubers, to fish in the cold waters of the Onan River, to trap marmots and birds, to find sustenance in a landscape that offered little mercy. The children grew lean and hard, their childhood consumed by the relentless work of staying alive day after day without relief or respite. Temujin and his brothers learned to make fishhooks from bone, to weave nets from sinew and plant fibers, to move quietly through tall grass when hunting the small game that supplemented their meager diet. The wealth they had known, even the modest comfort of Yasujii's household, became a memory that seemed to belong to another lifetime entirely. They wore the same clothes until they fell apart, ate the same poor food until their bodies learned to expect nothing better, and watched the horizons for any sign of threat. In the 3rd year of this poverty, when Temujin was perhaps 12 years old, a conflict arose that revealed the depths to which hunger and hardship had brought his family. He and Kasar had been fishing, and they caught a small silver fish and a skylark, tiny prizes that represented hours of patient work. But when they returned to camp, they discovered that their half-brothers Bektar and Belgudii had taken the catch, claiming it for themselves in a show of dominance that might have meant little in times of plenty. In the context of their desperate poverty, however, this theft was not a small slight but a challenge to survival itself, and Temujin felt something hard and cold settle in his chest. He spoke to Kasar, and the 2 brothers came to an unspoken agreement. taking up their bows without discussion or debate about what they intended to do. They found Bektar sitting on a small rise, watching the family's few remaining animals graze in the thin grass, and they approached from two sides like wolves closing on prey. Bektar saw them coming, saw the arrows nocked and ready, and he understood immediately what was happening and why. He did not run or plead, but simply asked that they spare his younger brother Ögedei, and then he sat waiting for the arrows that would end his life. Temujin and Khazar shot him from front and back, and Bektar fell onto the grass and did not move again. The killing of a half-brother over stolen fish was a violation of the deepest bonds that held families together, an act that even in the violent world of the steppe carried profound moral weight. When Hulagu discovered what her sons had done, her rage and grief poured out in words that cut deeper than any blade. She called Temujin a destroyer of his own kin, compared him to predatory beasts that knew no loyalty, and reminded him that their family had few enough members without turning on each other. Temujin received her words in silence, offering no defense or explanation, his face showing nothing of what he felt inside. This moment marked something crucial in Temujin's young life, a crossing of a threshold from which there could be no return to innocence or childhood. He had killed not in battle or self-defense but in cold assertion of dominance and control, and he had discovered that he was capable of such killing without hesitation. The knowledge would stay with him, shaping the man he would become, teaching him that survival sometimes required terrible choices and that sentiment was a luxury the weak could not afford. The family buried Bektar and continued their struggle to survive, but something had changed in the fundamental relationships that bound them together. The Tamerlane clan, which had once been allied with Yasugei's people, heard of the killing and saw in it an opportunity or perhaps a necessity. A family of impoverished outcasts might be ignored, but a family led by a boy who killed his own half-brother represented a potential threat that could grow if left unchecked. The Tamerlane feared that Temujin might one day seek to avenge his father or challenge their own position, and they decided to eliminate that possibility before it could mature into real danger. They came in the early morning, when mist still hung over the river and the light was soft and uncertain. Temujin ran when he saw them coming, abandoning the camp and fleeing into the forested hills that rose beyond the river valley. For days he hid in the dense woods, moving from place to place, eating nothing, drinking from streams, trying to outlast the men who hunted him like an animal. But the Tamerlane were patient and methodical, and eventually exhaustion and hunger accomplished what skill and speed could not. They found him hiding in a thicket of willows, too weak to run further, and they dragged him back to their camp in triumph, a dangerous young wolf neutralized before he could grow fangs. They placed him in a kang, a wooden collar that fit around his neck and extended outward to his wrists, preventing him from feeding himself or lying down comfortably to sleep. This device was both imprisonment and humiliation, a way of displaying captives to remind everyone of the cost of challenging authority or stepping outside accepted bounds. Temujin was passed from family to family within the Tamerlane clan, each household keeping him for a period before sending him along to the next, a living object lesson in the dangers of ambition or resistance. He learned to endure the weight of the wood on his shoulders, the ache of muscles that could find no rest, the casual cruelty of people who saw him as less than fully human. But Temujin also learned to watch and to wait, to study his captors for patterns and weaknesses, to cultivate patience as a skill that might one day save his life. He noticed which guards were attentive and which were careless, which families treated him with unnecessary harshness and which showed hints of sympathy or indifference. He stored these observations like a squirrel storing nuts for winter, not knowing when or how they might prove useful but trusting that the opportunity would eventually come. And on a day in late spring, when the Tamerlane were celebrating a festival and the adults were drinking arag and distracted by their festivities, that opportunity finally arrived. His guard that day was a young man who had drunk more than he should have and whose attention wandered toward the celebrations rather than remaining fixed on his prisoner. Temujin waited until the moment was exactly right, then struck the guard across the head with the heavy wooden kang, using the instrument of his captivity as a weapon. The guard fell stunned to the ground, and Temujin ran once more, crashing through the camp toward the river, his wooden collar making him clumsy and loud but also giving weight to his blows when people tried to stop him. Behind him, shouts of alarm rose into the evening air as the Taiki realized their prisoner was escaping. He reached the river and threw himself into the cold water, letting the current carry him downstream while the Kang kept him afloat like a grotesque boat. The Taiki had searched the banks, passing within feet of where he hid in a tangle of reeds and driftwood, the wooden collar just barely keeping his face above water. He controlled his breathing, remained absolutely still, and listened to his pursuers debate whether he had drowned or made it to the far bank. Eventually they moved on, and Temujin was left alone in the darkness with the sound of the river and the weight of the Kang dragging at his neck and shoulders. He could not remove the device himself, it was locked and required tools he did not possess, so he crawled from the river and considered his options with the clarity that desperation sometimes brings. There was a family he remembered, people who had shown him small kindnesses during his captivity, and he decided to risk approaching them rather than attempting to survive in the wilderness with this wooden burden. He found their gur in the darkness and called softly to the man he hoped might help him, a man named Sorkinshira who had given him food and spoken to him as though he were still a person rather than merely a prisoner. Sorkinshira came out and saw Temujin standing there in the moonlight, wet and exhausted and still locked in the Kang that marked him as an escaped captive. For a long moment the man said nothing, weighing the danger of helping against some internal measure of conscience or recognition. Then he brought Temujin inside, hid him among bundles of wool, and told his sons to say nothing of what they had seen. When morning came and the search resumed with renewed intensity, Sorkinshira kept his silence and his family kept theirs, and the Taiki eventually concluded that the boy must have drowned after all and abandoned their hunt. Sorkinshira removed the Kang, gave Temujin food and a horse, and sent him away with advice to ride hard and not look back. The man asked for no payment and extracted no promises, acting from motives that Temujin perhaps did not fully understand but certainly never forgot. Years later, when Temujin had become someone very different from the desperate teenager who appeared at Sorkinshira's door, he would remember this kindness and repay it many times over. But in that moment, he simply rode away into the grassland, following the stars toward the Onan River valley where his mother and siblings were still fighting to survive. He found them thinner than when he had left, their poverty even more grinding and absolute, but they were alive and together. Holan wept when she saw him, her fierce exterior cracking to reveal the fear she had carried since the Taiki had taken her eldest son. Temujin's brothers and sister gathered around him, touching him as though to confirm he was real and not a ghost or a dream. He told them what had happened, about the Kang and the escape and the man who had saved him, and they listened with eyes that understood what survival cost. The years of his boyhood were ending, and the years of his youth were beginning, and Temujin had learned lessons that most people never learn and survive. He had learned that the world gave nothing freely and took everything it could. He had learned that family could betray you and strangers could save you, that nothing was certain except the need to keep moving forward. He had learned that he could endure things that should have broken him, and that he could do things that should have been impossible. These lessons, born from blood and hunger and the cold waters of the Onan River, would carry him through everything that was yet to come. The boy who had been born clutching a clot of blood was becoming someone the shamans might have recognized, though they could not have named what he would eventually become. He was still poor, still vulnerable, still at the mercy of forces larger and more powerful than himself. But something was hardening in him like iron in a forge, something that would not break or bend or accept the limits that others tried to impose. The blood clot omen was beginning to make a kind of sense, though its full meaning would take decades to reveal itself completely. As you stand here on the grassland in your mind, watching the teenage Temujin return to his family's camp beside the Onan River, you are witnessing the end of one chapter and the beginning of something larger. The child is gone, burned away by hardship and loss and the absolute requirement of survival. What remains is harder and clearer, a person shaped by necessity into something the soft world of comfort could never produce. The steppe has made him, and the steppe will make him again and again, until the boy from the river valley becomes the man who changes the world. But that transformation is still years away, hidden beyond horizons he cannot yet see. For now, there is only the family gathered in their warnger, the few animals grazing nearby, the river flowing as it has always flowed. The grass bends beneath the wind. The sky stretches forever in all directions. And somewhere in the heart of a teenage boy named Temujin, something is beginning to wake that will not sleep again until half the world has been remade. The steppe stretched endlessly in all directions, a canvas of grass and sky that shaped the lives of everyone who dwelled upon it. In this vast landscape, a young man named Temujin stood at a crossroads between obscurity and destiny. His father had been poisoned years before, leaving his family vulnerable and alone on the unforgiving plains. The clans that once followed Yasujii had abandoned his widow and children, taking their herds and their protection with them into the distance. Temujin had survived these years through determination and the fierce loyalty of his mother, Holan, who kept her children alive through harsh winters and leaner times. He had learned to hunt, to fight, and to recognize that survival on the steppe required more than individual strength. The scattered Mongol tribes lived in constant conflict, raiding one another's camps and forming temporary alliances that dissolved like morning frost. No single authority united them, no shared vision bound their futures together in common purpose. In this fractured world, Temujin sought to build something his father had begun but never completed, a network of alliances strong enough to withstand the chaos. He remembered the stories of his father's friendships, the bonds formed through shared hardship and sealed with sacred oaths. Among these relationships, one stood out as potentially valuable to a young man with nothing but his name and his ambition to offer the world. Years earlier, Yasujii had formed a bond of sworn brotherhood with Togrul, Khan of the Khwarezmian Confederation, one of the more powerful groups on the steppe. The Khwarezmians controlled grazing lands to the west and commanded the loyalty of thousands of warriors and their families. Togrul himself was aging now, his hair silvered by decades of leadership, but his words still carried weight across vast distances. If Temujin could revive his father's old alliance, he might gain the protection and prestige he desperately needed to rebuild his fortunes. Before approaching Togrul, Temujin took a step that would prove crucial to everything that followed. He married Borte, a young woman from the Kongarat tribe. This marriage had been arranged years before by Yasujii, who had left his son with Borte's family as a child to begin the betrothal process. Now Temujin returned to claim his bride, and the Kongarat honored the agreement despite his reduced circumstances and lack of wealth. Borte's father, Day Sechin, gave his daughter a wedding gift of a luxurious black sable coat, a garment of considerable value on the steppe. The marriage represented more than personal happiness for Temujin. It was a political alliance that connected him to the influential Kongarat tribe through bonds of kinship. Borte herself would prove to be far more than a symbol of alliance in the years ahead. She possessed intelligence, resilience, and an understanding of steppe politics that complemented Temujin's own growing strategic sense. Together they established a gur, a felt tent that would serve as the foundation of their household and future power. Temujin decided to use Borte's sable coat as a gift to present to Togrul, a symbolic offering that would remind the older Khan of his bond with Yasujii. He traveled to the Khwarezmian lands and approached Togrul with proper respect, addressing him as a son would address a father. The sable coat changed hands, and Togrul, moved by the memory of his old companion and impressed by the young man's courtesy, agreed to help Temujin recover the people who had once followed his father's banner. This alliance gave Temujin the protection he needed, but the steppe was never truly safe, and old grievances had long memories that stretched across generations. The Merkid tribe had not forgotten that years ago, Yasujii had stolen Holan from a Merkid warrior, making her his wife through force. Now they saw an opportunity for revenge against Yasujii's son, a young man without sufficient warriors to defend what was his. The Merkid raiders came at dawn, when the light was just beginning to touch the grasslands and the camp was most vulnerable. They swept down on Temujin's small encampment with overwhelming numbers, their horses kicking up clouds of dust that obscured the rising sun. Temujin, outnumbered and unprepared for such a large force, made the agonizing decision to flee into the mountains with his brothers and a few loyal followers. In the chaos of the raid, Borte was left behind, seized by the Merkid warriors as compensation for the wife taken from them a generation before. The loss of Borte was both a personal tragedy and a political disaster for Temujin, threatening to destroy his reputation before he had truly begun building it. A man who could not protect his own wife could not expect others to follow him into battle or trust him with their security. The shame of abandonment burned deep, but Temujin also understood that charging into a hopeless battle would have meant death for everyone. He had survived, and survival meant the possibility of rescue and revenge. Temujin immediately sought help from Togrul, reminding him of their newly renewed alliance and the debt of friendship owed to Yusugei's memory. Togrul agreed to provide warriors for a rescue mission, recognizing that helping Temujin now would bind the young man to him with ties of gratitude. But Togrul also suggested that Temujin seek additional support from another source, Jamuka, who was Temujin's Anda, his sworn blood brother from childhood. Jamuka and Temujin had formed their bond as boys, playing together on the steppe and exchanging gifts in the traditional ceremonies that created artificial kinship. Jamuka came from a more privileged background, his family having maintained its status among the tribes while Temujin's had fallen into hardship. Yet the friendship between them had endured into adulthood, and Jamuka commanded warriors loyal to his leadership and charisma. When Temujin approached him with news of Borte's kidnapping, Jamuka agreed without hesitation to join the rescue campaign against the Merkids. The combined forces of Temujin, Togrul, and Jamuka assembled on the grasslands, thousands of horsemen preparing for a coordinated strike against the Merkid camps. The planning required careful coordination, as the three groups needed to attack simultaneously from different directions to prevent the Merkids from escaping or organizing an effective defense. Temujin, though he commanded the smallest contingent, participated fully in the strategic discussions, demonstrating a natural talent for military thinking that impressed both of his more established allies. The attack on the Merkid camps came with devastating speed and precision, the Allied forces sweeping through the scattered encampments before effective resistance could form. The Merkids, caught unprepared for such a large and well-coordinated assault, scattered in confusion as their jars burned and their herds stampeded. Temujin searched frantically through the chaos for Borte, his heart pounding with the fear that she might have been killed or taken beyond his reach. Borte was found alive, hidden in a cart among other captive women, and the reunion was emotional and profound for both of them. She had survived months of captivity with her dignity intact, though the experience had marked her in ways that would never fully heal. The rescue cemented Temujin's gratitude to both Togrul and Jamuka, but it also established his reputation as a man who would risk everything to protect those under his care and recover what was taken from him. In the aftermath of the successful campaign, Temujin and Jamuka decided to camp together, combining their followers into a single large group that moved across the steppe as one community. For more than a year, they lived side by side, their families sharing meals and their warriors training together. The arrangement seemed ideal at first, two sworn brothers leading their people in harmony and mutual support across the endless grasslands. Yet beneath the surface of friendship, fundamental differences in philosophy and approach were already beginning to create distance between the two men. Jamuka believed in the traditional aristocratic structure of steppe society, where leadership belonged to those born into noble lineages and ancient families. He treated his followers according to their birth and bloodlines, maintaining the hierarchies that had governed Mongol society for generations. His world was one of inherited privilege and established order. Temujin, shaped by his years of poverty and abandonment, saw the world through a different lens entirely, one focused on merit and loyalty rather than ancestry. He began to promote men based on their abilities and their dedication to him personally, regardless of whether they came from noble families or humble backgrounds. Former slaves, horse herders, and warriors from defeated clans found that service to Temujin could elevate them to positions of authority that would have been impossible under traditional leaders. This meritocratic approach attracted followers who felt constrained by the rigid social structures of conventional steppe society, men who possessed talent but lacked the birth that would allow them to rise. They began to drift toward Temujin's camp, drawn by the possibility of advancement through achievement rather than being forever limited by their family names. The shift in loyalty was gradual but unmistakable, a slow current flowing in Temujin's direction. Möngke noticed this migration of followers and felt both betrayed by his blood brother and threatened by the challenge to traditional authority. A symbolic moment came when the two groups were moving camp together and Möngke suggested they separate, with the horse herders going one direction and the sheep herders going another. Borte, understanding the deeper implications of this seemingly practical suggestion, urged Temujin to agree and separate from Möngke entirely rather than remain as a junior partner in an increasingly strained alliance. The separation was cordial on the surface, but both men understood that they had become rivals for the same prize: leadership over the Mongol tribes and the loyalty of the warriors scattered across the steppe. Möngke represented the old order, the aristocratic tradition that had governed steppe politics for centuries. Temujin represented something new and potentially revolutionary, a vision of unity based on personal merit and loyalty to a single charismatic leader rather than to family lineages. The rivalry erupted into open warfare when Möngke assembled a coalition of tribes who felt threatened by Temujin's growing power and unconventional methods. At the Battle of Dalan Balshut, Möngke's forces defeated Temujin's smaller army, inflicting a significant setback on the rising leader's ambitions. After the battle, Möngke made a crucial mistake: he ordered 70 of his captives to be boiled alive in cauldrons, a level of cruelty that shocked even the hardened warriors of the steppe. This act of excessive brutality damaged Möngke's reputation and caused many to question his fitness for leadership, even among his own coalition. The steppe demanded strength and ruthlessness, but it also valued certain codes of conduct and proportionality in violence. Boiling captives alive seemed gratuitous and dishonorable, the action of a man who enjoyed cruelty for its own sake rather than using violence as a political tool. Warriors began to reconsider their allegiances. Temujin, in defeat, behaved with dignity and continued to treat his followers and even his enemies with a consistent code of honor that earned respect. He retreated to rebuild his forces, accepting the temporary setback without abandoning his ultimate goals or compromising his principles. His consistency in applying meritocratic promotion continued, and the contrast with Möngke's cruelty made Temujin appear increasingly attractive as an alternative leader to those dissatisfied with the traditional aristocratic structure. Togrul remained an important ally through these conflicts, though the aging Khan played a complex political game, sometimes supporting Temujin fully and sometimes maintaining neutrality to avoid committing himself too deeply. The relationship between Togrul and Temujin would eventually end in betrayal and warfare, but during these formative years, the Khwarezmian Khan provided crucial support and legitimacy to the younger man's growing authority. Every victory and every successful campaign added to Temujin's reputation and drew more followers to his banner. Temujin continued to refine the organizational principles that would eventually transform the Mongol military into the most effective fighting force in the world. He organized his warriors into units based on the decimal system: squads of 10, companies of 100, and battalions of 1,000. Each unit had a commander chosen for competence and loyalty, not for noble birth or family connections. This structure created a clear chain of command and allowed for coordinated movements on a scale that traditional steppe armies could not match. He also implemented strict discipline and training standards that applied equally to everyone, from the newest recruit to the most experienced warrior. Loyalty to the unit and to Temujin personally became the paramount virtue, superseding loyalty to clan or tribe. Warriors who distinguished themselves in battle could rise rapidly through the ranks, while those who failed in their duties faced swift punishment regardless of their social background. The system rewarded excellence and punished incompetence with absolute consistency. As Temujin's power grew, he began to absorb defeated tribes into his own organization rather than simply scattering them or demanding tribute. warriors from conquered groups were integrated into his decimal units, breaking up their old tribal structures and creating new loyalties based on military organization rather than kinship. This approach gradually dissolved the traditional boundaries between different Mongol groups, replacing tribal identity with a larger sense of belonging to Temujin's growing nation. The political landscape of the steppe shifted dramatically over the following years as Temujin defeated rival after rival, sometimes through military conquest and sometimes through political maneuvering that isolated his enemies. Jamukha's coalition fragmented as tribes switched sides or negotiated separate peace agreements with the rising power. Togrul eventually turned against Temujin in a final bid to maintain Karaite independence, but he too was defeated and his confederation absorbed into the expanding Mongol state. By the year 1206, Temujin had achieved what no leader before him had accomplished. He had united virtually all of the Mongol tribes under a single authority. The scattered clans that had spent centuries fighting one another now answered to one supreme leader. The transformation from divided tribes to unified nation represented a fundamental reorganization of steppe society and politics, one that would have consequences far beyond the grasslands themselves. The formal recognition of this achievement came at a great Kurultai, a gathering of all the Mongol tribes and their leaders on the banks of the Onan River. Thousands of warriors and their families assembled in the largest gathering the steppe had ever witnessed, their jars spreading across the landscape like a temporary city of felt and wood. The air hummed with anticipation as everyone understood that this meeting would mark a turning point in Mongol history. The Kurultai proclaimed Temujin as Genghis Khan, a title that meant universal ruler, acknowledging his authority over all the tribes and his unique position as supreme leader. The shamans blessed the proclamation, calling on Tingri, the eternal sky god, to witness and approve the elevation of this man to unprecedented power. The white banner with 9 yak tails was raised, symbolizing the unity of the Mongol nation under a single leader chosen by heaven itself. Genghis Khan addressed the assembled tribes, not with promises of easy prosperity but with a vision of shared purpose and disciplined organization. He outlined laws that would apply to everyone equally, from the highest noble to the humblest herder, creating a legal code that replaced the conflicting traditions of individual tribes. He announced the decimal military system as the permanent structure of Mongol society, with every able-bodied man assigned to a unit and ready for mobilization when needed. The Kurultai also formalized the meritocratic principles that had characterized Genghis Khan's rise to power, making it official policy that advancement would come through ability and loyalty rather than aristocratic birth. The old noble families retained positions of honor, but they now shared power with talented commoners who had risen through the ranks. This social revolution happened gradually enough to avoid total chaos but decisively enough to fundamentally transform how Mongol society functioned and who wielded authority within it. Genghis Khan appointed his most trusted followers to positions of high command, creating an inner circle of leaders bound to him by years of shared hardship and demonstrated loyalty. These men, the Nokar, had fought beside him when he had nothing, and now they were rewarded with authority over thousands of warriors and vast territories. Their loyalty to Genghis Khan personally superseded any other allegiance, creating a power structure centered entirely on the supreme leader himself. The gathering concluded with celebrations that lasted for days, with feasting and competitions and the recitation of poetry celebrating the new nation and its leader. But beneath the festivities, everyone understood that this proclamation represented the beginning of something larger, not an ending or a culmination. Genghis Khan now commanded a unified Mongol nation, organized with unprecedented efficiency and bound by loyalty to a single authority. The question that remained unspoken was what this new nation would do with its strength and unity in the years ahead. The steppe still stretched endlessly in all directions, but it was no longer a landscape of scattered tribes and endless petty conflicts. It had become the homeland of a nation with a leader whose ambitions extended beyond mere survival or local dominance. The boy who had hidden in the mountains to escape Merkid raiders had become the universal ruler of all the Mongol tribes. The outcast who had relied on his mother's determination to survive winters without enough food now commanded the loyalty of hundreds of thousands of warriors. Everything that would follow, all the conquests and campaigns that would reshape the world, grew from the foundation laid in these early years of forging unity among the tribes. The scattered clans had become a nation, and that nation was about to turn its attention outward toward the settled civilizations beyond the grasslands. By the year 1209, Genghis Khan had accomplished what generations of steppe leaders had failed to achieve. The Mongol tribes, once fractured and warring among themselves, now moved as a single force under his command. The Great Kurultai of 1206 had confirmed his position, and the felt banners of a unified nation flew above the grasslands. Yet unification alone could not sustain the empire he envisioned, nor could it satisfy the warriors who had pledged their loyalty. The steppe provided pasture and horses, but wealth lay beyond the horizon, in the settled kingdoms that bordered Mongolia's southern frontiers. Genghis Khan understood that momentum required direction, that an army idle would soon fracture back into competing factions. The warrior culture he had forged demanded conquest, and the tributary system he imagined required subjects who would pay. To the south lay three major powers, the Western Xia kingdom and the Gansu corridor, the Jurchen Jin dynasty controlling northern China, and the Song dynasty farther south. Each presented different challenges, different opportunities, and different risks. The choice of which to strike first would determine the trajectory of Mongol expansion for decades to come. The Western Xia kingdom, known to the Mongols as the Tangut state, occupied a strategic corridor between the Mongolian plateau and the wealthier Chinese kingdoms. Founded in 1038 by the Tangut people, it controlled the vital trade routes connecting China to Central Asia and the Silk Road. The kingdom stretched along the Hushi Corridor, a narrow belt of oasis cities nestled between the Gobi Desert and the mountains of the Tibetan Plateau. Though smaller and less populous than its neighbors, Western Xia possessed fortified cities, irrigation agriculture, and a sophisticated administration. Its capital, Yinchuan, sat protected by walls and watered by canals drawn from the Yellow River. Genghis Khan's decision to target Western Xia first reflected both strategic calculation and practical wisdom. The kingdom was weaker than the Jin dynasty, making it a more manageable first test of Mongol capabilities against settled civilizations. Yet it was strong enough that victory would demonstrate Mongol power to other potential enemies and allies alike. Control of the Gansu corridor would secure the Mongols' western flank before any campaign against the Jin, preventing Western Xia from striking Mongol supply lines or forming alliances with other powers. The corridor's cities also offered valuable experience in siege warfare, a skill the Mongols had never needed on the open steppe. The economic incentives were equally compelling. Western Xia controlled lucrative trade routes and possessed wealth accumulated from taxing Silk Road caravans for generations. Its agricultural lands produced grain surpluses that could feed Mongol armies in future campaigns farther south. The kingdom also had craftsmen skilled in metallurgy, siege engineering, and textile production, knowledge the Mongols lacked but desperately needed. A successful campaign would yield not just plunder but ongoing tribute, transforming a one-time raid into a sustainable source of revenue. This was empire building, not merely raiding, and Genghis Khan approached it with the patience of a long-term strategist. There was also a personal dimension to the choice. Western Xia had previously refused Genghis Khan's demand for submission, a slight he neither forgot nor forgave. The Tangut rulers, secure behind their walls and allied with the Jin dynasty, had underestimated the threat posed by the newly unified Mongols. They viewed the steppe tribes as they always had, dangerous neighbors to be managed through tribute and diplomacy, but not existential threats. This miscalculation would prove catastrophic, as Genghis Khan required examples to be made of those who rejected his sovereignty. Western Xia would serve as a demonstration of what happened to kingdoms that refused Mongol demands. In the spring of 1209, the Mongol army began moving south toward the Gansu corridor. The force Genghis Khan assembled was unlike anything the region had seen before, disciplined, organized into decimal units, and supplied through a sophisticated system of remounts and logistics. The Mongols traveled with multiple horses per warrior, allowing them to cover vast distances without exhausting their mounts. They moved as coordinated tumans of 10,000, each subdivided into smaller units that could operate independently or combine for major engagements. This was not a tribal raid but a professional military campaign, conducted with the precision that would become the Mongol trademark. The Tangut forces that first encountered the Mongol advance found themselves facing an enemy that defied their expectations. Mongol cavalry operated with a fluidity and coordination that made traditional defensive strategies ineffective. They used feigned retreats to draw enemies into ambushes, employed scouts ranging far ahead to gather intelligence, and adapted their tactics to exploit whatever weaknesses they discovered. When Tangut armies ventured from their fortifications to meet the invaders in open battle, they were systematically destroyed. The Mongol composite bow outranged Chinese crossbows, and their mobility allowed them to choose when and where to engage. Within weeks, the Tangut field armies had been shattered or driven back into their cities. Yet the destruction of field armies was only the beginning. The real challenge lay in the fortified cities themselves, where thick walls and determined defenders could withstand attacks indefinitely if properly supplied. The Mongols were cavalry warriors born to the saddle, trained from childhood to ride and shoot but with no tradition of siege warfare. They had no engineers, no siege towers, no trebuchets or battering rams. Their entire military culture was built around mobility and mounted archery, tactics that were useless against stone walls 30 feet high. The conquest of Western Xia would require the Mongols to learn an entirely new form of warfare, and to do so quickly. Genghis Khan approached this challenge with characteristic pragmatism. He conscripted engineers and craftsmen from conquered populations, forcing them to serve the Mongol army and teach their skills. Chinese and Khitan defectors who possessed knowledge of siege techniques were welcomed and rewarded for their expertise. The Mongols proved remarkably quick learners, adapting foreign knowledge to their own purposes and improving upon it through experimentation. They also employed psychological warfare with ruthless efficiency. Cities that resisted faced complete destruction, while those that surrendered promptly were treated with relative leniency. Word of Mongol brutality spread quickly, and many garrisons lost the will to resist before the siege even began. The smaller cities of the Gansu corridor fell one by one throughout 1209. Some surrendered immediately upon the Mongols' approach, their leaders calculating that submission offered better survival odds than resistance. Others attempted to hold out, trusting in their walls and hoping for relief from the capital. These cities learned the futility of resistance as Mongol forces surrounded them, cutting off supplies and bombarding them with captured siege equipment. The Mongols were patient, willing to wait weeks or months for starvation and disease to accomplish what immediate assault could not. They also perfected the art of terror, displaying the consequences of resistance in ways calculated to break the morale of the next city on their route. By the late summer of 1209, the Mongol campaign had reached the gates of Yuan, the Western Xia capital. The city was far more formidable than the smaller settlements the Mongols had already taken. Massive walls surrounded an urban center of over 100,000 inhabitants, and the city's granaries held sufficient food for a siege of many months. The Yellow River provided an inexhaustible water supply, and the city's defenses included sophisticated fortifications built over generations. The Tangut Emperor had concentrated his remaining forces in the capital, determined to hold out until the Mongols exhausted themselves or withdrew. It appeared to be an impregnable stronghold, exactly the kind of obstacle that should have stopped a steppe army in its tracks. Genghis Khan surrounded Yuan but did not immediately attempt an assault. Instead, he studied the city's geography, particularly its relationship to the Yellow River that provided its water and agricultural prosperity. The Mongols observed how canals drew water from the river to irrigate the surrounding fields and supply the city itself. They noted the elevation changes, the flow of water, and the engineering that made the entire system function. What they saw was not just a city to be conquered but a hydraulic system that could be manipulated. The same water that sustained Yinchuan could be turned against it if the Mongols could master engineering on a scale they had never before attempted. The plan that emerged was ambitious and risky. Mongol engineers, working with conscripted laborers and defector expertise, would construct dikes and channels to divert the Yellow River toward Yinchuan. The goal was to flood the city, using water as a weapon to breach walls that siege towers could not reach. Thousands of workers labored throughout the autumn, moving earth and stone to create the massive earthworks required. The project required resources and patience on a scale unusual for steppe warriors, but Genghis Khan understood that this siege would establish precedents for all future campaigns. If the Mongols could take Yinchuan through engineering and patience, no city in China would be truly safe from them. The flooding strategy encountered both successes and setbacks. As the diversionary channels neared completion, water began flowing toward the city in quantities that alarmed the defenders. Fields around Yinchuan turned to swamps, and portions of the outer defenses were undermined by the rising water. The Tangut defenders watched in growing desperation as the Mongols literally reshaped the landscape around their capital. Yet the Yellow River proved difficult to fully control, and the flood waters did not rise as quickly or as destructively as the Mongols had hoped. In some places, the hasty earthworks failed, sending water back toward Mongol encampments and forcing repairs. The siege dragged through the winter, testing the patience of both attackers and defenders. Inside Yinchuan, the situation grew increasingly desperate as months of siege took their toll. Food supplies dwindled, and disease spread through the crowded population. The psychological impact of the flooding was perhaps worse than the physical damage. It demonstrated that the Mongols could strike at the city through methods the defenders had never anticipated. No relief force arrived from allied kingdoms, as the Jin Dynasty was unwilling to commit troops to aid a vassal state against an enemy whose full strength remained unknown. The Tangut Emperor faced a grim choice: continue resistance until the city fell through starvation and internal collapse, or negotiate surrender while he still had leverage. In early 1210, Western Xia sued for peace. Ambassadors emerged from Yinchuan bearing tribute and proposals for submission, testing what terms the Mongols might accept. Genghis Khan, recognizing that actually taking the city by storm would be costly and time-consuming, proved willing to negotiate from a position of overwhelming strength. The terms he demanded were severe but not annihilating. Western Xia would become a vassal state, paying annual tribute in goods and treasure. The kingdom would provide troops to support future Mongol campaigns, effectively turning the Tangut army into an auxiliary force. A princess of the Tangut royal house would be given in marriage to Genghis Khan, cementing the subordinate relationship. In exchange, the current emperor could remain on his throne and the city would be spared destruction. The Tangut emperor accepted these terms, having little choice with his capital surrounded and his people starving. Yinchuan's gates opened, and Mongol troops entered to accept formal submission and collect the first tribute payment. The amounts were staggering: gold and silver, precious textiles, camels laden with goods, and hostages to ensure future compliance. Genghis Khan received the Tangut princess as a wife, adding her to his growing collection of wives from conquered peoples. The emperor prostrated himself before the Mongol Khan, a symbolic gesture that would be repeated by rulers across Asia in the coming decades. Western Xia had survived, but only as a subordinate state that existed at Mongol sufferance. The conquest of Western Xia, though achieved through negotiated submission rather than complete military victory, marked a crucial turning point in Mongol expansion. Genghis Khan had demonstrated that steppe cavalry could successfully campaign against fortified civilizations, learning siege techniques and engineering skills in the process. The Mongols had acquired not just loot but ongoing tribute, establishing the economic foundation for future campaigns. Perhaps most importantly, they had gained experience in administering sedentary agricultural populations, a challenge fundamentally different from ruling nomadic tribes. The lessons learned in the Gansu corridor would be applied and refined in every subsequent conquest. The campaign also established patterns of Mongol warfare that would become standard in later conquests. The combination of overwhelming force, psychological terror, and calculated mercy created incentives for rapid surrender that saved Mongol lives and resources. Cities that submitted early were treated relatively well, while those that resisted faced destruction so complete that it served as a warning to others. This system was brutal but effective, creating a climate of fear that preceded Mongol armies and often secured submission before battle was necessary. It was warfare as psychological operation, a recognition that conquering minds was often more efficient than conquering cities through direct assault. The acquisition of siege engineers and technical specialists from Western Xia proved invaluable for future campaigns. These craftsmen were incorporated into the Mongol military apparatus, their skills preserved and transmitted to others. Chinese engineers taught Mongols the principles of counterweight trebuchets, siege towers, and mining under walls. This knowledge, combined with Mongol organizational skills and mobility, would create a siege capability unmatched in the medieval world. Within a generation, Mongol armies would be conducting sophisticated sieges across Asia and Europe, using techniques first learned in the deserts of the Gansu corridor against Tangut cities. Genghis Khan also learned crucial lessons about maintaining control over conquered sedentary populations. Unlike nomadic tribes that could be absorbed into Mongol structures and moved according to strategic needs, agricultural peoples were rooted to their land. They required different administrative approaches, systems of taxation rather than tribal tribute, and governors who understood irrigation agriculture and urban economics. The Mongols began recruiting administrators from conquered populations, utilizing local elites who possessed the knowledge to keep the economy functioning. This pragmatic approach to administration, using whoever had useful skills regardless of ethnic origin, would become a hallmark of Mongol rule. The vassal status of Western Xia created a strategic buffer for future operations against the Jin Dynasty. The Gansu corridor was now secure Mongol territory, providing a base of operations and eliminating any threat of attack from the west. The Tangut troops that Western Xia was obligated to provide could be used as auxiliary forces in future campaigns, sparing Mongol casualties in dangerous siege operations. The tribute flowing from the conquered kingdom helped fund military expansion and enriched the Mongol elite, binding them to Genghis Khan's vision of systematic conquest. The entire structure of vassal relationships, tribute, and incorporated military forces was being built piece by piece. For Western Xia, submission brought temporary survival but began a long decline that would end in complete destruction. The annual tribute payments drained the kingdom's wealth, weakening its economy and military capabilities. The obligation to provide troops for Mongol campaigns depleted the Tangut army and created resentment among a population forced to fight for their conquerors. Periodic Mongol demands for additional payments or military support reminded the Tanguts that they had lost true independence. The kingdom would eventually attempt to reassert autonomy, a decision that would lead to catastrophic consequences when a dying Genghis Khan ordered Western Xia's complete annihilation in 1227. But in 1210, those future disasters were not yet visible. Western Xia remained intact, its cities unburned and its population alive. The emperor still sat on his throne, and the administrative structures of the kingdom continued to function. To observers in other kingdoms, it might have appeared that the Mongols were simply another steppe power demanding tribute, no different from the many nomadic peoples who had raided and retreated throughout Chinese history. This perception was dangerously wrong. The Mongols had no intention of retreating to the steppe, and their ambitions extended far beyond traditional raiding. The conquest of Western Xia was not an end but a beginning. Genghis Khan returned to Mongolia in 1210 with treasure, tribute agreements, and most importantly, knowledge. His army had been tested against a sedentary civilization and had prevailed through adaptation and learning. The Mongols now possessed siege capabilities, administrative experience, and a template for how to extract wealth from conquered agricultural societies. The campaign had also identified talented officers and revealed organizational weaknesses that could be corrected before the next major operation. Every aspect of the Western Xia campaign was studied, discussed, and incorporated into Mongol military doctrine. The success against Western Xia emboldened Genghis Khan and convinced him that the great settled empires were not invincible. Walls could be breached or circumvented, siege techniques could be learned, and the wealth of cities could fund further expansion. The psychological barrier that had always limited steppe empires, the belief that cavalry armies could not conquer fortified civilizations, had been broken. The Mongols now knew they could fight and win in any terrain, against any enemy, if they adapted and learned quickly enough. This confidence would propel them to victories that would have seemed impossible just a few years earlier. The Jin Dynasty, watching events in the Gansu corridor from their capital at Zhengdu, had reason for concern. The Mongols had demonstrated capabilities that exceeded those of typical steppe raiders. They had shown patience in siege warfare, sophistication in engineering, and ruthlessness in pursuing strategic objectives. The Jin had relied on Western Xia as a buffer state, allowing the Tangut kingdom to absorb the first impact of nomadic incursions. Now that buffer had been compromised, and the Jin frontier was directly exposed to Mongol power. The Jin emperor would have been wise to prepare for invasion, but institutional inertia and factional politics prevented effective response. For Genghis Khan, the conquest of Western Xia had validated his strategic vision and demonstrated what was possible with unified Mongol power. The steppe tribes that had spent centuries raiding and retreating could now stay, conquer, and rule. The transformation from nomadic confederation to territorial empire was underway, driven by military success and the wealth it generated. The lessons learned in the deserts and oasis cities of the Gansu corridor would be applied on ever larger scales, against ever more powerful enemies. Western Xia had been practice, the real campaigns were yet to come. In the years immediately following the conquest, Mongol attention turned increasingly toward the Jin dynasty. The Jurchens who ruled northern China were far more powerful than Western Xia, commanding larger armies and defending more numerous and better fortified cities. Yet the Mongols had learned how to conduct siege warfare, how to incorporate foreign expertise, and how to sustain long campaigns far from the steppe. They had transformed tribute-paying Western Xia into a resource base and staging area. The strategic position was favorable, the army was experienced, and Genghis Khan was ready for a greater challenge. The conquest of Western Xia also revealed to Genghis Khan the vast wealth that lay in controlling agricultural civilizations. Tribute from one relatively poor kingdom had enriched the Mongol elite beyond anything raids could have achieved. The cities of China, Persia, and beyond held treasures that could fund an empire spanning continents. This economic dimension of conquest became central to Mongol strategy. Campaigns were not merely for glory or territory but for systematic wealth extraction. Conquered regions were to be preserved and administered efficiently, their productivity maintained to fund future expansion. This was empire in the Roman or Chinese sense, not merely enlarged tribal territory. The administrative challenge of ruling sedentary populations led to innovations in Mongol governance. Genghis Khan appointed governors to oversee Western Xia's tribute collection and ensure compliance with Mongol demands. These early experiments in indirect rule through local elites and Mongol overseers established patterns that would be refined across the empire. The Mongols proved willing to tolerate local customs, religions, and administrative practices as long as tribute flowed and rebellions did not occur. This pragmatic tolerance made Mongol rule more sustainable than the wholesale destruction that characterized their military campaigns. By 1211, Genghis Khan was ready to launch the invasion of the Jin dynasty that would consume the next decade of Mongol expansion. Western Xia had provided the training ground, the lessons learned, and the strategic base for this massive undertaking. The siege techniques developed against Tangut cities would be applied to the great urban centers of northern China. The administrative practices first tested in the Gansu corridor would be expanded to govern millions of Chinese subjects. The psychological warfare that had terrified Western Xia into submission would be unleashed against Jin defenders. Everything learned in the conquest of Western Xia would be amplified and applied to a far greater challenge. The conquest of Western Xia demonstrated that Genghis Khan was building something unprecedented, a steppe empire that could not only conquer but hold and administer settled civilizations. This required transforming Mongol society from a purely nomadic warrior culture into something more complex, capable of operating across different terrains and against different enemy types. The transformation was driven by military necessity and enabled by Genghis Khan's willingness to learn from conquered peoples. The Mongols retained their cavalry excellence and mobility while adding siege craft, administration, and strategic patience. This combination would prove unstoppable across Eurasia. In the quiet moments after the conquest, as tribute caravans made their way north to Mongolia and Tangut hostages dwelt in Mongol camps, a new world order was taking shape. The age of isolated empires, each secure in their own sphere, was ending. The Mongols had demonstrated that geography was no barrier, that walls provided only temporary protection, and that resistance was both futile and catastrophically expensive. Western Xia was the first sedentary kingdom to learn these lessons, but it would not be the last. The conquest was complete, and the Mongol Empire had taken its first great step beyond the steppe. You stand at the edge of the Gobi Desert in the year 1211, watching columns of Mongol cavalry stretch toward the horizon. The wind carries dust from 10,000 hooves, and somewhere beyond the Brown Mountains lies the Jin Dynasty, ruler of northern China. For decades, the Jin emperors had treated the steppe peoples as vassals and barbarians, extracting tribute and playing clan against clan. Now the unified Mongols were coming, and they carried with them memories that stretched back generations. The Jin dynasty had been founded by the Jurchen people, fierce warriors from Manchuria who had conquered northern China nearly a century before. They understood steppe warfare well enough to fear it, and so they had developed elaborate systems to keep the nomadic tribes divided. The Jin emperors paid some tribes to fight others, granted titles to cooperative khans, and withheld trade from those who resisted. This strategy had worked for generations, keeping the northern border relatively secure while the Jin enjoyed the wealth of Chinese agriculture and cities. Genghis Khan remembered these policies with a clarity sharpened by personal loss. His father Yasugei had died when the boy was only 9 years old, poisoned at a Tatar feast. The Tatars had long been pawns in Jin border politics, rewarded for delivering the heads of rival khans to the imperial court. Whether the Jin had directly ordered Yasugei's death remained uncertain, but they had created the system that encouraged such treachery. The young Temujin had grown up in poverty and danger partly because of Jin divide-and-conquer strategies. Beyond personal grievance lay a practical reality. The Jin dynasty controlled the trade routes, the cities, the workshops that produced iron and silk and grain. No steppe confederation could achieve lasting security while a powerful sedentary state manipulated tribal politics from fortified cities. The Mongols had unified the steppe, but unification meant little if the Jin could still play the old games, bribing ambitious chiefs and undermining Mongol authority. This war would be different from the raids and skirmishes that had marked centuries of steppe sedentary relations. In early 1211, Genghis Khan assembled his armies at the edge of Jin territory. He had perhaps 100,000 mounted warriors, drawn from Mongol, Turkic, and other steppe peoples now united under his banner. The Jin could field far larger armies, drawing on a population of tens of millions, but numbers alone had never determined victory. The Mongol army was entirely cavalry, supremely mobile, and commanded through a disciplined decimal system that allowed coordination across vast distances. Every man had grown up in the saddle and carried the composite bow that could kill at 200 paces. The Great Wall of China stood between the steppes and the Jin heartland, a stone and earth barrier that stretched for thousands of miles. But the wall was not a single impregnable line. It consisted of many sections, some ancient and crumbling, others recently rebuilt, all requiring constant manning and maintenance. The Jin had fortified the main passes through the mountains, placing garrisons at strategic points where roads crossed from Mongolia into China. These fortifications had turned back raids for generations, but they had never faced an invasion of this scale and determination. Genghis Khan did not assault the most heavily defended passes. Instead, Mongol scouts found gaps in the wall system, places where the barrier ran through empty mountains far from any garrison. Small forces slipped through first, scouting the terrain and identifying Jin troop movements. Then larger columns poured through multiple breaches simultaneously, fragmenting Jin defenses and making coordinated response impossible. The strategy reflected the Mongol approach to warfare: avoid enemy strength, exploit weakness, and strike from unexpected directions. Once through the wall, the Mongol armies spread across the northern Chinese countryside like a flood. They moved faster than Jin commanders thought possible, covering distances in days that should have taken weeks. Mongol Tumans, units of 10,000 men, operated independently, guided by the overall campaign strategy but free to pursue targets of opportunity. They burned crops, seized livestock, and destroyed any Jin force foolish enough to meet them in open battle. The psychological impact was immense. Peasants fled toward the walled cities, abandoning the fields that fed the empire. The Jin emperor, Zhengzong, had died in 1208, and his successor Wanyan Yongji proved unequal to the crisis. The Jin military system relied heavily on Chinese infantry and Jurchen cavalry, a combination that had worked well against earlier steppe incursions. But the Mongols refused to fight the set-piece battles that played to Jin's strengths. When Jin armies marched out to engage them, the Mongols retreated, drawing the infantry into exhausting pursuits across broken terrain. When the Jin forces withdrew, the Mongols returned, raiding and burning as before. You watch a Jin relief column struggle through the mountains in late 1211, 10,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry sent to reinforce a besieged garrison. The Mongols have been tracking them for days, staying just out of sight beyond the ridgelines. Now, as the column winds through a narrow valley, Mongol archers appear on the heights above. Arrows fall like iron rain, and the tightly packed infantry have nowhere to hide. The Jin cavalry charges upslope, but the Mongols vanish into the hills, only to reappear behind the column, cutting off retreat. By nightfall, the entire relief force has been destroyed. This was the pattern repeated across the northern provinces. Jin armies could not protect the countryside, and retreating behind city walls meant surrendering the agricultural base that sustained the dynasty. The Jin had hundreds of walled cities, from small county seats to major provincial capitals, each theoretically capable of withstanding a siege. Medieval nomadic armies had rarely succeeded in taking fortified cities. They lacked the siege equipment, engineering knowledge, and logistical systems needed for prolonged operations. The Jin commanders assumed that the Mongols would raid and withdraw as steppe armies had always done. But Genghis Khan had been studying the problem of siege warfare for years. During the campaigns against the Tangachi Xia kingdom, the Mongols had captured Chinese engineers and learned to construct siege weapons. They had experimented with mangonels, trebuchets, and scaling ladders, incorporating these technologies into their tactical repertoire. More importantly, they had learned patience and systematic method, understanding that reducing a city required coordination between assault troops, siege engines, and supply lines. The Mongols were no longer simply raiders, they were becoming a combined arms force. In 1213, Mongol armies converged on Zhengdu, the Jin central capital and one of the greatest cities in the world. Zhengdu occupied the site of modern Beijing, a vast metropolis surrounded by walls 40 feet high and thick enough for chariots to race along the top. The city held perhaps 1 million people, swollen with refugees from the devastated countryside. Its granaries could feed the population for years, and its garrison numbered in the tens of thousands. Taking Zhengdu by storm seemed impossible. Starving it into submission would require a patience and logistical sophistication that nomadic armies had never possessed. Genghis Khan surrounded the city but did not immediately assault the walls. Instead, Mongol engineers began constructing siege weapons under the direction of captured Chinese specialists. Great trebuchets rose outside the walls, capable of hurling stones weighing hundreds of pounds. The Mongols had learned to manufacture gunpowder weapons from Jin defectors, including primitive bombs and fire lances that spread terror even when they caused limited physical damage. Meanwhile, Mongol cavalry ranged across the surrounding provinces, ensuring that no relief force could reach the city and that no supplies entered through hidden gates or river passages. Inside Zhengdu, the Jin court faced an impossible situation. The Emperor Wanyan Yongji had been assassinated in a palace coup in 1213, replaced by Wanyan Sun, who took the reign named Xuanzong. The new emperor understood that Zhengdu might fall and began making preparations to move the capital south to Kaifeng, deep in Chinese territory. This decision would prove strategically sound but psychologically devastating, abandoning the northern population to Mongol vengeance. For now, though, the garrison fought on, hoping that disease or supply problems would force the Mongols to withdraw as winter approached. The siege dragged through 1213 and into 1214, a grinding contest of endurance. Mongol trebuchets pounded the walls, creating breaches that the defenders struggled to repair each night. Assault parties climbed scaling ladders only to be driven back by arrows, rocks, and boiling oil. Disease spread through both the besiegers' camps and the crowded city, claiming thousands of lives. Yet the Mongols maintained the blockade with a persistence that shocked observers. They had transformed themselves from seasonal raiders into an army capable of sustaining operations year-round in enemy territory. You walk through the Mongol siege camp in winter 1214, passing between rows of felt tents and corrals holding thousands of horses. Engineers work on trebuchets in the snow, adjusting ropes and counterweights under the instruction of Chinese defectors. Mongol soldiers practice with scaling ladders, rehearsing the precise sequences needed to get men over the walls quickly. Supply wagons arrive from the north carrying dried meat, grain, and fodder, the fruit of systematic requisition across conquered territories. This is not the camp of raiders but of an army prepared to wait as long as necessary. In spring 1214, with the city on the brink of starvation, the Jin court opened negotiations. Emperor Xuanzong offered tribute, including gold, silver, silk, and horses, along with a princess for Genghis Khan to marry. More importantly, he agreed to acknowledge Mongol control of the territories north of the Yellow River, effectively ceding the northern third of the Jin Empire. Genghis Khan accepted these terms, not from weakness but from strategic calculation. His armies had been campaigning for 3 years and needed rest and reorganization. Moreover, new threats were emerging from the west that would soon require his attention. The Mongols lifted the siege and withdrew north, taking with them cartloads of tribute and thousands of skilled craftsmen, engineers, and administrators as captives. But Genghis Khan had not abandoned his goal of destroying the Jin dynasty. He understood that the war would continue, that the Jin would rebuild their armies and attempt to reclaim lost territories. The peace was simply an operational pause, a chance to consolidate gains and prepare for the next phase. When Emperor Xuanzong relocated the Jin capital from Zhengdu to Kaifeng later in 1214, completing the southward move, Genghis Khan interpreted it as a betrayal of the peace terms. In 1215, Mongol armies returned to Zhengdu. This time the siege was shorter and more savage. The defending garrison, depleted and demoralized by the earlier siege and the emperor's abandonment, could not sustain the same level of resistance. Mongol siege engines battered the walls while assault troops pressed attacks day and night, giving the defenders no rest. Food supplies, never replenished after the 1214 siege, ran out within months. By summer, the city was starving, and soldiers were deserting their posts or turning on their own officers. Zhengdu fell in June 1215, and what followed shocked even societies accustomed to medieval brutality. The Mongols had learned that cities which resisted to the end would be made examples, their populations slaughtered and their wealth distributed to the conquerors. For weeks, Mongol soldiers systematically looted the city, stripping palaces, temples, and homes of anything valuable. Fire consumed entire districts, whether set deliberately or spreading from cooking fires in abandoned buildings. Refugees who had survived the siege were killed or enslaved, and the population of one of Asia's greatest cities was reduced to a fraction of its former size. The fall of Zhengdu marked a turning point in the Jin War and in world history. A nomadic army had captured and destroyed one of the world's most populous and fortified cities, demonstrating capabilities that no one had thought possible. The psychological impact rippled across Asia. If Zhengdu could fall, then no city was safe, and the protection offered by walls and garrisons had revealed itself as illusory against this new kind of enemy. The Jin dynasty still controlled the southern provinces, and the war would continue for nearly 2 more decades, but the outcome was no longer in doubt. Genghis Khan now faced a decision about resource allocation. The Jin War could continue indefinitely, grinding through city after city across northern China. But intelligence reports from the west spoke of rich cities along the Silk Road, of kingdoms in Central Asia and Persia that had begun interfering with Mongol trade caravans. The Khan could not personally command campaigns in both China and the West simultaneously. He needed a deputy capable of prosecuting the Jin War with minimal oversight, someone who combined military skill with administrative competence. He chose Möngke, a commander from the Jaler tribe who had served Genghis Khan since the early struggles for steppe supremacy. Möngke had proven himself in countless battles, demonstrating both tactical brilliance and absolute loyalty. In 1217, Genghis Khan appointed him as viceroy for China, granting him authority over all Mongol forces in the region and the responsibility for completing the conquest of the Jin. The appointment came with elaborate ceremony, including the presentation of a 9-tailed banner symbolizing Möngke's status as the Khan's direct representative. Möngke would govern conquered territories, allocate resources, and make strategic decisions without waiting for approval from distant Mongolia. Möngke's approach to the war differed from the initial campaigns. Rather than relying solely on Mongol cavalry, he recruited Chinese soldiers into his armies, creating combined forces that included infantry, siege specialists, and local administrators. He established civil governments in conquered territories, appointing both Mongol and Chinese officials to collect taxes and maintain order. This administrative framework allowed the Mongols to extract resources systematically rather than simply looting and moving on. The evolution from raiders to conquerors to administrators was happening in real time, driven by practical necessity. The Mongols also began systematically incorporating Chinese military technology and expertise. Captured engineers taught Mongol soldiers how to construct and operate complex siege weapons. Chinese artisans were put to work manufacturing armor, weapons, and equipment using techniques superior to traditional steppe methods. Most significantly, the Mongols adopted elements of Chinese administrative practice, including written records, census systems, and tax collection hierarchies. Genghis Khan, who could not read or write, nevertheless understood the value of documentation and systematic governance in controlling vast territories. You observe a Mongol administrative office in a conquered Chinese city in 1218, watching scribes record tax receipts and military requisitions in Chinese characters. Mongol officials work alongside Chinese bureaucrats, each bringing different expertise to the task of governance. Farmers arrive to register their land holdings, receive seed for spring planting, and learn how much grain they must deliver after harvest. The system is brutal and extractive, designed to maximize resources for continued warfare, but it is a system nonetheless, not the chaos of simple occupation. The Jin dynasty continued to resist from its southern capital at Kaifeng, fielding new armies and attempting to reclaim lost territories. But the fundamental dynamics had shifted irreversibly. The Mongols held the northern provinces, controlling the trade routes and recruiting grounds that had sustained Jin military power. Möngke's armies advanced steadily southward, capturing cities and fortresses through a combination of siege warfare, intimidation, and strategic use of Chinese allies who had turned against the Jin. Each victory brought more resources and more recruits into Mongol service. Genghis Khan himself never returned to the Jin front after departing for Central Asia in 1219. He would spend the rest of his life campaigning in the west, conquering the Khwarezmian Empire and raiding into India, Persia, and the Caucasus. The Jin War became Mukhali's responsibility, and he prosecuted it with methodical determination until his death in 1223. By then, the Jin controlled only a fragment of their former territory, confined to a few provinces around Kaifeng and sustained by desperate resistance rather than any realistic hope of victory. The final destruction of the Jin dynasty would not come until 1234, 7 years after Genghis Khan's death. His successor Ögedei Khan would complete the conquest, besieging Kaifeng with enormous armies and finally crushing the last Jin resistance. But the decisive transformation had occurred in the campaigns of 1211 to 1215, when the Mongols first proved they could not only defeat Chinese armies in the field but could capture and hold Chinese cities and territories. Those years demonstrated that the Mongol military system could adapt to challenges far beyond traditional steppe warfare. The Jin War taught the Mongols lessons they would apply across Eurasia. They learned that patient siegecraft could reduce any fortification, that administrative systems could extract resources from conquered populations, and that incorporating foreign specialists enhanced rather than diluted their effectiveness. Chinese engineers, Korean archers, and Turkic cavalry would all serve in later Mongol campaigns, creating combined arms forces that drew on the military traditions of many cultures. The Mongol talent for adaptation, as much as their skill at cavalry warfare, would enable their conquests. You stand on the ruins of Zhengdu's walls in 1220, looking out across a city still scarred by siege and fire. Reconstruction has begun under Mongol administration, but the population remains a fraction of what it was. In the distance, smoke rises from Mongol military camps where soldiers train and prepare for campaigns further west. The Jin War continues, but the strategic question has been answered. The Mongols can conquer cities, can govern territories, can defeat the sophisticated armies of sedentary civilizations. What began as a war of revenge and security has become the opening chapter of a conquest that will eventually span from Korea to Hungary. The personal grievances that partly motivated the war, the Jin treatment of steppe peoples, the death of Genghis Khan's father, had been avenged many times over. But the conflict had transcended its origins, becoming a laboratory for testing and refining the methods that would build the largest contiguous land empire in history. The fall of Zhengdu announced to the world that a new power had emerged from the steppes, one that combined nomadic mobility with an unprecedented capacity for siege warfare, administration, and long-term strategic planning. The age of Mongol dominance had begun, and it would reshape the geography of power across two continents. In the year 1218, a caravan of merchants departed from Mongol territory and made its way westward along the ancient Silk Road. The caravan numbered perhaps 500 men, with camels loaded with Chinese silks, furs, jade, and precious metals. These were not merely traders but emissaries, their goods representing the wealth and reach of Genghis Khan's expanding empire. The Mongol Khan had sent them specifically to establish commercial relations with the Khwarezmian Empire, which controlled the lands of Central Asia from the Amu Darya to the shores of the Caspian Sea. The Khwarezmian Empire stood as one of the great powers of the Islamic world in the early 13th century. Shah Ala ad-Din Muhammad II ruled over territories that included modern-day Iran, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and Afghanistan. His cities were legendary along the Silk Road, their markets filled with goods from China to the Mediterranean, their mosques and palaces adorned with turquoise tiles. Samarkand, Bokhara, Merv, and Nishapur were names that resonated with culture, learning, and immense wealth accumulated over centuries of trade. The caravan eventually reached the border city of Otrar, on the Sir Darya River in what is now Kazakhstan. Otrar served as one of the Khwarezmian Empire's most important frontier posts, controlling the northern trade routes. The governor of Otrar was a man named Inalchuk, also known as Gayer Khan, a relative of Shah Muhammad by marriage. He held significant autonomy in his distant posting, far from the Shah's court in Samarkand, and he commanded the garrison that protected this vital crossing point. When the Mongol caravan arrived at Otrar's gates, Inalchuq made a decision that would alter the course of history. He arrested the merchants, accused them of being spies for the Mongols, and confiscated all their valuable goods. The governor then ordered the execution of the entire caravan, some 450 men put to death on his command. Whether Inalchuq acted out of greed, suspicion, or political calculation remains unclear, but the consequences of his actions would prove catastrophic for his empire. News of the massacre traveled eastward to Genghis Khan, who was then consolidating his conquests in northern China. The Mongol Khan's response was measured at first, as befitted a ruler who understood diplomatic protocol. He sent an embassy to Shah Muhammad, demanding that Inalchuq be surrendered for justice and that reparations be paid for the murdered merchants and stolen goods. This was a reasonable request by the standards of the time, a way to resolve the incident without war. Shah Muhammad faced a difficult choice when the Mongol ambassadors arrived at his court. He could surrender his governor and pay compensation, which would acknowledge Mongol authority and potentially weaken his own position. Or he could refuse and risk conflict with an empire whose military reputation was already spreading westward. The Shah consulted with his mother, Turken Khatun, who wielded considerable influence at court, and with his advisors, who were divided on the proper course. The decision Shah Muhammad made sealed his empire's fate. He not only refused to surrender Inalchuq but also ordered the execution of the chief Mongol ambassador and the humiliation of the others, shaving their beards before sending them back. In the diplomatic language of the 13th century, this was an unambiguous declaration that the Khwarezmian Empire would not submit to Mongol demands. It was also a grave miscalculation of the force that would now be unleashed upon his lands. Genghis Khan received the news of his murdered ambassador with the cold fury that characterized his approach to those who defied him. He withdrew alone to a mountaintop for 3 days and nights, according to the chroniclers, seeking guidance from the eternal blue sky. When he descended, his decision was made: the Khwarezmian Empire would be destroyed utterly. The campaign he planned would not be a punitive raid or a limited war but an annihilation of everything Shah Muhammad ruled. The Mongol mobilization for the Khwarezmian campaign demonstrated the organizational capacity Genghis Khan had built over 2 decades of conquest. He assembled an army estimated at between 150,000 to 200,000 warriors, drawn from Mongol tribes and their Turkish and Chinese auxiliaries. This force was divided into several armies, each with specific objectives, coordinated to converge on Khwarezmian territory from multiple directions simultaneously. In the autumn of 1219, the Mongol armies crossed into Khwarezmian territory. Genghis Khan led the main force toward the heart of the empire, while his sons Joki, Ögedei, and Ögedei commanded separate columns. 2 of his most brilliant generals, Jib and Subutai, led a flying column tasked with pursuing Shah Muhammad wherever he fled. The strategy was to overwhelm the Khwarezmian defenses through simultaneous attacks on multiple cities, preventing the Shah from concentrating his forces. Shah Muhammad commanded a larger army than the Mongols, with estimates ranging from 200,000 to 400,000 soldiers. But he made a fatal strategic error by dispersing these forces among his many fortified cities rather than concentrating them for a decisive battle. This decision meant that each city would face the Mongols alone, unable to support the others, while the Mongol armies could focus overwhelming force on one target at a time. The city of Otrar, where the catastrophe had begun, was among the first to fall under siege. The sons of Genghis Khan surrounded it with a substantial force while the Khan himself moved deeper into Khwarezmian territory. Otrar's walls were strong, and Governor Inalchuq directed a stubborn defense that lasted for 5 months. The Mongols employed siege engines, undermined walls, and eventually breached the defenses through a combination of engineering and the betrayal of some defenders. When Otrar finally fell, Inalchuq retreated to the citadel for a last stand. The Mongols captured him alive and brought him before Genghis Khan, who ordered a death befitting the crime that had started the war. According to some accounts, molten silver was poured into an Elchuk's eyes and ears, a symbolic punishment for a man who had been blinded by greed and deaf to wisdom. The population of Otrar was massacred or enslaved, and the city was razed to its foundations. While Otrar was under siege, Genghis Khan moved against Bokhara, one of the great cities of Central Asia and a center of Islamic learning. Bokhara was not as heavily fortified as some other cities, and its garrison numbered only about 20,000 soldiers. When the Mongol army appeared before its walls in February 1220, many of these soldiers attempted to break out rather than endure a siege, but they were cut down by Mongol cavalry in the surrounding plains. The city elders of Bokhara, facing inevitable conquest and hoping to spare the population, opened the gates to the Mongols. Genghis Khan entered the city and rode to its Great Friday Mosque, one of the architectural marvels of the Islamic world. He dismounted in the courtyard, and his horses were stabled in the mosque itself, while his soldiers scattered the Qurans to use the wooden cases as feeding troughs. In the mosque, Genghis Khan addressed the assembled notables of Bokhara with words that were recorded by chroniclers and echoed through the centuries. He told them that he was the punishment of God, sent because of their sins. If they had not committed great sins, he declared, God would not have sent a punishment like him upon them. This speech, whether accurately recorded or embellished by later writers, captured the apocalyptic nature of what was befalling Central Asia. Bokhara was systematically looted over several days. The Mongols took everything of value, enslaved the artisans and young people, and then set the city ablaze. The fires consumed the wooden buildings and melted the lead from the mosque domes, which ran down into the streets. When the Mongols departed, Bokhara was a smoking ruin, its population decimated, its libraries and schools destroyed, centuries of accumulated culture reduced to ash. From Bokhara, Genghis Khan marched on Samarkand, the jewel of the Khwarezmian Empire and one of the greatest cities in the world. Samarkand was far more formidable than Bokhara, with massive walls, a garrison of perhaps 50,000 soldiers, and a population that may have exceeded 300,000. Shah Muhammad himself had been in the city but fled before the Mongol armies converged on it, a decision that shattered the morale of his defenders. The siege of Samarkand began in March 1220, with Mongol forces surrounding the city from all sides. The Mongols deployed siege engines, including catapults that hurled stones and incendiary materials against the walls. They also drove prisoners before them as human shields when assaulting the fortifications, a brutal tactic that minimized Mongol casualties while horrifying the defenders. After only 5 days, the city's leaders sued for peace, and the gates were opened. The fall of Samarkand followed a pattern that would be repeated across Central Asia. The artisans were separated from the general population and sent eastward to serve the Mongol Empire. Young men and women were enslaved, and able-bodied males were conscripted to serve as expendable labor in future sieges. The remaining population was driven into the surrounding plains, and a significant portion was massacred, though some were eventually allowed to return to a devastated city. As these great cities fell, Shah Muhammad fled westward with the Mongol generals Jib and Subutai in relentless pursuit. The Shah had perhaps 30,000 soldiers with him initially, but his army melted away as news of each Mongol victory spread. He abandoned his family, his treasury, and eventually his army, fleeing with only a small retinue through increasingly desperate circumstances toward the Caspian Sea. Jib and Subutai commanded a force of perhaps 20,000 horsemen, moving with astonishing speed across the Persian plateau. They captured city after city by speed and deception, sometimes claiming to be the vanguard of the fleeing Shah's forces to gain entry. Their pursuit demonstrated the Mongol capacity for sustained operations over vast distances, covering thousands of miles while maintaining combat effectiveness and living off the land. Shah Muhammad eventually reached a small island in the Caspian Sea, where he died in December 1220, broken and destitute. Some sources suggest he died of pneumonia, others of despair and exhaustion. The Mongols never captured him alive, but his death in hiding, separated from his empire and army, was perhaps a worse fate than battlefield death would have been for a ruler of his former stature. With Shah Muhammad dead, his son Jalal ad-Din attempted to rally resistance, achieving some initial successes against smaller Mongol detachments. But the systematic destruction of Khwarezmian cities continued relentlessly. The Mongols moved against Merv, in what is now Turkmenistan, a city whose wealth and size rivaled Samarkand. Merv had been spared initially, but when it attempted to resist in 1221, Talyui, the youngest son of Genghis Khan, laid siege to it. Merv surrendered after 13 days of siege, with promises of mercy that were not honored. The population was divided among Mongol soldiers, with each warrior assigned a quota of people to execute. The chroniclers record numbers that strain belief. Some sources claim 700,000 dead, others over 1 million. Even allowing for exaggeration, the massacre at Merv was clearly immense, turning one of Central Asia's greatest cities into a charnel house. The city of Nishapur, in northeastern Iran, suffered perhaps the most complete destruction of any Khwarezmian city. When Takuchur, a son-in-law of Genghis Khan, was killed during the siege, his widow demanded total annihilation as vengeance. After the city fell in April 1221, every living thing within its walls was reportedly killed, including dogs and cats. The Mongols then destroyed the buildings and plowed the ruins, attempting to erase Nishapur from existence. The reported death tolls from these campaigns are staggering, though historians debate their accuracy. Medieval chroniclers wrote of millions dead across Central Asia, with individual cities losing populations in the hundreds of thousands. Modern historians are more cautious, noting that population estimates for the region before the conquest are uncertain and that chroniclers often inflated numbers for dramatic effect. Nevertheless, archaeological evidence supports the conclusion that the Mongol conquest caused demographic catastrophe in Central Asia. Excavations show extensive destruction layers from this period, abandoned settlements, and evidence of collapsed irrigation systems. The region's population may have declined by as much as a quarter to a third, with some areas depopulated entirely. Agricultural zones reverted to pastoralism for centuries afterward. The destruction extended beyond human life to the infrastructure that sustains Central Asian civilization. The Mongols systematically destroyed the Khanate systems, underground channels that brought water from distant mountains to cities and farmlands. These engineering marvels had taken centuries to build, and their destruction returned formerly fertile areas to desert. The loss of these irrigation works may have caused more long-term damage than the immediate violence. By 1221, the Khwarezmian Empire had effectively ceased to exist. Its cities lay in ruins, its population decimated, its territory absorbed into the expanding Mongol Empire. Shah Muhammad was dead in exile, and his son Jalal ad-Din, after several more years of resistance, would eventually flee to India as a refugee. An empire that had stood as one of the great powers of the Islamic world had been erased in less than 3 years. The speed and completeness of the Khwarezmian collapse sent shockwaves throughout the Islamic world and beyond. The cities destroyed had been centers of learning, art, and commerce for centuries. Their libraries contained irreplaceable manuscripts, their workshops produced goods traded from China to Europe, their schools trained scholars and theologians. All of this was swept away in the Mongol whirlwind, a cultural catastrophe comparable to the physical destruction. Genghis Khan remained in Central Asia for some time after the main campaigns ended, organizing the conquered territories and pursuing the last pockets of resistance. He appointed governors, established garrison posts, and created the administrative structure that would govern these lands as part of the Mongol Empire. The region that had been Khwarezm became a component of the vast system stretching from the Pacific to the edge of Europe. The Khwarezmian Catastrophe established patterns that would characterize Mongol conquests for decades to come. Cities that submitted immediately might be spared extensive violence, though they would pay heavy tribute and provide soldiers and artisans. Cities that resisted could expect no mercy, their populations massacred or enslaved, their buildings razed. This calculated use of terror proved extraordinarily effective in encouraging surrender and minimizing Mongol casualties in future campaigns. The psychological impact of the conquest extended far beyond the borders of the former Khwarezmian Empire. Stories of the destruction spread along trade routes, carried by refugees and traveling merchants. European chroniclers heard rumors of a mysterious people from the east who destroyed everything in their path. In the Islamic world, scholars and poets composed works lamenting the catastrophe, seeing in it divine punishment or the end of times. For Genghis Khan, the Khwarezmian campaign represented a complete success measured by his own objectives. He had punished those who killed his merchants and insulted his ambassadors. He had demonstrated the consequences of defying Mongol power to any ruler who might consider it. He had added vast territories to his empire and acquired skilled craftsmen and administrators. The brutality was not incidental but central to the Mongol strategic approach. The Khwarezmian catastrophe remained etched in historical memory for centuries as an example of total war and the fragility of civilization. The ruins of the great cities, slowly rebuilt over generations, testify to what had been lost. The demographic and economic impact persisted for centuries, with Central Asia never quite recovering its pre-Mongol prosperity and population density. The conquest marked a dividing line in the region's history, a before and after that could never be bridged. In the quiet nights that followed, as refugees huddled in the remnants of their cities or in makeshift camps across the steppe, the magnitude of what had occurred gradually became clear. An empire that had seemed permanent had vanished, its cities transformed to ruins, its people scattered or dead. The Silk Road cities, which had accumulated wealth and knowledge over centuries, had been reduced to rubble in a matter of months. The world had witnessed what Mongol power meant when fully unleashed, and that knowledge would shape political calculations for generations to come. By the summer of 1226, Genghis Khan was no longer a young man. His body bore the accumulated weight of more than 4 decades of continuous warfare, of winters spent in felt tents and summers in the saddle. He was approximately 65 years old, an age few warriors of the steppe ever reached. Yet the Mongol Empire he had built required constant motion, constant expansion, and there remained one persistent thorn in his side that demanded attention. The kingdom of Western Xia had troubled Genghis Khan for more than 2 decades. This Tangut state, nestled in the northwestern corner of what is now China, had submitted to Mongol authority years earlier. They had promised tribute and military assistance whenever the Khan required it. But when Genghis had launched his great campaign against the Khwarezmian Empire in 1219, Western Xia had refused to send troops. Their ruler had reportedly stated that if the Mongols lacked the strength to conquer on their own, they had no right to rule. This insult had not been forgotten. Genghis Khan possessed many qualities, but forgiveness of broken oaths was not among them. The Western Xia had violated their vassal agreement, and by the logic of the steppe, this required a response. In 1226, despite his advancing age and the vast distances his armies had already traveled, Genghis Khan assembled his forces for one final campaign. The Tangut kingdom would be made to answer for its defiance. The Mongol army that crossed into Western Xia territory that autumn was a refined instrument of war. Decades of conquest had transformed the tribal warriors of the Mongolian plateau into perhaps the most effective military force the world had yet seen. They moved with practiced efficiency, their commanders executing complex maneuvers through a system of signals that required no written orders. Each unit knew its role, each warrior understood the broader strategy. The campaign proceeded with the methodical destruction that had become the Mongol signature. Cities that resisted were besieged with the expertise the Mongols had learned from Chinese and Persian engineers. Those that surrendered quickly were incorporated into the growing empire with their populations largely intact. The Western Xia forces, competent enough by regional standards, found themselves outmaneuvered at every turn. Genghis Khan had been waging war since before many of their generals had been born. But something went wrong during this campaign. though the exact nature of the incident remains obscured by conflicting accounts. According to one version recorded by Persian historians, Genghis Khan was thrown from his horse during a hunt. The fall injured him internally, and though he continued to direct the campaign, he never fully recovered. Another account suggests he fell ill with a fever that swept through the army's camps. A third version, whispered but rarely written, speaks of an injury sustained during the siege of a Tangut fortress. What we know with greater certainty is that by the spring of 1227, Genghis Khan's condition had deteriorated. He was confined to his tent more frequently, his public appearances becoming rarer. Yet he refused to abandon the campaign against Western Xia. The insult still burned, the oath still demanded satisfaction. His commanders urged him to return to Mongolia, to recover in familiar territory, but he would not hear of it. The siege of the Western Xia capital proceeded through the early months of 1227. Genghis Khan directed operations from his tent, receiving reports and issuing commands while his body weakened. He had spent his entire adult life in motion, always riding toward the next battle, the next conquest. To return home before completing this final task would be to admit defeat, to show weakness. The steppe did not reward weakness. In his tent, attended by his closest advisors and family members, Genghis Khan confronted the reality that even the greatest conqueror could not defeat. He had unified the Mongol tribes, had built an empire stretching from Korea to the Caspian Sea, had defeated every enemy who stood before him. But death recognizes no titles, respects no accomplishments. It comes for the shepherd and the Khan alike. The exact date of Genghis Khan's death is uncertain, lost in the deliberate obscurity that would later surround the event. Most sources place it in August of 1227, in his camp near the Lupan Mountains. He was with his army, as he had been for most of his adult life. The felt tent that served as his final room was no different from thousands of others he had occupied during decades of campaigning. Before he died, Genghis Khan gave his final instructions to his sons and generals. The Western Xia capital was to be taken and its royal family executed. The kingdom itself was to be so thoroughly destroyed that it would serve as a permanent reminder of the cost of breaking faith with the Mongols. No mercy was to be shown to those who had refused their oath. These orders would be carried out to the letter in the weeks following his death. But the more crucial matter concerned the succession. Genghis Khan had 4 sons by his principal wife Borte, each with their own strengths and supporters. The matter of who would inherit the empire had occupied much of his thought in recent years. The wrong choice could tear apart everything he had built. The unity of the Mongol tribes, so carefully forged over decades, could shatter in a succession crisis. The eldest son, Joki, had long been a source of complicated feelings for Genghis Khan. Joki had been conceived during Borte's captivity by the Merkits in the early days of Genghis's rise, and though Genghis had always treated him as his son, whispers about his parentage had never fully ceased. More significantly, Joki had died earlier in 1227, some sources suggesting his relationship with his father had been strained. He would not inherit. The second son, Ögedei, possessed the martial spirit and fierce pride typical of steppe nobility. He was a capable military commander and a strict enforcer of Mongol law and tradition. But Ögedei was also known for his temper and his rigid thinking. Genghis Khan understood that the empire now encompassed not just Mongol tribes but settled civilizations with their own ancient customs. The next Khan would need flexibility as well as strength. The fourth son, Tamerlane, was perhaps the most militarily gifted of Genghis Khan's children. He had distinguished himself in numerous campaigns and understood the Mongol way of war as thoroughly as his father. By Mongol tradition, the youngest son typically inherited his father's original homeland and herds. Tamerlane would receive the Mongolian heartland, the Ulus that included the sacred mountains and ancestral pastures. This was no small inheritance, but it was not the empire. Genghis Khan's choice fell on Ögedei, his third son. This decision would prove to be one of his most consequential acts, shaping the empire's trajectory for decades after his death. Ögedei lacked Talui's military genius and Chaghatai's fierce traditionalism, but he possessed qualities perhaps more valuable for holding together a multi-ethnic empire. He was known for his diplomatic temperament, his ability to listen to counsel, his administrative competence. Ögedei had proven himself capable of balancing competing interests, of finding compromises that preserved unity without appearing weak. He drank heavily, a vice that would eventually contribute to his death, but he was generally good-natured and accessible. These might seem like modest qualities compared to martial prowess, but Genghis Khan had witnessed enough of war to understand what would be required next. The empire needed consolidation, administration, systems that could function beyond the lifespan of any single leader. The dying Khan made his son swear to accept Ögedei's succession, to support rather than undermine their brother. He understood the temptation toward fragmentation that would follow his death. The unity of the Mongol tribes was still a recent and somewhat fragile achievement. Old tribal loyalties, old feuds, could resurface if his sons began fighting among themselves. The empire's future depended on their cooperation. With these arrangements made, Genghis Khan died. The exact circumstances of his final moments were never recorded in detail, or if they were, those records have not survived. In keeping with Mongol custom, there was no elaborate deathbed scene, no pronouncement before assembled crowds. Death was a private matter, faced with the stoicism expected of a steppe warrior. What followed was one of history's most effectively executed conspiracies of silence. Genghis Khan's death was kept secret from all but the innermost circle of commanders and family. The campaign against Western Xia continued as if the Khan still lived. Orders were issued in his name, his banner still flew over the army. The Tangut forces had no idea they were fighting a leaderless enemy. This deception served multiple purposes. It prevented the Western Xia from taking heart at their enemy's loss and potentially mounting a more effective resistance. It allowed Genghis Khan's final orders for the complete destruction of the Tangut kingdom to be carried out under his authority. And crucially, it gave his sons time to prepare for the succession, to ensure that word reached all corners of the empire in a coordinated fashion. When the Western Xia capital finally fell, the secret could no longer be maintained. The Mongol army began its long journey back to Mongolia, carrying the body of their Khan. What happened next passed into legend, though certain elements appear consistent across multiple sources. The funeral procession traveled in absolute secrecy, following routes through remote territory, avoiding all settlements and travelers. According to tradition, anyone who encountered the funeral procession was killed immediately. This was not done out of cruelty but as a sacred duty. Genghis Khan's burial place was to remain hidden, and the only way to ensure this was to eliminate all witnesses. Soldiers riding ahead of the main procession cleared the route, while those following behind erased all traces of its passage. The location of Genghis Khan's grave remains unknown to this day, one of archaeology's most tantalizing mysteries. Various traditions suggest different sites in the Khentai Mountains of northeastern Mongolia, near his birthplace and the sacred mountain Burkhan Khaldun. According to some accounts, a river was temporarily diverted to create a burial chamber, then allowed to flow back over the site. According to others, thousands of horses were ridden over the grave to obliterate all surface traces. The secrecy surrounding the burial reflected both practical and spiritual concerns. Practically, a known gravesite could become a target for enemies seeking to desecrate the Khan's remains or for tomb robbers attracted by the possibility of treasures buried with him. Spiritually, the Mongols maintained beliefs about the power of ancestral spirits and sacred places that made the grave's secrecy a religious necessity. Some traditions hold that the soldiers who completed the burial were themselves killed by a second group, who were in turn killed by a third, until finally only a handful of the most trusted men remained alive with knowledge of the location. Whether this literally happened or represents symbolic exaggeration, it indicates the extraordinary measures taken to preserve the secret. 8 centuries later, despite numerous expeditions and advancing technology, the grave has never been definitively located. With Genghis Khan dead and buried, his sons faced the task of maintaining what he had created. The empire in 1227 was the largest contiguous land empire in history, stretching across most of Asia. It encompassed the Mongolian heartland, northern China, Central Asia, and portions of the Middle East and Eastern Europe. Millions of people who had never heard of the Mongols a generation earlier now lived under their rule. Genghis Khan had created more than just conquered territory. He had established a sophisticated military system that could coordinate operations across thousands of miles. The Mongol army's organization, with its decimal units and its integration of cavalry tactics with siege warfare, represented a revolution in military affairs. Future Mongol campaigns would build on these foundations, but the essential innovations were already in place. He had also implemented legal and administrative reforms that gave the empire structure beyond simple military occupation. The Yasa, the code of laws Genghis Khan had established, provided consistent standards across the empire. Religious tolerance allowed conquered populations to maintain their faiths, reducing resistance and simplifying administration. A postal relay system, the Yam, enabled communication across vast distances. Trade routes received protection, encouraging commerce that enriched the empire. Yet for all these achievements, the empire's greatest vulnerability was precisely the unity that Genghis Khan had personally embodied. He had been the center around which everything revolved, the arbiter of disputes, the source of ultimate authority. His personal prestige and his reputation for both ruthlessness and fairness had held together an empire of disparate peoples and cultures. Without him, centrifugal forces might pull it apart. The succession process would test whether Genghis Khan's institutional innovations could survive without his personal presence. Ögedei was respected but not feared in the way his father had been. The other sons each commanded their own territories and armies. The potential for civil war was real, and civil wars had destroyed many empires throughout history. Everything depended on whether Genghis Khan's sons would honor the oaths they had made to their dying father. In the months following Genghis Khan's death, before the formal Kurultai that would confirm Ögedei as Great Khan, the empire entered a period of uncertainty. Local commanders continued their operations, borders remained secure, the administrative apparatus kept functioning. But questions hung in the air. Would the princes accept Ögedei's elevation? Would tribal leaders who had submitted to Genghis Khan accept his son's authority? Would conquered peoples see this transition as an opportunity to rebel? Genghis Khan's legacy in August 1227 was undeniable but incomplete. He had built an empire, but empires without strong succession mechanisms rarely survive their founders. He had created military and administrative systems, but systems require people willing to maintain them. He had unified the Mongol tribes, but that unity was barely a generation old. The next years would reveal whether he had built something that could outlast him or merely created an empire destined to fragment at his death. The man who had been born Temujin on the banks of the Onan River had died as Genghis Khan, ruler of most of Asia. He had experienced both extremes of the steppe life, from desperate poverty and exile to absolute power. He had been a unifier and a destroyer, a lawgiver and a conqueror. He had displayed both remarkable strategic vision and shocking brutality. Like all historical figures of great consequence, he was complex and contradictory, shaped by his times while also shaping them. What those close to him thought in those final days is lost to us. Did his sons grieve? Almost certainly, though the sources maintain the stoic silence expected of Mongol nobility. Did his generals wonder who could possibly replace him? The question must have crossed their minds. Did the common soldiers of the army understand that an era had ended? perhaps some of the veterans did, those who had followed him since the early campaigns against the Tatars and Merkits. In the camp near the Lupan Mountains, in the aftermath of Genghis Khan's death, the machinery of empire continued its operation. Orders were given, supplies distributed, sentries posted. The sun rose and set over the felt tents of the Mongol army as it had done for decades. But the man who had set all of this in motion, who had transformed a fractious collection of tribes into a world-conquering force, was gone. What would come next remained to be seen. In the year 1229, 4 years after Genghis Khan's death, the Mongol Empire gathered once more to confirm its new leader. The Kurultai convened on the windswept steppes, a massive assembly of princes, generals, and tribal leaders stretching across the grasslands. Ögedei, Genghis Khan's third son, had been his father's chosen successor, but Mongol tradition demanded formal consensus from the assembled nobility. The process had taken time, careful negotiation, and the steady hand of Ögedei's younger brother Tamerlane, who had served as regent. Now the moment arrived when the empire would speak with one voice again, elevating Ögedei to the position of Great Khan. Ögedei Khan was 51 years old when he received the formal acclamation of the Kurultai that autumn. He possessed a temperament markedly different from his fierce, relentless father, though no less capable in his own right. Where Genghis had been a warrior first, driven by conquest and personal charisma, Ögedei revealed himself as an administrator and builder. He enjoyed wine and feasting, sometimes to excess, and displayed a generosity that bordered on prodigality in the eyes of his advisors. Yet beneath this affable exterior lay a sharp political mind and an unwavering commitment to expanding his father's legacy. He understood that the empire Genghis had forged through conquest now needed systems, structures, and permanence. The new Great Khan inherited an empire that stretched from the Pacific Ocean to the Caspian Sea, an unprecedented domain. Governing such vastness required innovation, and Ögedei proved equal to the challenge in ways his father had never attempted. He established postal relay stations across the empire, creating a communication network called the Yam system that connected distant frontiers. Messengers could travel from one end of the empire to the other with remarkable speed, changing horses at regular intervals. This infrastructure transformed administration, allowing orders from the central court to reach provincial governors in weeks rather than months. The Yam stations also facilitated trade, offering safety and resources to merchants traveling the ancient Silk Road routes. Ögedei's first major military objective was completing the conquest his father had begun against the Jin Dynasty in northern China. The Jin Empire, ruled by the Jurchen people, had resisted Mongol attacks for more than 2 decades with varying success. They had retreated southward as Genghis's armies pressed them, abandoning their northern territories and consolidating around fortified cities. The Jin capital had moved from Beijing to Kaifeng, a massive walled metropolis on the Yellow River surrounded by some of the most sophisticated defenses in the world. Ögedei recognized that crushing the Jin completely would secure his northern flank and validate his position as Great Khan. In 1230, he personally led armies southward into Jin territory, beginning what would become a sustained campaign. The Mongol approach to the Jin campaign demonstrated the evolution of their military capabilities under Ögedei's direction. No longer were they purely cavalry raiders striking from the steppe, they had become masters of siege warfare. Chinese and Jurchen engineers who had entered Mongol service provided expertise in constructing trebuchets, siege towers, and explosive devices. The Mongols learned to divert rivers, undermine walls, and coordinate complex assaults involving tens of thousands of soldiers. At the same time, they maintained their traditional advantages, mobility, mounted archery, and the psychological terror their reputation inspired. Cities that might have held out for months against conventional armies found themselves surrounded by an enemy that combined steppe warfare with sophisticated siege technology. The Jin dynasty fought with the desperation of a civilization facing extinction, but they faced enemies on multiple fronts. The southern Song dynasty, seeing an opportunity to reclaim lost territories, allied with the Mongols against their old Jurchen adversaries. This alliance proved catastrophic for the Jin, who now faced coordinated attacks from north and south simultaneously. Mongol armies swept through Jin provinces, reducing cities one by one through siege, negotiation, or outright assault. The civilian population suffered enormously as warfare consumed the agricultural heartland of northern China, bringing famine and displacement. By 1233, the Jin had been compressed into a small pocket around Kaifeng, their final stronghold against the converging armies. Kaifeng's siege began in earnest in the spring of 1233, a massive undertaking involving both Mongol and Song forces. The city's walls stood 40 feet high and were reinforced with the latest defensive innovations of Chinese military engineering. Inside, hundreds of thousands of people crowded together, soldiers and civilians alike, awaiting the inevitable assault. The Mongols encircled the city completely, cutting off all supply routes and settling in for a prolonged siege. They constructed their own fortified camps, brought up siege engines, and prepared for months of attrition. The Jin emperor watched from within the walls as his empire's last hope slowly withered under the blockade. The siege lasted nearly a year, a grinding test of endurance that reduced Kaifeng's population to starvation. Diseases spread through the crowded city as sanitation collapsed and food supplies dwindled to nothing. The defenders, weakened by hunger, could barely man the walls when Mongol assaults finally came in wave after wave. In early 1234, the Jin emperor committed suicide rather than face capture, and shortly thereafter the city's defenses crumbled. Mongol and Song soldiers poured through breached walls and gates, entering a city already half-dead from privation. The fall of Kaifeng marked the complete extinction of the Jin dynasty, eliminating a state that had ruled northern China for more than a century. Ögedei had completed his father's unfinished business with brutal efficiency. With the Jin eliminated, Ögedei turned his attention to creating a permanent center for his growing empire. The Mongols had always been nomadic, moving with the seasons and living in felt tents that could be packed and transported. But an empire spanning continents required a fixed capital, a place where administration could be centralized and foreign dignitaries could come to offer tribute. Ögedei chose a site in the Orkhon Valley, a region of Mongolia blessed with good grazing, reliable water, and historical significance. This location, which would become Karakorum, lay along ancient trade routes and had symbolic importance as the heartland of steppe empires past. Construction began in the early 1230s, transforming an open valley into the empire's first true city. Karakorum rose from the grasslands as a unique hybrid of cultures and architectural traditions. Ögedei brought in craftsmen and laborers from across his conquered territories, Chinese builders, Persian architects, Russian goldsmiths, and Korean artisans. The city's layout reflected both Mongol preferences and the practical needs of imperial administration. At its center stood a great palace with Chinese-style roofs and Mongol decorative motifs, surrounded by administrative buildings, warehouses, and quarters for officials. Beyond this core, the city organized itself into districts based on ethnicity and profession, creating a cosmopolitan atmosphere unprecedented on the Mongolian steppe. Markets flourished where goods from Europe, the Middle East, and East Asia changed hands among merchants speaking a dozen languages. The palace complex at Karakorum became famous throughout the medieval world for its blend of luxury and strangeness. A French silversmith named Guillaume Boucher, captured during Mongol raids into Europe, created a remarkable silver fountain tree that stood at the palace entrance. This mechanical marvel featured 4 golden serpents that dispensed different beverages: wine, fermented mare's milk, mead, and rice wine for guests at imperial banquets. The palace interior combined Chinese silks, Persian carpets, and treasures looted from 100 conquered cities. Yet Ögedei himself still preferred to live part of the year in traditional felt yurts erected within the palace grounds, maintaining connection to his nomadic heritage. Karakorum represented the Mongol Empire's growing sophistication while preserving the steppe identity at its core. As Karakorum took shape, Ögedei planned the most ambitious military campaign in the empire's history. His father had raided into Russia and the Caucasus during the pursuit of the Khwarezmian Shah, but these had been reconnaissance in force rather than systematic conquest. Now Ögedei envisioned something far grander, the subjugation of Europe itself. The Western campaign would serve multiple purposes, expanding the empire's territory, securing tribute from wealthy kingdoms, and establishing Mongol dominance over the vast forests and plains west of the Urals. The scale of preparation reflected the audacity of the goal, with tens of thousands of warriors assembled and a command structure established under proven generals. Command of the Western campaign fell to Batu Khan, grandson of Genghis through his eldest son Joki. Batu was in his early 30s, ambitious and capable, though his legitimacy sometimes faced questions due to old rumors about Joki's parentage. Placing him at the head of this enormous expedition served both military and political purposes, giving Batu an opportunity to prove himself while also removing him from court politics in Karakorum. More importantly, Ögedei assigned the legendary General Subutai as Batu's chief strategist and military advisor. Subutai, now in his 60s, had been one of Genghis Khan's most trusted commanders and possessed unmatched experience in warfare across diverse terrains. The combination of Batu's royal authority and Subutai's tactical genius would drive the campaign forward with devastating effectiveness. The invasion force assembled in 1236 represented the full might of the Mongol military system at its peak. Contemporary sources, though often unreliable in their numbers, suggest the army numbered between 100,000 and 150,000 warriors. These forces came not only from Mongolian tribes but from all corners of the empire: Turkic auxiliaries, Chinese engineers, Persian administrators, and contingents from every conquered people who had been integrated into Mongol military structure. The army included siege equipment, supplies for extended campaigns, and thousands of horses to maintain the mobility that made Mongol tactics so effective. Ögedei gave clear strategic objectives: subdue the Russian principalities, then continue westward into Poland, Hungary, and beyond until the armies reached the great ocean that Europeans called the Atlantic. The target of the initial assault was the fragmented collection of principalities known collectively as Kievan Rus. Once a powerful state centered on the city of Kiev, Rus had splintered into competing regions ruled by rival branches of the Narrated dynasty. These principalities, Vladimir, Suzdal, Ryazan, Chernihiv, Galicia, and others, spent as much time fighting each other as cooperating against external threats. Their military forces consisted primarily of infantry and heavy cavalry, well suited to the forests and rivers of their homeland but unprepared for the speed and coordination of Mongol warfare. The princes had received some warning about the Mongols from earlier raids, but they failed to unite or prepare adequate defenses. Each principality believed itself strong enough to resist, or hoped the storm would pass them by. The Mongol invasion began in the winter of 1237, an unexpected choice that caught the Rus completely unprepared. Most medieval armies avoided winter campaigns due to the difficulty of moving troops and supplies through snow and freezing temperatures. But the Mongols, accustomed to the harsh winters of Mongolia, recognized that frozen rivers became highways for cavalry. Lakes and marshes that would bog down armies in summer became firm ground in January and February. Subutai's strategy exploited this advantage brilliantly, using the winter landscape to move his forces rapidly across terrain the Rus considered impassable. The invasion swept southward from the Volga region toward the Principality of Ryazan, easternmost of the major Rus states. Ryazan stood as the first victim of the Western campaign, a prosperous principality unprepared for the catastrophe approaching its borders. Prince Yuri of Ryazan sent envoys to neighboring Vladimir requesting assistance, but the Grand Prince refused, apparently believing Ryazan's troubles were its own concern. This short-sightedness would prove fatal for all the Rus principalities in turn. When Mongol envoys arrived demanding tribute and submission, the princes of Ryazan refused, choosing to defend their independence with force. The Mongol response was swift and merciless. In December 1237, their armies surrounded Ryazan city and began a siege that demonstrated both their military efficiency and their willingness to terrorize resistors. The siege of Ryazan lasted only 5 days, a testament to the Mongols' siege capabilities and the inadequacy of Rus' defenses. Catapults and siege towers battered the wooden walls while Mongol archers kept defenders pinned down with continuous volleys. On December 21, 1237, the walls were breached and Mongol soldiers poured into the city. What followed was methodical destruction intended to send a message across all of Rus'. The Ryazan Chronicle, written by survivors, describes apocalyptic scenes: buildings burned, churches desecrated, and the population killed without regard for age or status. Prince Yuri and his family died defending their capital. The city itself was so thoroughly destroyed that it was never rebuilt on the original site. A new Ryazan later arose several miles away. The devastation served Mongol strategic purposes perfectly, spreading terror that would weaken resistance in cities yet to be attacked. With Ryazan obliterated, the Mongol army turned toward Vladimir, the most powerful of the northeastern Rus principalities. Grand Prince Yuri II, who had refused to aid Ryazan, now faced the consequences of disunity among the Rus. He attempted to gather his forces and received some reinforcements from neighboring principalities, but coordination remained poor and intelligence about Mongol movements was inadequate. The Mongols advanced along frozen rivers, their cavalry covering distances that seemed impossible to the Rus commanders. In early February 1238, Mongol forces appeared before the walls of Vladimir itself, having bypassed or destroyed several smaller towns along the way. The speed of their advance left no time for proper defensive preparations. Vladimir was one of the great cities of medieval Rus, famous for its white limestone churches and prosperous trade. Its fortifications were more substantial than Ryazan's, and the population that crowded within the walls numbered in the tens of thousands. Grand Prince Yuri had departed the city before the siege began, hoping to gather additional forces in the forests to the north. He left defense of the capital to his sons and military commanders, a decision that would prove tragic. The Mongol siege began on February 4, 1238, with the now familiar pattern of encirclement and bombardment. Subutai directed operations with methodical precision, concentrating forces against the weakest sections of wall while preventing any possibility of relief or escape. The assault on Vladimir demonstrated the Mongols' ability to adapt their tactics to different types of fortifications. They constructed siege towers tall enough to overlook the walls, allowing archers to sweep the ramparts clear of defenders. Engineers prepared incendiary devices that set fire to wooden structures within the city, creating chaos behind the defenses. After several days of bombardment that opened gaps in the walls, the Mongols launched a coordinated assault from multiple directions simultaneously. On February 7, just 3 days after the siege began, they broke through into the city. The royal family sought refuge in the Cathedral of the Assumption, but the Mongols set fire to the building, killing everyone inside. Vladimir's fall shocked the remaining Rus principalities and demonstrated that even their greatest cities could not withstand Mongol assault. Grand Prince Yuri, camped with his army in the forests near the Sit River, learned of Vladimir's destruction too late. He attempted to gather forces for a counterattack, but Mongol reconnaissance had located his position and Subutai was already maneuvering to engage him. On March 4, 1238, Mongol cavalry found Yuri's army in the forests and attacked with overwhelming force. The Battle of the Sit River became a rout rather than a proper engagement, with Rus forces scattered and destroyed in detail. Yuri himself died in the fighting, though his body was only identified weeks later. With the Grand Prince dead and Vladimir destroyed, organized resistance in northeastern Rus collapsed completely. The Mongols spent the next several weeks systematically reducing every fortified town in the region, spreading destruction across the landscape. The Mongol advance paused as spring arrived and the frozen rivers began to thaw, turning the ground muddy and impassable. Subutai withdrew his forces to the steppes south of Rus territory, allowing the horses to graze and the army to rest after months of continuous campaigning. This pause was temporary, a seasonal adjustment rather than the end of the invasion. The Rus principalities used this respite to bury their dead and attempt to rebuild, but they remained fragmented and weak. No grand coalition formed to resist the invaders. The surviving princes still competed among themselves and failed to grasp the existential threat they faced. Meanwhile, the Mongols prepared for the next phase of their campaign, which would target southern and western Rus. In the autumn of 1239, Mongol armies resumed their advance, this time directed toward the southwestern principalities and ultimately toward Kiev itself. Kiev held enormous symbolic and practical importance as the ancient capital of Rus, the city from which Christianity had spread throughout the region. Though it had declined from its earlier glory and was now just one principality among many, Kiev remained the spiritual and cultural heart of Rus civilization. Its churches and monasteries housed treasures accumulated over centuries, and its position on the Dnieper River made it a vital commercial center. Prince Michael of Kiev had fled before the Mongol approach, leaving the city's defense to his military commander Dmitr. The citizens of Kiev watched from their walls as Mongol scouts appeared across the river, assessing defenses and preparing for siege. The siege of Kiev began in November 1240, with Mongol forces numbering in the tens of thousands surrounding the city completely. Contemporary accounts describe the noise of the Mongol camp as overwhelming, the creaking of ox-drawn siege engines, the shouting of commanders, and the bellowing of cattle brought for provisions. The city's fortifications were formidable, built up over generations and reinforced in anticipation of attack. But the Mongols had by now perfected their siege techniques against Rus cities, and they brought the full weight of their experience to bear. Catapults hurled stones and incendiary materials against the walls day and night, giving defenders no rest. Engineers identified vulnerable points and concentrated their bombardment with devastating precision. The walls of Kiev held for weeks under the relentless assault, longer than most Rus cities had managed. Commander Dmitr rallied the defenders with desperate courage, organizing counterattacks and repairs even as sections of wall began to crumble. But the outcome was never in doubt. The Mongols simply had too much experience, too many soldiers, and too much patience. On December 6, 1240, after breaching the outer walls, Mongol forces pushed into the city itself. Fighting continued for several more days as defenders fell back to inner fortifications and finally to the Church of the Tides, Kiev's oldest and most sacred building. When this final refuge collapsed under Mongol assault, organized resistance ended. The city that had been the jewel of Rus civilization was left in ruins, its population decimated, its churches burned or desecrated. The destruction of Kiev marked the effective conquest of Rus, though some outlying principalities remained untouched and would continue as Mongol tributaries. The invasion had demonstrated Mongol military superiority with terrible clarity. No Rus army could defeat them in open battle, no fortification could withstand their sieges, and no amount of courage could overcome the systematic efficiency of their campaigns. The death toll across Rus numbered in the hundreds of thousands, perhaps higher. Whole regions had been depopulated, their cities reduced to ash. The Mongols had not sought to occupy or administer this territory closely. Instead, they installed tributary relationships that demanded regular payments but left local rulers in nominal power. This system allowed the Mongols to extract wealth while focusing their attention on continued expansion westward. With Rus subdued, Batu and Subutai prepared for the next phase of the Western campaign, the invasion of Central Europe. Their armies had been reinforced with additional troops from Mongolia and had absorbed contingents of conquered peoples pressed into service. Polish and Hungarian kingdoms lay ahead, wealthy lands whose rulers had heard terrifying reports of Mongol atrocities in Rus but had done little to prepare coordinated defenses. The Mongols planned to divide their forces and attack along multiple routes simultaneously, a strategy that had worked brilliantly in Rus and would test whether European kingdoms could mount a more effective resistance. The stage was set for the deepest Mongol penetration into Europe, campaigns that would shake medieval Christendom to its foundations. Back in Karakorum, Ögedei received reports of the Western campaign's progress with satisfaction. His generals had extended Mongol rule thousands of miles beyond what his father had achieved, and they showed no signs of stopping. The Great Khan continued to administer his vast empire from his palace, balancing the demands of multiple frontiers, managing relations among his quarrelsome relatives, and drinking wine late into the night with his companions. He had proven himself worthy of his father's legacy, consolidating and expanding the empire through both military might and administrative innovation. Yet Ögedei's health was declining. Years of heavy drinking were taking their toll on his constitution. He would not live to see the full extent of the Western campaigns, nor would he witness the limits that would finally check Mongol expansion. The campaigns in Rus had demonstrated both the incredible power of the Mongol military machine and the strategic vision that guided it. In just 3 years, forces under Batu and Subutai had conquered territories larger than most European kingdoms, destroying armies and cities that had stood for centuries. They had done so in winter, in forests, across rivers, adapting their steppe cavalry tactics to unfamiliar terrain without losing effectiveness. The systematic nature of their conquest, the intelligence gathering, the psychological warfare, the coordination across vast distances revealed a sophistication that went far beyond the barbaric horde of European imagination. These were armies directed by brilliant minds, supplied by efficient logistics, and driven by an imperial vision that encompassed the entire known world. The suffering inflicted on the peoples of Rus would echo through Russian history for generations. Chronicles written by survivors speak of cities left empty, fields left fallow, and noble lineages extinguished in a few terrible years. The Mongol conquest disrupted trade routes, destroyed cultural centers, and killed a significant portion of the population. Yet it also created new connections, linking Rus to a vast Eurasian system that eventually facilitated trade and cultural exchange. The principalities that survived as Mongol tributaries would eventually give rise to the state of Muscovy and ultimately Russia itself, shaped in part by their long experience under Mongol overlordship. The trauma of the conquest became embedded in Russian historical memory, a formative catastrophe that defined how Russians understood their relationship with Asia and Europe. For the Mongol Empire, the Western campaigns represented the high watermark of expansion but also the beginning of strain. The distances involved in campaigning so far from Mongolia stretched supply lines and communication to their limits. Individual princes commanded armies in the field for years at a time, developing their own power bases and ambitions beyond Ögedei's direct control. Batu would eventually establish his own Khanate based on the Volga River, the Golden Horde, which would become increasingly independent from Karakorum. The empire that Genghis Khan had forged through personal charisma and military genius was becoming too large for any single leader to control directly. Ögedei's administrative reforms helped manage this vastness, but they could not prevent the eventual fragmentation that would divide the empire into competing successor states. As winter settled over Karakorum in the early 1240s, Ögedei Khan could look back on accomplishments that rivaled his father's. He had destroyed the Jin Dynasty, built an imperial capital, extended Mongol rule into Europe, and created administrative systems that bound distant territories together. Yet the effort had exhausted him, both physically and perhaps spiritually. He was now in his 50s, an old man by the standards of his time, and the wine-soaked banquets that he loved were destroying his health. In another year he would be dead, leaving the question of succession to once again convulse the empire in political struggle. But in these quiet moments, reviewing reports from his generals and gazing out at the city he had built from nothing, Ögedei Khan had every reason to believe that the Mongol Empire would continue its inexorable expansion, eventually bringing the entire world under the rule of his family. The winter of 1240 turned to spring, and across the frozen Carpathian passes came news that made the courts of Europe shudder. Mongol armies were gathering on the eastern frontier, not as raiding parties but as organized invasion forces numbering in the tens of thousands. The great campaign that had consumed Russia and the steppes now turned its gaze westward, toward the wealthy kingdoms of Poland and Hungary. Batu Khan, grandson of Chinggis and commander of the Western Campaign, had spent the previous year consolidating control over the Russian principalities. His armies had wintered in the ruins of Kiev, that ancient jewel of Orthodox Christianity, now reduced to scattered neighborhoods amid fields of ash. The Mongol commanders used those cold months to gather intelligence, interrogate travelers, and study the roads and rivers that led into the heart of Europe. Beside Bata stood Subutai, the aging general whose tactical brilliance had shaped Mongol victories for nearly 4 decades. He was now nearly 60 years old, an extraordinary age for a warrior of the steppes, yet his mind remained as sharp as the day he had ridden beside Chinggis himself. Together, Batu and Subutai planned a campaign of unprecedented scope, a simultaneous invasion along multiple axes, designed to prevent European armies from uniting against them. The target kingdoms were chosen with strategic precision that reflected months of careful reconnaissance and planning. Poland lay to the northwest, its duchies fragmented by succession disputes but still capable of fielding substantial cavalry forces drawn from its noble class. Hungary stretched across the Great Plain to the southwest, a kingdom of horsemen and archers whose military traditions bore faint echoes of their own steppe origins centuries before. Between these two kingdoms lay the geographic reality that would shape the Mongol strategy for the coming campaign. The Carpathian Mountains formed a natural barrier, a spine of forested peaks and narrow passes that divided the invasion routes into separate corridors. The Mongols would not try to force their entire army through a single choke point where European defenders might concentrate their strength. Instead, Subutai designed a campaign of multiple columns advancing along parallel routes, maintaining communication through mounted couriers. The northern columns would sweep through Poland, eliminating any threat to the Mongol flank and preventing Polish armies from marching south to aid Hungary. The southern columns would penetrate Hungary itself, the true prize, where the broad plains offered ideal terrain for the Mongol style of mobile warfare. In early 1241, as the last snows melted from the mountain passes, the invasion began with the methodical precision of a machine. 3 separate Mongol columns entered Poland from different directions, each commanded by experienced generals who understood their role in the broader design. Their orders were clear: defeat any armed resistance, devastate the countryside to prevent mobilization of further opposition, and drive westward toward Silesia. The Polish duchies, divided among competing branches of the PS dynasty, struggled to coordinate a unified response to the crisis. Duke Henry II of Silesia, called Henry the Pious, began gathering forces at his capital of Legnica, known to German speakers as Liegnitz. He sent urgent messages to neighboring princes and to the military orders, those warrior monks whose fortified commanderies dotted the frontier regions. The response came slowly, hampered by the fragmented nature of political authority and the sheer speed of the Mongol advance. Knights from across Silesia rode to join Duke Henry's growing army, their armor glinting in the early spring sun as they assembled on the training fields outside the city walls. Teutonic knights marched in disciplined columns, their white surcoats marked with black crosses, veterans of the brutal warfare against pagan tribes in Prussia and Livonia. Templars arrived as well, fewer in number but renowned for their skill and discipline, their red crosses a symbol of Christian military might. Duke Henry's army grew to perhaps 20,000 men, a substantial force by European standards, though the exact numbers remain uncertain across the centuries. They were not the disorganized levies that had sometimes characterized medieval armies, but experienced warriors gathered from across the region. The Mongol column approaching Liegnitz numbered perhaps 20,000 as well, commanded by Kaidu, a cousin of Batu and an experienced general. His forces had already fought several engagements in Poland, defeating smaller forces in burning towns that refused immediate surrender. The Mongol commanders had learned the rhythms of European warfare, the heavy cavalry charge, the reliance on armored shock tactics, the relative immobility once battle was joined. On April 9, 1241, the two armies met on the plain near Liegnitz, a landscape of fields and scattered woodlands still muddy from winter rains. Duke Henry arrayed his forces in the traditional manner, with armored cavalry in the center and flanks, supported by infantry drawn from the towns and countryside. The Mongols deployed in their customary dispersed formations, horsemen in loose groups that could wheel and reform with practiced ease. The battle opened with a Mongol advance that seemed almost tentative, light cavalry riding forward to loose arrows at long range. The European knights, eager to close with an enemy they had been taught to meet with lance and sword, began to advance toward these scattered horsemen. What happened next was a maneuver the Mongols had perfected across dozens of battlefields, from China to the Caucasus. The Mongol horsemen began to retreat, not in panic but in coordinated withdrawal, maintaining just enough distance to remain beyond lance reach. Duke Henry's cavalry pursued, their formations beginning to stretch and lose cohesion as faster horses pulled ahead of slower ones. The chase continued for perhaps a mile, the European knights certain they were on the verge of routing a cowardly enemy. Then the Mongol reserve formations, concealed in wooded areas and behind low hills, struck both flanks of the pursuing European cavalry simultaneously. It was the classic feigned retreat, executed with the precision that came from constant training and absolute discipline. The European knights found themselves suddenly surrounded, heavy cavalry ideal for the charge but poorly suited for the swirling melee that now engulfed them. Mongol arrows fell in sheets, fired from close range by horsemen who could guide their mounts with their knees while drawing and loosing with both hands. The European armor, effective against swords and lances, proved less reliable against arrows fired at close range that found gaps at joints and vision slits. Horses screamed and fell, throwing armored riders who struggled to rise under the weight of their equipment. Duke Henry the Pious fell in the fighting, killed along with much of the Silesian nobility who had rallied to his banner. The Templars and Teutonic Knights fought with desperate courage, their discipline holding even as the battle turned into a massacre. But courage without mobility meant only that they died in their positions rather than in flight. By day's end, the European army had been destroyed as an organized force. The Mongols collected the years from the dead, a grim accounting method they used to tally enemy casualties for their reports. According to later chronicles, they filled 9 large sacks with these trophies, though such numbers in medieval accounts often served symbolic rather than literal purposes. What remained undeniable was the completeness of the victory. Another European army had met the Mongols and been annihilated. But Liegnitz was merely the northern campaign, a supporting operation meant to protect the Mongol flank and prevent reinforcement of Hungary. The true objective of the invasion lay 200 miles to the south, where the main Mongol army under Batu and Subutai was executing an even more ambitious plan. Hungary, with its broad plains and numerous population, represented both a strategic prize and a tactical challenge. King Bela IV of Hungary had received warnings about the Mongol threat months before the invasion began. Refugees from the Kuman tribes, themselves fleeing Mongol pressure, had poured into Hungary seeking protection, bringing tales of the devastating warfare that had consumed the steppes. Bela had granted them asylum, hoping to settle these pagan horsemen as a buffer population along his eastern frontier. The decision proved disastrous, breeding resentment among Hungarian nobles who saw the Cumans as dangerous foreigners and potential rivals. When the Mongol invasion began in March 1241, suspicion fell immediately upon the Cuman refugees as potential spies or collaborators. In a spasm of violence that weakened Hungary at the worst possible moment, Hungarian nobles murdered the Cuman Khan and many of his followers. The surviving Cumans, thousands of mounted warriors who might have reinforced the Hungarian army, instead fled southward toward the Balkans. They plundered as they went, extracting revenge for the betrayal and leaving a trail of burned villages through the very kingdom they might have helped defend. King Bela was left to face the Mongol invasion with only his Hungarian forces, his potential allies scattered or dead. The Mongol columns converged on Hungary through multiple mountain passes, each army moving according to a coordinated timetable that brought them into the Hungarian plain in synchronized waves. Bata's main force crossed through the Verek Pass, the traditional gateway through the northern Carpathians, while other columns penetrated through southern routes. By early April, Mongol armies were operating across Hungarian territory, their scouting parties ranging far ahead to gather intelligence. King Bela gathered his forces near the town of Pest on the Danube, calling his nobles to bring their armed retainers for the kingdom's defense. The Hungarian army that assembled numbered perhaps 15 to 20,000 men, built around armored cavalry similar in equipment and tactics to the Polish knights who had fallen at Liegnitz. Bela positioned his army to block the Mongol advance toward the heart of his kingdom. Batu and Subutai, approaching with the main Mongol force, demonstrated no eagerness for a hasty battle against a prepared enemy on ground of their choosing. Instead, the Mongol commanders began a careful advance, sending reconnaissance parties to probe Hungarian positions and map the surrounding terrain. They were searching for the perfect battlefield, a place where Mongol tactical superiority could be brought to bear decisively. The Hungarian army withdrew eastward as the Mongols advanced, King Bela hoping to draw the enemy away from the heartland while awaiting reinforcements that might still arrive from his nobles' distant estates. By early April, the Hungarian force had reached the Sejo River near the town of Mohi, where they established a fortified camp on the western bank. It was a strong defensive position, the river protecting their flank in front. On the night of April 10, 1241, the Mongol army approached the Sejo River and observed the Hungarian positions with professional thoroughness. Subutai's experienced eye assessed the bridge across the river, the layout of the Hungarian camp, and the surrounding landscape with its marshes and forested areas. He saw not an obstacle but an opportunity, and he began issuing orders for a battle plan of elegant complexity. The Mongol plan for the Battle of Mohi relied on the principle that had guided their tactics for decades: deception, maneuver, and the creation of multiple threats that would fracture enemy cohesion. A frontal attack on the bridge would begin at dawn, loud and violent enough to fix Hungarian attention in that direction. Meanwhile, a larger force under Batu would make a wide flanking march during the night, ford the river miles to the south, and approach the Hungarian camp from an unexpected direction. The night march began in darkness, thousands of Mongol horsemen moving with practiced silence through unfamiliar terrain, guided by scouts who had mapped the route during previous days. They located a suitable ford, crossed the Sejo River in the pre-dawn hours, and began their approach toward the Hungarian camp's flank and rear. The coordination required for such a maneuver, executed at night across unknown country, testified to the Mongol army's exceptional discipline and training. At dawn on April 11, Mongol forces struck the bridge across the Sejo with apparent fury, Chinese-designed catapults hurling projectiles at the Hungarian defenders who had fortified the western approach. The Hungarian army rushed to meet this threat, cavalry and infantry positioning themselves to hold the vital crossing point. For hours, the battle raged around the bridge, the Hungarians grimly holding their position against determined Mongol assaults. Then Batu's flanking force emerged from the marshlands south of the Hungarian camp, falling upon the defenders from a direction they had not anticipated or fortified. The Hungarian army, focused on the bridge battle to their front, suddenly faced attack from their flank and the real possibility of encirclement. King Bela's commanders tried to reorient their forces to meet this new threat, but the maneuver required time and space that the Mongol attack would not grant. The Hungarians began to retreat back toward their fortified camp, hoping to use its earthworks and wagons as defensive positions. But the Mongol pressure was relentless, horsemen pouring across the now captured bridge and through the southern approaches, converging on the increasingly compressed Hungarian formations. What had been an organized withdrawal began to fracture into smaller groups fighting for survival. Then Subutai revealed the final element of his tactical design, a refinement of Mongol practice that demonstrated psychological sophistication beyond mere military technique. The Mongol forces deliberately left open a gap in their encirclement, a clear route of retreat toward the west. It was an invitation to flee, and the exhausted, terrified Hungarian soldiers began taking it, abandoning their positions to escape through the apparent opening. What began as a trickle of deserters became a flood as Hungarian cohesion collapsed entirely, thousands of men streaming away from the battlefield in desperate flight. They abandoned their heavy equipment, their supply wagons, even their weapons in the single-minded pursuit of survival. And waiting along the routes of retreat were Mongol light cavalry formations, rested and ready, who transformed the flight into a massacre. For miles, the pursuit continued, Mongol horsemen riding down fleeing soldiers with arrows and sabers, showing the merciless efficiency that had become their hallmark. The Hungarian army, which had numbered perhaps 15 to 20,000 men that morning, was annihilated as an organized force. King Bela himself barely escaped, riding desperately westward with a handful of retainers, his kingdom's military power shattered in a single day. The casualty figures reported in chronicles likely represent exaggerations, but the scale of the disaster remains clear even through the fog of medieval record-keeping. Perhaps half the Hungarian army died on the battlefield or in the pursuit, with thousands more wounded or captured. The nobility of Hungary, the kingdom's military and political leadership, suffered catastrophic losses that would take generations to rebuild. The Battle of Mohi stands as perhaps the clearest demonstration of Mongol tactical superiority over European medieval warfare in this period. Subutai's plan combined deception, night marches, river crossings, coordinated attacks from multiple directions, and even psychological manipulation and the deliberate creation of an escape route. Against this sophistication, European tactics that relied on armored cavalry charges and static defensive positions proved tragically inadequate. With Hungary's army destroyed, the Mongol forces spread across the kingdom like a wave, meeting no organized resistance capable of stopping them. Towns and villages that resisted were sacked with systematic brutality, their populations killed or enslaved, their buildings burned to the foundations. Communities that surrendered immediately received marginally better treatment, tribute and submission, purchasing survival, though hardly prosperity or security. The Hungarian plain, that rich agricultural region that had made the kingdom prosperous, became a landscape of desolation. Mongol cavalry ranged freely, their scouting parties reaching as far as the approaches to Vienna, that German city on the Danube's western bend. In Italy, Pope Gregory IX called for a crusade against the Mongol invaders, but the response came slowly, hampered by political divisions and the sheer shock of what had befallen Christendom's eastern kingdoms. European chroniclers, struggling to comprehend the catastrophe, described the Mongols in apocalyptic terms as divine punishment for Christian sins or as literal demons from the depths. The speed and coordination of the invasion, the tactical sophistication demonstrated at Liegnitz and Mohi, and the apparent invincibility of the Mongol armies created a crisis of understanding. Europe's military aristocracy, raised in traditions of chivalric warfare, had no frame of reference for an enemy that operated with such ruthless efficiency. Through the summer and fall of 1241, Mongol forces consolidated control over Hungary and raided into Austria and Croatia. Batu established his headquarters in the Hungarian plain, preparing for what appeared to be a further advance into Central Europe once winter made river crossings easier. The wealthy kingdoms of Germany, Italy, and France lay beyond the horizon, seemingly defenseless against an enemy that had swept aside every force sent against it. Then, in December of 1241, news arrived from Mongolia that would change the course of European history more decisively than any battlefield victory. Ögedei Khan, the great Khan of the Mongol Empire and the supreme authority to whom Batu owed his position, had died. The exact date was probably in December 1241, though the news took weeks to travel the thousands of miles from Karakorum to the Hungarian plain. Ögedei's death transformed the strategic calculations of every Mongol prince and general involved in the European campaign immediately and completely. According to Mongol law and custom, the death of the great Khan required the convening of a Kurultai, a grand assembly of the empire's nobility and military leadership, to elect his successor. All princes of the royal blood were expected to attend, their presence both a right and a political necessity. Batu Khan, as a grandson of Chinggis and one of the most powerful military commanders in the empire, could not afford to be absent from the succession Kurultai. The question of who would become the next great Khan would determine the future distribution of power within the empire, affecting not just prestige but control over armies, territory, and the tribute flowing from subject peoples. His presence at Karakorum was essential. In the early months of 1242, Batu issued orders for the withdrawal of Mongol forces from Hungary and the return march toward the east. The decision was not made hastily or in panic, but with the same methodical care that had characterized the invasion itself. The Mongol armies pulled back through the Carpathian passes, leaving behind a devastated Hungary and a Europe that had been granted a reprieve it had done nothing to earn. The withdrawal was not a rout or an admission of defeat, but a strategic reorientation driven by political necessity within the Mongol Empire itself. The armies remained intact, their discipline unshaken, their commanders already planning for potential future campaigns. But the moment had passed, and the internal politics of the empire now took precedence over further Western conquests. Europe had been spared not by the strength of its arms or the wisdom of its leaders, but by chance and the workings of Mongol succession law. The same organizational principles that made the Mongol Empire so formidable in warfare, the subordination of individual ambition to collective law, the structured hierarchy of authority, had called its armies home when personal interest might have urged them forward. Ögedei's death saved Europe more surely than any army it could have fielded. In the years that followed, the Mongol Empire became increasingly focused on internal succession struggles and expansion into the Middle East and China. Europe, though it would continue to fear Mongol power for generations, never again faced an invasion of the scale and coordination demonstrated in 1241. The Golden Horde, the Mongol state that Batu established in the western steppes, would dominate Russia for centuries but would not attempt another major thrust into Central Europe. The Battle of Mohi and the campaign of 1241 faded into the realm of historical memory, remembered differently across cultures. In Hungary, it remained a national trauma, the subject of chronicles and later historical works that struggled to explain the catastrophe. In Western Europe, it became a near miss, a frightening reminder of vulnerability that gradually lost its immediacy as the generations passed. In Mongol tradition, it was one victory among many, a campaign cut short before its potential could be fully realized. Yet the events of that year demonstrated truths about medieval warfare that European military thought would take centuries to fully absorb. The Mongols had shown that strategic coordination across vast distances, tactical flexibility, and the integration of intelligence gathering into military planning could overcome advantages in individual fighting skill or defensive technology. These were lessons that would eventually reshape European warfare, though the path from Mohi to military modernity would prove long and winding, paved with countless other battles and hard-learned experience. The death of Ögedei Khan in 1241 did not immediately produce a successor, and the vast Mongol Empire entered a period of uncertainty that would last nearly a decade. The Kurultai, the traditional assembly of Mongol nobles and princes, could not quickly agree on who should wear the mantle of Great Khan. Different factions within the royal family maneuvered for position, and the empire that had conquered so much territory now turned its attention inward. The momentum of expansion slowed as the descendants of Genghis Khan debated among themselves about the future direction of their inheritance. Ögedei's widow, Khwarezmian Catastrophe, assumed the role of regent and worked tirelessly to place her own son Gayuk on the throne. She was a shrewd politician who understood the importance of building alliances among the disparate Mongol clans and regional commanders. Khwarezmian dismissed many of her late husband's ministers and replaced them with her own trusted advisors, consolidating her power base in Karakorum. For 5 years she managed the affairs of the empire while campaigning for her son's election, navigating the complex web of loyalties that bound the Mongol nobility. Her regency demonstrated that political skill mattered as much as military prowess in the administration of the vast territories under Mongol control. In 1246, after considerable political maneuvering, Gayuk was finally elected Great Khan at a Kurultai that brought together representatives from across the empire. He was Ögedei's eldest son and had participated in the invasion of Europe alongside Batu Khan, though the two men had developed a deep mutual animosity. Gayuk's reign began with promises of reform and renewed conquest, but his health was poor and his temperament unsuited to the diplomatic compromises required. He began preparations for a campaign that many suspected was actually directed against his rival Batu, whose immense power in the western territories posed a potential threat. The empire seemed on the verge of civil war between the houses of Ögedei and Jochi. Gayuk's death in 1248, after less than 2 years as Great Khan, plunged the empire back into uncertainty and prevented the outbreak of internal conflict. His widow Ögedei became regent, but she lacked the political acumen of Temujin and proved unable to maintain control over the competing factions. The empire drifted without clear leadership as different branches of the family positioned themselves for advantage in the next succession. The sons of Tamerlane, Genghis Khan's youngest son, began to emerge as serious contenders with the backing of the powerful Baghdad Khan. The interregnum revealed both the resilience of Mongol administrative structures and the potential fragility of an empire held together by personal loyalty to the Khan. Baghdad Khan, ruler of the western territories that would become known as the Golden Horde, played the role of kingmaker in the succession crisis. He was the son of Jochi and commanded the respect of the Mongol princes despite choosing not to claim the title of Great Khan for himself. Baghdad supported Möngke, the eldest son of Tamerlane and a capable military commander who had proven himself in campaigns across Russia and Eastern Europe. Together they orchestrated a Kurultai in 1251 that would finally resolve the question of succession and reshape the structure of the Mongol Empire. The alliance between the houses of Jochi and Tamerlane represented a shift in power away from Ögedei's descendants. The Kurultai of 1251 that elected Möngke was held in Mongolia rather than at Karakorum, and it excluded many supporters of the Ögedei line. Möngke was proclaimed Great Khan with enthusiastic support from Batu and the powerful princes who controlled the empire's western and eastern extremities. The new Khan moved swiftly to consolidate his position, purging officials loyal to the previous regimes and executing several members of the Ögedei family who were accused of plotting against him. It was a ruthless demonstration of power that established Möngke as a strong leader who would tolerate no challenges to his authority. The succession struggle that had paralyzed the empire for nearly a decade was finally over. Möngke Khan proved to be one of the most capable administrators to occupy the position of Great Khan, bringing order and efficiency to the vast territories under Mongol control. He was a devout follower of traditional Mongol shamanism but practiced religious tolerance, understanding that the empire's diverse populations required freedom of worship. Möngke surrounded himself with competent ministers and generals, including his younger brothers Kublai and Hulagu, whom he would entrust with enormous responsibilities. His court at Karakorum became a center of administrative innovation where officials worked to standardize practices across thousands of miles of conquered territory. The new Khan understood that conquest alone was insufficient without effective governance. One of Möngke's first major initiatives was to conduct a comprehensive census of the entire empire, a massive undertaking that required years to complete. Tax collectors and scribes fanned out across Asia to count populations, assess resources, and establish uniform systems of taxation and tribute. The census extended from the plains of Hungary to the rice paddies of China, documenting millions of people and creating detailed records of agricultural production and trade. This information allowed Möngke to rationalize the tax system and ensure that tribute flowed efficiently to the imperial treasury at Karakorum. It was an achievement of bureaucratic organization that demonstrated the Mongols' capacity for more than just warfare. The census revealed the true extent of Mongol power and helped Möngke understand the challenges of administering such diverse territories. Different regions had different economies, different systems of agriculture, and different cultural traditions that could not all be governed in exactly the same way. Möngke recognized that effective rule required flexibility and the delegation of authority to regional commanders who understood local conditions. This practical acknowledgement would lead to the gradual emergence of the four great khanates, each with increasing autonomy within the larger imperial structure. The empire was becoming too large for one man to rule effectively from a single capital. The Golden Horde, under Baghdad Khan and his successors, controlled the vast steppes of Russia and Eastern Europe with minimal interference from Karakorum. These territories stretched from the Carpathian Mountains to the Ural Mountains and encompassed numerous Slavic principalities that paid tribute to their Mongol overlords. The Golden Horde maintained the traditional nomadic lifestyle of the Mongols even as they ruled over settled populations of farmers and merchants. Their capital at Sarai on the Volga River became a thriving commercial center where goods from Europe and Asia changed hands. Batu's political support for Möngke was rewarded with virtual independence in managing his own domains. The Ögedei Khanate, named for Genghis Khan's second son, controlled Central Asia, including the vital trade routes of the Silk Road. These territories encompassed ancient cities like Samarkand and Bokhara, centers of Islamic learning and culture that had submitted to Mongol rule. The Ögedei Khans maintained a delicate balance between the nomadic traditions of the steppes and the settled urban civilization of Central Asia. Under Möngke's reign, the Ögedei Khanate enjoyed considerable autonomy in exchange for maintaining order along the trade routes and providing military support when required. The region's commercial importance made it essential to the empire's economic vitality. In Persia and the Middle East, Möngke would establish the Ilkhanate under the leadership of his brother Hulagu, creating a third major division of the empire. This region represented the empire's frontier with the Islamic world and required a strong military presence to complete the conquests begun under previous Khans. Hulagu would be granted extraordinary powers to subjugate the remaining independent Muslim states, from the Assassin strongholds in the mountains to the Abbasid Caliphate in Baghdad. The Ilkhanate would become the most culturally sophisticated of the Khanates, absorbing Persian administrative traditions and artistic accomplishments. Its creation represented Möngke's strategic vision for completing the Western conquests. The fourth Khanate was the Great Khanate itself, which Möngke ruled directly from Mongolia and which included dominion over northern China and the ongoing campaigns against the Song dynasty. This was the heartland of Mongol power, the steppes where Genghis Khan had first united the tribes and launched the conquests. The Great Khanate maintained the closest ties to traditional Mongol culture and served as the nominal center of the empire. Möngke stationed his brother Kublai in northern China to oversee the administration of conquered territories and the preparation for campaigns against the Song. The division of responsibilities among his family members reflected Möngke's understanding that the empire required multiple centers of power. These four Khanates were not yet formally independent states, but rather administrative divisions of a single empire with Möngke as the supreme authority. The Great Khan in Karakoram could still summon troops from all the Khanates for major campaigns and expected regular tribute and reports from his subordinates. However, the practical autonomy enjoyed by each Khanate was considerable, and local Khans made most decisions about governance, taxation, and military operations in their own territories. This structure represented a compromise between centralized imperial authority and the geographic realities of ruling the largest land empire in history. It allowed the empire to function despite the enormous distances and communication challenges involved. Möngke's administrative reforms extended beyond the census to include the standardization of weights and measures, the improvement of the yam system of relay stations, and the rationalization of military organization. The yam stations, which provided fresh horses and supplies for imperial messengers, were expanded and regularized across all territories. This allowed messages and orders to travel from Karakoram to the distant frontiers with unprecedented speed, maintaining the cohesion of the empire. Merchants were issued special passports that allowed them to travel safely along imperial roads, facilitating commerce and cultural exchange. These practical improvements in administration made the empire function more smoothly than it had under previous Khans. The Great Khan also reformed the military structure, ensuring that each region maintained specified numbers of troops ready for mobilization at his command. The traditional decimal organization of the Mongol army into units of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000 was reinforced and extended to the armies of subject peoples. Commanders were appointed based on merit and loyalty rather than solely on aristocratic birth, though members of the royal family still held the most important positions. Möngke personally reviewed the readiness of troops and the condition of equipment, maintaining the military excellence that had been the foundation of Mongol success. His reforms ensured that the empire's military power remained formidable even as its administrative complexity increased. With the empire's internal administration secured, Möngke turned his attention to completing the conquests that had been interrupted by the succession crisis of the previous decade. He conceived a grand strategic plan that would see simultaneous campaigns on two fronts separated by thousands of miles of territory. In the east, the Song dynasty in southern China remained the largest unconquered state in Asia, with a sophisticated economy and formidable military capabilities. In the west, the Islamic heartlands from Persia to Syria still resisted complete Mongol domination. Möngke decided to personally lead the campaign against the Song while entrusting the conquest of the Middle East to his brother Hulagu. The campaign against the Song dynasty represented unfinished business from the time of Genghis Khan, who had conquered the Jin dynasty in northern China but had not lived to subdue the south. The Song controlled a prosperous region of rice paddies, major rivers, and large cities with populations far exceeding anything in the Mongol homeland. Their military forces included skilled infantry, sophisticated fortifications, and naval capabilities that posed unique challenges to Mongol cavalry tactics. Möngke recognized that conquering the Song would require a different approach than the rapid cavalry raids that had subjugated the steppes. He spent years preparing for a methodical campaign that would utilize siege engines, naval forces, and the administrative resources of already conquered northern China. Möngke placed his brother Kublai in charge of organizing the logistical and administrative support for the Song campaign, recognizing his particular talent for Chinese affairs. Kublai established his base at Kaiping in Inner Mongolia, where he surrounded himself with Chinese advisors and began studying Song military capabilities and economic resources. The preparation included building a fleet of ships for river operations, training infantry units to complement the cavalry, and stockpiling supplies for what was expected to be a long campaign. Kublai's approach showed a sophistication about Chinese civilization that would later inform his own reign as Great Khan. The Song campaign was conceived not as a raid for plunder but as a war of conquest and occupation. In 1253, Möngke launched a campaign into the Dali kingdom in what is now Yunnan province, approaching Song territory from the southwest. This campaign served multiple purposes, both threatening the Song from an unexpected direction and securing the empire's southern flank. The terrain was mountainous and difficult, presenting challenges different from the northern plains where the Mongols usually operated. Möngke's forces adapted their tactics, using local guides and fighting in conditions that tested their versatility. The conquest of Dali demonstrated that the Mongols could operate effectively in diverse environments when properly prepared and led. It also positioned Mongol forces to eventually encircle the Song from multiple directions. While Möngke prepared for the decisive campaign against the Song, he dispatched Hulagu westward in 1253 with an enormous army to complete the conquest of Persia and the Middle East. Hulagu was granted authority over all the western territories and instructed to subjugate the assassins, destroy the Abbasid Caliphate, and continue through Syria to the borders of Egypt. The army assembled for this campaign drew contingents from across the empire, demonstrating Möngke's ability to mobilize resources from all four khanates for major strategic objectives. Hulagu's expedition represented the westernmost extent of Mongol expansion and would bring the empire into direct conflict with the centers of Islamic civilization. The simultaneous campaigns in China and the Middle East showed the remarkable reach of Mongol power at its zenith. Hulagu's campaign began with the systematic destruction of the assassin strongholds in the mountains of northern Persia, fortress communities that had resisted conquest for decades. These mountain fortresses, including the famous stronghold of Alamut, were considered impregnable by conventional military wisdom. The Mongols surrounded them one by one, cutting off supplies and using siege engines to breach their defenses. The Assassin Order, which had terrorized the Middle East for generations with its network of spies and killers, was effectively annihilated. The fall of Alamut in 1256 eliminated a persistent source of instability in the region and demonstrated Mongol determination to tolerate no independent power in their conquered territories. The psychological impact across the Islamic world was profound. The destruction of the assassins was merely a prelude to Hulagu's main objective, the conquest of Baghdad and the elimination of the Abbasid Caliphate. The Caliph al-Mustasim ruled in Baghdad, a city that had been the center of Islamic civilization for 5 centuries and contained vast libraries, magnificent palaces, and hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. The Caliphate had long since lost most of its temporal power, but it remained symbolically important as the spiritual center of Sunni Islam. Möngke's decision to destroy this institution reflected both strategic calculation and a willingness to target the cultural and religious centers of conquered civilizations. The fate of Baghdad would be decided while Möngke himself campaigned thousands of miles away in China. The coordination of these simultaneous campaigns on opposite ends of Asia required a sophisticated system of communications and logistics that few empires in history could have managed. Messages traveled between Möngke in China and Hulagu in Persia via the YAM system, allowing the Great Khan to remain informed of developments and issue strategic guidance. Supply lines stretched across the empire, with each Khanate contributing resources to support the major offensive operations. The ability to project power on 2 fronts simultaneously demonstrated the organizational capacity that Möngke had built through his administrative reforms. It was the high point of the Mongol Empire's centralized power, though it would also prove to be the moment when the seeds of fragmentation began to grow. Möngke's personal leadership of the Song campaign showed his commitment to completing the conquest of China, the richest prize in Asia. In 1258 he led his armies into Sichuan province, fighting in difficult mountainous terrain against determined Song resistance. The campaign proceeded slowly as the Mongols besieged fortified cities and adapted to the challenges of warfare in southern China's landscape of rivers and mountains. Möngke personally supervised siege operations and coordinated with Kublai's forces operating from the north. The Great Khan's presence inspired his troops and demonstrated that he was willing to share the hardships of campaign life. It was a continuation of the leadership tradition established by Genghis Khan himself. The climate of southern China, hot and humid compared to the Mongol steppes, took a toll on the invading armies and their leader. Disease spread through the army as it campaigned through the summer of 1259, and Möngke himself fell ill while directing the siege of a mountain fortress. The exact circumstances of his death in August 1259 remain unclear in the historical sources, with some accounts suggesting illness and others battle wounds. What is certain is that the Great Khan died in the field at the age of 51, in the midst of the campaign he had personally led to complete the conquest of China. His death would have profound consequences for both the ongoing military operations and the future structure of the empire he had worked so diligently to administer. The news of Möngke's death reached Hulagu in Persia after he had already conquered Baghdad in February 1258 and was preparing to advance into Syria. The destruction of Baghdad had been devastating, with the city sacked and much of its population killed in accordance with Mongol policy towards cities that resisted. The Caliph himself had been executed, ending the Abbasid dynasty that had ruled for 5 centuries. Hulagu had established the Ilkhanate as a functioning division of the empire and seemed poised to continue westward. The death of the Great Khan, however, required Hulagu to consider whether to return to Mongolia for the Kurultai that would select a successor or to continue his campaigns. The question of succession would once again interrupt the empire's military momentum. Kublai, who had been coordinating the northern front of the Song campaign from his base in China, also faced a decision upon learning of his brother's death. His armies had achieved significant successes and were positioned to continue the pressure on the Song dynasty. However, the selection of a new Great Khan would determine the future direction of the empire and his own position within it. Kublai had developed his own power base in China and had surrounded himself with advisors who understood Chinese administration. His vision for the empire was increasingly focused on completing the conquest of China and establishing effective governance over these rich territories. The succession crisis that followed Möngke's death would ultimately lead to civil war and the formal division of the empire into independent khanates. Möngke's reign of 8 years had represented the empire at its administrative peak, with effective central control and the capacity to conduct coordinated campaigns across 2 continents. His census and administrative reforms had created standardized systems that allowed the empire to function as a unified entity despite its vast extent. The emergence of the 4 Khanates under his rule represented both the maturation of the imperial system and the beginning of its eventual fragmentation. Each Khanate had developed its own character, administration, and relationship with the conquered populations under its control. The balance between central authority and regional autonomy that Möngke had maintained would prove difficult for his successors to replicate. The 4 Khanates that took shape during Möngke's reign would outlive the unity of the empire itself, persisting as independent states long after the authority of the Great Khan had become merely nominal. The Golden Horde would rule Russia for more than 2 centuries, profoundly influencing the development of Russian political culture. The Ilkhanate would preside over a renaissance of Persian art and culture even as it converted to Islam. The Chagatai Khanate would fracture and evolve, but its territories would eventually give rise to Timur and his own empire. And the Great Khanate would be transformed by Kublai into the Yuan dynasty of China. Each of these successor states bore the imprint of Mongol military tradition combined with the cultures of the peoples they ruled. The strategic vision that Möngke brought to the empire represented a high point of Mongol statecraft, combining military expansion with administrative consolidation. His decision to complete the conquests in both China and the Middle East through simultaneous campaigns showed an understanding of the empire's resources and capabilities. The infrastructure of census records, standardized taxation, improved communications, and military organization that he created provided the foundation for effective governance. Yet the very size of the empire and the autonomy necessarily granted to regional khanates created centrifugal forces that would prove impossible for his successors to contain. The question of whether a unified Mongol Empire could have been maintained under different circumstances would occupy historians for centuries. Möngke Khan's death in the field, like that of Ögedei before him, demonstrated that the succession system of the Mongols remained vulnerable to the accidents of mortality. The Kurultai system theoretically provided for orderly transitions of power, but in practice it created opportunities for rival factions to maneuver and compete. The empire that Möngke had administered so effectively was about to enter another period of internal conflict and contested succession. His brothers Kublai and Erikbok would both claim the title of Great Khan, leading to civil war. The unity that Möngke had maintained through force of personality and administrative skill would fracture, and the 4 Khanates would begin their transformation into independent states. The empire had reached its greatest extent and its highest level of administrative development, but it had also arrived at the beginning of its division. In the year 1255, Möngke Khan summoned his younger brother Hulagu to the imperial court at Karakorum. The Great Khan had divided the world among his brothers, and now he assigned Hulagu the western lands. Hulagu would command an army unlike any the Mongols had previously assembled for a single campaign. His orders were clear: subdue every fortress and city from the Oxus River to the frontiers of Egypt. Möngke provided Hulagu with resources that reflected the magnitude of his task. From every Mongol tumon across the empire, 2 warriors out of every 10 were selected for this expedition. Siege engineers from China accompanied the army, bringing with them the expertise that had toppled the walls of distant kingdoms. Hulagu's baggage train stretched for miles across the steppe, carrying disassembled siege engines and supplies for years of campaigning. This was not a raid but a conquest, methodical and absolute. Hulagu Khan was the 5th son of Talyui and Sorgatani Beki, a man raised in the shadow of empire. His older brother ruled as Great Khan, another brother, Kublai, campaigned in China. Hulagu himself had waited decades for his own command, observing the strategies that had built the largest contiguous empire in history. He was known for his deliberate manner, his careful planning, and a cold ruthlessness when dealing with those who resisted. Now, approaching 50 years of age, he would carve his own legacy across Persia and the Islamic heartlands. The army departed Karakorum in 1253, moving westward in carefully coordinated columns to avoid exhausting any single region's pastures. They traveled through Dzungaria and into the lands beyond the Oxus, where Persian cities had already acknowledged Mongol overlordship. Hulagu established his base of operations in the grasslands south of the Caspian Sea, a landscape that could support his vast herds. From there, he sent envoys to every fortress and city within his designated theater of conquest, offering the familiar choice: submission or destruction. The first major obstacle in Hulagu's path was not a city but a network of mountain fortresses. The Nizari Ismailis, known to crusaders as the Assassins, had occupied strongholds throughout the Alborz Mountains for more than a century. Their fortress at Alamut, perched on a rocky peak above the surrounding valleys, was considered impregnable. The Nizari had survived Seljuk sieges and Khwarezmian assaults through a combination of strategic assassinations and the natural defenses of their mountain citadels. They had killed kings, viziers, and generals who threatened their autonomy. Hulagu regarded the Nizari fortresses as intolerable obstacles to Mongol authority. In 1256, he turned his full attention to their systematic reduction. His engineers surveyed each fortress, identifying supply lines and water sources. The Mongols cut off access routes and settled in for siege warfare, employing the patient strangulation tactics they had perfected in China. Hulagu sent word to the Nizari Imam, Ruknaldin Kursha, demanding unconditional surrender. The young Imam, who had inherited leadership only recently, found himself facing an enemy that would accept nothing less than total submission. The siege of Alamut began in earnest in the autumn of 1256. Mongol catapults hurled stones against the fortress walls day and night, preventing any rest for the defenders. Chinese engineers directed the construction of siege towers and mining operations, undermining the foundations where direct assault proved difficult. The defenders of Alamut watched as one by one, the lesser fortresses of their network fell or surrendered. Winter brought no relief. The Mongols had stockpiled supplies and seemed prepared to wait for years if necessary. Ruknaldin Kursha negotiated from a position of increasing desperation as months passed without hope of relief. Hulagu offered terms: the Imam must come in person to surrender, and the fortresses must be handed over intact. In November 1256, Ruknaldin descended from Alamut and presented himself at Hulagu's camp. The Mongol prince received him courteously and immediately sent Mongol officers to occupy Alamut and the remaining Nizari strongholds. The defenders, promised safe conduct, opened their gates to the conquerors. What followed revealed the true nature of Hulagu's mercy. Once the fortresses were secured, Mongol soldiers systematically executed the Nizari fighters. The famous library of Alamut, containing centuries of Ismaili philosophical and scientific texts, was destroyed, though some astronomical instruments were preserved. Hulagu sent Ruknaldin east to meet the Great Khan, ostensibly to negotiate final terms. The young Imam never reached Karakorum. He and his retinue were killed on the road, likely on monks' orders. The Nizari state, which had terrified the Muslim world for generations, ceased to exist. With the mountains secured, Hulagu turned his attention southward to the jewel of the Islamic world. Baghdad had stood on the banks of the Tigris River for 5 centuries, the capital of the Abbasid Caliphate. The city's circular plan, designed by the Caliph al-Mansur in the 8th century, enclosed palaces, gardens, libraries, and mosques. Its population numbered perhaps 500,000 souls, making it one of the largest cities on earth. The House of Wisdom had once attracted scholars from every corner of the known world, and though its greatest days had passed, Baghdad remained the symbolic heart of Sunni Islam. The Abbasid caliphs no longer wielded the temporal power they had commanded centuries earlier. Turkish and Persian dynasties ruled the actual provinces of the Islamic world. The caliph's authority was primarily religious and symbolic. Yet that symbolism carried immense weight. The Abbasid Caliphate traced its lineage to Abbas ibn Abd al-Muttalib, uncle of the Prophet Muhammad. For more than 6 centuries, an unbroken succession of caliphs had ruled from Baghdad, their names invoked in Friday prayers from Spain to Central Asia. The caliph was the commander of the faithful, the shadow of God on earth. Al-Mustasim Billah had become the 37th Abbasid caliph in 1242. He inherited a much diminished realm, controlling little beyond Baghdad itself and some surrounding territories. Contemporary accounts describe him as a man more interested in pleasure and courtly ceremonies than in military preparation. He relied on advisors who were divided by rivalries and competing interests, unable to present a unified strategy. When Hulagu's envoys arrived demanding submission, Al-Mustasim faced a choice that would determine not only his fate but the fate of an entire civilization. The caliph's advisors offered contradictory counsel. Some urged immediate submission, pointing to the fate of every city that had resisted the Mongols. Others insisted that the sacred status of Baghdad would protect it, that Muslim armies would rise to defend the caliphate. The caliph's chief minister, a Shurei scholar named Ibn al-Alqami, reportedly advocated negotiation. The military commander Sulayman Shah counseled defiance, confident in Baghdad's walls and the supposed softness of the Mongol cavalry. Al-Mustasim wavered, sending messages to Hulagu that were neither complete submission nor outright refusal. Hulagu interpreted this ambiguity as resistance. In November 1257, he began moving his army toward Baghdad. The Mongol columns advanced from multiple directions, coordinating their movements with the precision that characterized their campaigns. Hulagu himself led the main force from the northwest, while his generals Baiju and Buka Timur brought additional Tumans from other directions. Chinese siege engineers accompanied each column, along with the massive baggage trains carrying disassembled siege weapons. The Mongols moved deliberately, securing their supply lines and subduing any fortresses that might threaten their rear. Baghdad lay on the western bank of the Tigris, protected by massive walls and the river itself. Suburbs and gardens extended for miles around the city proper, fed by an intricate network of irrigation canals. These canals were the lifeblood of Mesopotamia, unchanged in principle since ancient Babylonian times. They enabled agriculture in an otherwise arid landscape and supported the dense population that made Baghdad wealthy. The entire system represented centuries of accumulated engineering knowledge and continuous maintenance. The Mongol army arrived before Baghdad in January 1258. Hulagu established his camp to the east of the city, while his subordinate commanders positioned their forces to encircle the walls completely. The siege began with a methodical survey of the defenses and the surrounding terrain. Mongol engineers studied the flow of the Tigris and the layout of the canal system. They identified where siege engines would be most effective and where mining operations could undermine the walls. The Mongols had besieged dozens of fortified cities. Baghdad would receive the full application of their accumulated expertise. Al-Mustasim had perhaps 20,000 soldiers under his command, a force inadequate to defend the entire circuit of Baghdad's walls against an army that numbered, by various estimates, between 100 and 200,000. The caliph made a final attempt at negotiation, sending emissaries to Hulagu's camp with gifts and proposals. Hulagu's response was unambiguous: the caliph must surrender unconditionally, dismantle Baghdad's defenses, and submit to Mongol authority. Any other response would result in the city's complete destruction. Al-Mustasim still hesitated, unable to accept the unthinkable end of his dynasty. The Mongols began their assault in late January. Catapults and trebuchets hurled stones and incendiary materials against the walls and into the city. The bombardment continued day and night, giving the defenders no rest. Mongol engineers breached the canal system, flooding portions of the defensive works and making movement difficult for the defending soldiers. Chinese siege towers were assembled and rolled toward the walls, providing elevated positions for archers. The technical superiority of the Mongol siege warfare became evident within days. Baghdad's walls, impressive as they were, had been designed against armies lacking such sophisticated methods. By early February, sections of the eastern wall had been breached. Mongol assault troops poured through the gaps, establishing footholds within the city's outer districts. The caliphal army, undermanned and demoralized, could not contain the incursions. On February 10, 1258, Al-Mustasim recognized that further resistance was futile. He sent word that he would surrender personally to Hulagu, hoping that this final submission might earn mercy for his city and his people. The caliph emerged from his palace accompanied by his sons, his chief officials, and 3,000 members of the city's elite. Hulagu received the caliph with formal courtesy. Al-Mustasim prostrated himself before the Mongol prince, acknowledging defeat. Hulagu ordered the caliph to command Baghdad's remaining soldiers to lay down their weapons and for the entire population to exit the city. Over the following days, the people of Baghdad filed out through the gates, leaving behind their homes and possessions. Mongol soldiers directed them to areas outside the walls, separating them into groups. The stated purpose was to identify soldiers and confiscate weapons, but the true intent soon became horrifyingly clear. What followed was a massacre that shocked even a century accustomed to warfare's brutality. Mongol soldiers moved through the assembled crowds, systematically executing the men. Contemporary sources differ on the numbers. Some chronicles claim 40,000 dead, others suggest hundreds of thousands. Modern historians acknowledge the difficulty of precise counts but confirm that the killing was extensive and deliberate. Women and children were taken as slaves, the able-bodied men killed, and the elderly left to whatever fate awaited them. The streets of Baghdad ran with blood. Inside the city, Mongol troops methodically looted everything of value. They entered palaces that had stood for centuries, stripping them of gold, silver, jewels, and fine textiles. The great libraries of Baghdad, repositories of knowledge accumulated over 500 years, were emptied. Books were thrown into the Tigris or burned for fuel. Manuscripts containing works of philosophy, astronomy, mathematics, medicine, and poetry were destroyed without regard for their content. The famed House of Wisdom, already diminished from its Abbasid Golden Age, saw its remaining collections obliterated. Chroniclers recorded that the Tigris River ran black with the ink from countless books and red with the blood of scholars. Whether literally true or symbolic exaggeration, the image captured the magnitude of cultural destruction. Works that existed in single copies vanished forever. Scientific treatises, historical chronicles, and literary masterpieces that had survived since antiquity were lost. The burning of Baghdad's libraries represented one of history's great acts of cultural annihilation, comparable to the destruction of the Library of Alexandria. Knowledge painstakingly preserved and transmitted across generations disappeared in days. The Mongols also systematically destroyed Baghdad's infrastructure. They demolished the irrigation canals that fed the surrounding agriculture, rendering vast areas uncultivable. Palaces were burned, administrative buildings razed, and fortifications torn down. The destruction extended beyond military necessity. It seemed designed to ensure that Baghdad would never again challenge Mongol authority. The city that had been the jewel of Islamic civilization was reduced to a shadow of its former self, its population decimated, its treasures looted, its knowledge scattered or destroyed. The fate of Caliph al-Mustasim became the subject of various accounts, though all agree on his execution. The most widely circulated story holds that Hulagu, observing the Mongol superstition against spilling royal blood on the ground, had the caliph wrapped in a carpet. Mongol horsemen then rode over him repeatedly until he was trampled to death. Other sources suggest he was locked in his treasury and left to starve amid his useless wealth. A third account claims he was killed along with his sons in a more straightforward execution. Whatever the specific method, the result was certain: the Abbasid Caliphate, which had ruled since 750 CE, came to an end. The psychological and symbolic impact of Baghdad's fall reverberated throughout the Islamic world. For centuries, Muslims from Morocco to India had acknowledged the Abbasid caliph's spiritual authority. His name had been recited in Friday prayers, his symbolic approval legitimized rulers. Now that unbroken line of succession was severed. Chronicles from Cairo to Delhi recorded the shock and grief. Poets composed elegies for Baghdad. Scholars who had lost colleagues and libraries mourned not only personal losses but the destruction of a shared intellectual heritage. The material consequences were equally profound. Baghdad had been a commercial hub, connecting trade routes from China, India, Central Asia, and the Mediterranean. Its destruction disrupted trade networks and shifted economic patterns. The city would eventually be rebuilt, but it never regained its former preeminence. The population, once numbering in the hundreds of thousands, took generations to recover. The canals and irrigation systems that had sustained Mesopotamian agriculture for millennia were so thoroughly destroyed that some were never properly repaired, contributing to the region's long economic decline. Hulagu's conquest of Baghdad was not merely a military victory but a statement of Mongol power over the entire Islamic world. No city was too sacred, no dynasty too ancient, no walls too strong to resist the Mongol war machine. The message was reinforced by the thoroughness of the destruction. Hulagu sent reports of his victory back to Möngke, along with treasures looted from the caliphal palace. He also sent messages to the rulers of Syria and Egypt, demanding their submission. The fall of Baghdad served as both example and warning. In the decades that followed, Muslim historians struggled to understand how such a catastrophe could have occurred. Some blamed al-Mustasim's incompetence and his divided counselors. Others pointed to the sins of Baghdad's population, interpreting the disaster as divine punishment. Still others focused on the Mongols' military superiority and the failure of other Muslim powers to come to Baghdad's aid. The Mamluks of Egypt, the Seljuks of Anatolia, and other Islamic rulers had stood by while the caliphate fell, whether from inability to help or calculation that the Mongols were unstoppable. The destruction of Baghdad marked a turning point in Islamic history as significant as any event since the Prophet's death. The caliphate's end severed a connection to the early days of Islam, a continuity that had persisted through periods of strength and weakness. Later, a member of the Abbasid family would be installed in Cairo as a ceremonial caliph by the Mamluks, but this was a pale shadow of the institution that had ruled from Baghdad. The true Abbasid Caliphate died in February 1258, trampled under Mongol horses along with its last caliph. Hulagu himself established a new Mongol state, the Ilkhanate, ruling Persia and Mesopotamia as a subordinate Khanate within the Greater Mongol Empire. He made his capital at Moraga in northwestern Iran, far from the ruins of Baghdad. Hulagu would continue his campaigns westward into Syria, seeking to extend Mongol power to the Mediterranean. But the conquest of Baghdad remained his defining achievement, the act that established his place in history. He had extinguished a dynasty older than any in Europe and humbled the greatest city of the Islamic world. The survivors of Baghdad's fall scattered across the Islamic world, carrying their trauma with them. Refugees brought eyewitness accounts to Damascus, Cairo, and other cities. Scholars who had fled before the siege arrived at new courts, seeking patronage. Some of Baghdad's learning survived in these diaspora communities, preserved by those who had carried precious books away from the doomed city. Yet much was simply gone forever, lost in the fires or drowned in the Tigris, irreplaceable fragments of human knowledge and culture. In the centuries since, historians have debated the magnitude of the loss. Some modern scholars argue that earlier accounts exaggerated the destruction, that Baghdad had already declined from its Abbasid Golden Age, that other centers of Islamic learning preserved much of the knowledge. Others maintain that the fall of Baghdad represented a genuine catastrophe, a cultural destruction from which the Islamic world took centuries to recover. Both perspectives carry truth. The library burnings were both absolutely devastating and not quite the complete annihilation of Islamic civilization that contemporary chroniclers described. What remains undisputed is the symbolic weight of 1258. The fall of Baghdad marked the end of the classical Islamic period, the close of an age. The caliphate that had presided over Islam's greatest cultural and scientific achievements, that had patronized scholars and poets, that had embodied the unity of the Muslim world, had been swept away. In its place came new powers, the Ilkhanate, the Mamluks, the emerging Ottomans, but none could claim the same historical continuity or universal recognition. An era had ended, not gradually but abruptly, in fire and blood in trampled books. The ruins of Baghdad stood as a monument to the impermanence of even the greatest civilizations. The palaces of the Abbasids, built to last forever, were rubble. The libraries that had preserved knowledge since antiquity were ash. The dynasty that had seemed eternal was extinct. Hulagu Khan had accomplished what his grandfather Genghis had done to the Khwarezmian Empire and what his brother Möngke was doing to the Song dynasty in China, the absolute subjugation of an ancient civilization to Mongol authority. The message was clear, written in the destruction of Baghdad for all to read. In the year 1251, a young Mongol prince named Kublai received an assignment that would alter the course of his life and the empire his grandfather had forged. Möngke Khan, newly enthroned as Great Khan, divided the vast territories among his brothers according to ancient steppe tradition. Kublai, then in his mid-30s, was granted authority over the northern regions of China that Mongol armies had already conquered. It was a posting that might have seemed unremarkable at the time, merely another administrative appointment in an empire built on conquest and tribute. Yet Kublai approached this responsibility with unusual curiosity and deliberation, qualities that set him apart from many of his kinsmen who preferred the saddle to the throne room. He established his base in the region south of the Gobi Desert, where Mongol pastures gave way to Chinese agricultural lands dotted with ancient cities. The young prince found himself governing millions of settled farmers, craftsmen, and merchants whose way of life bore little resemblance to the nomadic world of his ancestors. Where other Mongol commanders might have simply extracted wealth and moved on, Kublai paused to study the civilization he now administered. He surrounded himself with advisors drawn from the Chinese scholarly class, men educated in the classical texts and administrative practices that had governed China for centuries. These Confucian officials taught Kublai about taxation systems designed for agricultural societies, about granaries and irrigation projects, about the importance of ritual and ceremony in maintaining order. The prince proved a willing student, recognizing that governing sedentary populations required different tools than commanding cavalry across open steppes. He implemented reforms to protect farmers from excessive taxation, established schools, and patronized Buddhist monasteries, earning a reputation as a benevolent administrator rather than a mere conqueror. During these formative years in northern China, Kublai developed a vision that diverged from traditional Mongol governance models centered on the distant capital of Karakorum. He began to see himself not simply as a Mongol overlord extracting tribute, but as a legitimate ruler within Chinese tradition, responsible for the welfare of his subjects. This was a radical notion for a people whose identity had been forged in the mobility of pastoral life, whose greatest khans had ruled from felt tents. Yet Kublai commissioned the construction of a new city called Xanadu, which would later be romanticized in Western literature as Xanadu, complete with palaces and gardens that blended Mongol and Chinese architectural styles. While Kublai experimented with governance in the north, his brother Möngke directed the empire's military energies toward completing the conquest of China and expanding into new territories. The Song dynasty still controlled southern China, a wealthy region of rice paddies, navigable rivers, and prosperous cities that had resisted Mongol invasion for decades. Möngke planned a coordinated campaign to crush Song resistance once and for all, deploying armies along multiple fronts to overwhelm the Chinese defenses. In 1258, the Great Khan personally led an army into Sichuan province, besieging fortified cities along mountain passes where Song forces made their stand. The siege of Fishing Town Fortress dragged on through the sweltering summer of 1259, with Mongol forces struggling against determined defenders and the unfamiliar challenges of Chinese fortification techniques. Unlike the open field battles where Mongol cavalry excelled, sieges required patience, engineering, and the willingness to sustain casualties while battering stone walls. Möngke Khan established his camp outside the fortress walls, directing operations and waiting for his siege engines to break through. Then, in August of that year, illness struck the great Khan, and within days he was dead, his body carried back north toward Mongolia according to the secret burial rites of his people. News of Möngke's death rippled across the empire with the speed of the horse relay system that connected distant provinces to the center. In an instant, the question of succession reopened, threatening to fracture the vast domain that stretched from Korea to Hungary. According to Mongol custom, the Kurultai, the assembly of princes and nobles, should convene to elect a new great Khan from among the eligible candidates. But Möngke had left no clear heir, and his brothers, commanding armies in far-flung corners of the empire, began to calculate their positions and opportunities. Kublai received word of his brother's death while campaigning against Song forces in central China, where he had crossed the Yangtze River with his armies. The news presented him with an immediate dilemma that would define the rest of his life and the future of the Mongol Empire. He could continue his military campaign, pressing the advantage against the Song and potentially securing a decisive victory that would add all of China to Mongol domains. Or he could abandon the campaign, race back north, and position himself for the succession struggle that was certain to follow. He chose succession, turning his armies northward and marching with all speed toward his power base in northern China and Mongolia beyond. This decision revealed Kublai's political instincts and his understanding that supreme power, once seized, would enable him to complete the conquest of China on his own terms. But he was not the only prince harboring ambitions for the throne of the great Khan. His younger brother Bok, who had remained in the Mongol heartland while Kublai and others campaigned abroad, was already maneuvering to claim the title for himself. Bok enjoyed significant advantages in this contest, advantages rooted in geography and tradition that might have overwhelmed a less determined opponent. He was in Karakoram, the capital founded by Ögedei Khan, where the sacred standards of Genghis Khan were kept and where tradition dictated the Kurultai should convene. He had the support of many traditionalist Mongol nobles who viewed the heartland as the true center of their empire, who distrusted the growing influence of Chinese and Persian advisors at the courts of their more cosmopolitan kinsmen. In their eyes, Bok represented authentic Mongol values, untainted by the sedentary civilizations the empire had absorbed. In the spring of 1260, two separate Kurultais convened, an unprecedented split that formalized the division threatening to tear the empire apart. Bok's assembly in Karakoram proclaimed him Great Khan, with support from princes and commanders who controlled the Mongolian heartland and the western steppes. Meanwhile, Kublai convened his own assembly in his base at Kaiping, later renamed Xanadu, where his supporters, including many princes who had served in China and recognized his administrative talents, declared him the rightful Great Khan. The stage was set for civil war, Mongol against Mongol, in a conflict that would determine not just who held supreme power but what kind of empire would emerge from the struggle. Kublai commanded larger armies and controlled the wealth of northern China, resources that could sustain a prolonged conflict and feed his soldiers. Bok held the symbolic heartland and the loyalty of warriors who saw themselves as guardians of their ancestors' traditions. Neither brother would yield without a fight, and the empire their grandfather had built now turned its formidable military apparatus inward. The civil war began with maneuvering for strategic advantage rather than immediate battle, as both sides sought to secure supply lines and win over uncommitted princes. Kublai recognized that his position in China, while providing wealth, also separated him from the traditional sources of Mongol legitimacy in the heartland. He needed to demonstrate both military superiority and his credentials as a proper Mongol Khan, not merely a Sinicized prince playing a Chinese emperor. His forces moved northward into Mongolia, securing pastures and cutting off Bok's access to horses, the lifeblood of Mongol military power. Bok's forces, though formidable, struggled with the logistical challenges that Kublai's control of Chinese resources created for his rival's position. The Mongolian heartland, while symbolically important, could not match the agricultural productivity and urban wealth of northern China's farms and cities. As the conflict dragged on through 1260 and into 1261, Erik Boke found his armies increasingly short of supplies, unable to sustain prolonged campaigns against an enemy who could draw on seemingly inexhaustible reserves. Several battles were fought in the borderlands between China and Mongolia, with casualties mounting on both sides as brother fought brother. By 1262, the tide had turned decisively in Kublai's favor through a combination of military pressure and political maneuvering that isolated his younger brother. Key commanders who had initially supported Erik Boke began to defect to Kublai's side, recognizing the practical reality that whoever controlled China's resources would ultimately prevail. Even princes from the western portions of the empire, though not directly involved in the fighting, sent messages of recognition to Kublai, acknowledging his claim to the title of Great Khan. In 1264, after 4 years of intermittent warfare that had exhausted both sides and accomplished little beyond destruction, Erik Boke surrendered to his brother. He traveled to Kublai's court and submitted formally, acknowledging defeat in the presence of assembled nobles and officials. Kublai received him with a show of magnanimity, sparing his brother's life, though many of Erik Boke's key supporters were executed for their rebellion. The younger brother would live only 2 years more before dying under circumstances that remain unclear, leaving some to wonder if Kublai's mercy had extended only to a delayed execution. With his position as Great Khan secured, Kublai faced a choice about how to govern the vast empire he now commanded. He could attempt to rule from Karakorum in the traditional manner, maintaining the capital in the Mongolian steppes and governing conquered territories as tributaries. Or he could embrace the transformation that his years in China had already begun, positioning himself as a Chinese emperor who happened to be of Mongol descent. In a decision that would define his legacy, Kublai chose transformation, though he would spend decades trying to maintain his legitimacy in both worlds. He ordered the construction of a new capital in northern China, on a site near modern Beijing where Jurchen emperors had once ruled before being swept away by Mongol conquest. This city, called Khanbalik, meaning the Khan city, would be designed according to Chinese principles of urban planning and imperial architecture. Yet it would also incorporate elements of Mongol tradition, with space for the felt tents where steppe nobles felt comfortable, parks for hunting, and compounds where the elite cavalry who had conquered half the world could maintain their martial traditions. The city rose according to a grand plan, with walls and gates aligned to the cardinal directions as Chinese geomancy prescribed. At its center, a vast palace complex would house the imperial court, complete with throne halls and reception chambers decorated in styles that blended Chinese dragons with Mongol motifs. Kublai recruited thousands of craftsmen, architects, and laborers to build his vision, creating a capital worthy of the ruler of what was arguably the world's largest empire. The construction would continue for years, but even before its completion, Kublai had shifted the center of Mongol power from the steppes to the edge of the Chinese agricultural heartland. Surrounding himself with advisors from diverse backgrounds, Kublai created a court that reflected the multicultural nature of Mongol rule and his own syncretic vision. Chinese Confucian scholars helped design administrative systems and advised on ritual matters, ensuring that the Khan performed the ceremonies expected of a Chinese emperor. Tibetan Buddhist monks provided spiritual guidance and legitimacy among the Buddhist populations of China and Mongolia. Muslim administrators from Central Asia, experienced in managing trade and taxation, oversaw financial departments. Mongol military commanders maintained control of the armed forces, ensuring that ultimate power remained with the conquering elite. This balancing act required constant attention and adjustment as Kublai tried to satisfy multiple constituencies with competing expectations and values. Chinese officials expected their emperor to honor Confucian traditions, to perform sacrifices at ancestral altars, and to govern through the bureaucratic apparatus that had served Chinese dynasties for centuries. Mongol nobles wanted their Khan to remain a warrior leader, to distribute wealth through generosity rather than systematic taxation, and to preserve the privileges that conquest had earned them. Kublai attempted to walk this tightrope by maintaining parallel systems of governance and identity. The proclamation of the Yuan dynasty in 1271 represented the culmination of this process in Kublai's most dramatic embrace of Chinese imperial tradition. By declaring a new dynasty, Kublai was not merely claiming to rule China as a foreign conqueror, but positioning himself within the mandate of heaven framework that Chinese political theory used to legitimize imperial rule. The name Yuan, meaning origin or beginning, was drawn from classical Chinese texts and suggested a cosmic legitimacy transcending mere military conquest. Kublai was declaring himself the rightful emperor, chosen by heaven to rule the Middle Kingdom. Yet the Yuan dynasty was unlike any that had come before in Chinese history, a point that both Kublai and his Chinese subjects understood clearly. The emperor and his core supporters were foreigners, steppe nomads whose ancestors had lived in felt tents and whose traditional values differed fundamentally from Confucian ideals. Kublai never fully learned to speak Chinese, conducting court business through translators even as he performed Chinese imperial rituals. His policies reserved the highest military and political positions for Mongols, creating a hierarchical system that explicitly privileged the conquerors over the conquered. The Song dynasty still controlled southern China, and Kublai's proclamation of the Yuan was partly a declaration that he, not the Song emperor, represented the legitimate continuation of Chinese imperial tradition. This claim would need to be backed by military conquest, a task that would occupy much of Kublai's reign as his armies gradually pushed southward. The Song had survived longer than any other dynasty facing Mongol invasion, protected by the Yangtze River, by their navy, and by the difficult terrain of southern China that negated many advantages of Mongol cavalry. Kublai approached the conquest of southern China with the same methodical patience he had shown in administration, recognizing that this would be a long campaign requiring adaptation of traditional Mongol tactics. He invested heavily in building a navy, recruiting Chinese sailors and shipbuilders to create a fleet capable of matching Song naval forces on rivers and coastal waters. He authorized the construction of siege equipment and the training of infantry forces better suited to the rice paddies and canals of the south than the cavalry that had conquered the northern plains. As Kublai consolidated his position in the north and prepared for the long war against the Song, he also faced challenges to his authority from other branches of the Mongol imperial family. His cousins who ruled the Ilkhanate in Persia and the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia increasingly acted as independent rulers rather than subordinate princes. The Golden Horde on the western steppes pursued its own policies without reference to the Great Khan's wishes. The unity that Genghis Khan had forged and that his successors had maintained, however tenuously, was fracturing into separate khanates that shared ancestry but little else. Kublai's dual identity as Mongol Khan and Chinese emperor reflected and reinforced this fragmentation, for his increasing focus on China necessarily meant less attention to the western reaches of the empire. The other khanates had their own populations to govern, their own resources to exploit, and their own challenges to face. They might acknowledge Kublai's nominal superiority as Great Khan, might maintain diplomatic relations and occasional cooperation, but they were becoming independent states. The Mongol Empire was evolving into a commonwealth of related but autonomous khanates, united more by shared history than by common governance. In Khan Balik, Kublai created a court of unprecedented splendor and diversity, a cosmopolitan center that attracted visitors from across Asia and beyond. Merchants traveling the Silk Road brought goods and ideas from as far away as Europe, while envoys from kingdoms hoping to curry favor with the powerful Khan arrived with tribute and requests. The city became a crossroads where Chinese, Mongol, Persian, Arab, and eventually European cultures mixed and exchanged, where a traveler might hear a dozen languages in the marketplace and see architectural styles from across the known world. Marco Polo, the Venetian merchant who would later write the most famous account of Kublai's court, arrived in this world in the 1270s and found it almost beyond belief. His descriptions of the Khan's palaces, of the paper money that circulated instead of coins, of the postal relay system that connected distant provinces, and of the wealth and sophistication of Chinese cities would seem like fantasy to European readers. Yet his accounts, however embellished, captured something true about the world Kublai was creating, a hybrid civilization that combined Mongol power with Chinese administration and the commercial networks that spanned the empire. Kublai's religious policy reflected his pragmatic approach to governing a diverse empire and his personal spiritual eclecticism that embraced multiple traditions simultaneously. He patronized Tibetan Buddhism, which had become popular among the Mongol elite, inviting lamas to court and supporting the construction of monasteries. He also maintained the traditional Mongol respect for shamanic practices and the sky god Tingri, participating in rituals that connected him to his ancestors. At the same time, he sponsored Taoist and Confucian institutions, recognizing their importance to his Chinese subjects, and protected Christian and Muslim communities whose members served in his administration. This pluralistic approach served practical political purposes, allowing Kublai to claim legitimacy among different communities by honoring their religious traditions without fully committing to any single faith. It also reflected the Mongol tradition of religious tolerance, a policy that had served the empire well as it incorporated peoples of many beliefs. Yet it sometimes created tensions, as when Buddhist monks and Taoist priests competed for imperial favor and engaged in theological debates at court, each trying to prove their doctrine superior and deserving of greater support. As the 1270s progressed, Kublai's regime solidified its control over northern China while preparing for the final campaigns against the Song dynasty in the south. The Yuan dynasty was becoming an established fact, no longer merely a proclamation but a functioning government with its capital, its bureaucracy, and its growing acceptance among the Chinese population. Kublai had achieved what no previous nomadic conqueror of China had managed, creating a sustainable synthesis of steppe and sedentary governance models that could maintain control over both populations. Yet the tensions inherent in this dual identity would never fully resolve, creating contradictions that would plague the Yuan dynasty throughout its existence. Mongol nobles resented the influence of Chinese advisors and the adoption of Chinese customs they saw as corrupting their warrior traditions. Chinese officials chafed under foreign rule and the privileged position reserved for Mongols regardless of merit. The rigid ethnic hierarchy Kublai maintained to preserve Mongol supremacy prevented the complete assimilation that might have created a truly unified culture, leaving the Yuan as a conquest dynasty that ruled over Chinese civilization without fully becoming part of it. Kublai himself embodied these contradictions, a man who wore Chinese imperial robes and performed Confucian rituals but who also maintained Mongol camps and led hunts on the northern steppes. He was an emperor who never fully mastered the language of his subjects, who relied on translators even while claiming the mandate of heaven. He was a Mongol Khan who spent more time in palaces than on horseback, who governed through bureaucrats rather than tribal assemblies, yet who never ceased to identify as the grandson of Genghis Khan and the bearer of his ancestors' legacy. The foundation of the Yuan dynasty in 1271 marked a transformation in the nature of the Mongol Empire and the beginning of a new chapter in Chinese history. For China, it meant rule by a foreign dynasty for the first time in centuries, an experience that would shape Chinese identity and political thought for generations. For the Mongols, it represented both an apex of achievement, the conquest of the world's most populous and sophisticated civilization, and the beginning of a process that would gradually absorb and transform the conquerors themselves. Kublai's achievement was to create a framework in which Mongol rule over China could endure beyond the immediate aftermath of conquest, establishing institutions and legitimacy that would sustain the Yuan dynasty for nearly a century. He proved that nomadic conquerors could govern sedentary civilizations not merely through extraction and oppression, but by adapting their methods while maintaining their distinct identity. Whether this represented the triumph of Chinese civilization over its conquerors or the successful adaptation of Mongol governance to new circumstances remained a question that observers then and historians since have debated. In the palace at Khanbalik, Kublai Khan sat upon a throne that represented both worlds he sought to unite and rule. Behind him stood the legacy of the steppes, the tradition of Genghis Khan and the conquests that had built the largest land empire in history. Before him lay the vast territory of China, with its ancient culture, its millions of subjects, and its sophisticated civilization that had endured for millennia. He was both Khan and emperor, both Mongol warrior and Chinese son of heaven, creating a unique historical moment that would never quite be replicated. By the year 1260, the Mongol Empire had swept across the steppe and shattered kingdoms from Korea to the banks of the Danube. Yet the wealthiest prize in all of Asia remained beyond their grasp, protected by geography and the patient strategies of retreat. The southern Song dynasty controlled the lush river valleys and prosperous cities south of the Yangtze River, a realm of canals and rice paddies where Mongol cavalry found their advantage diminished. For nearly 4 decades, the Song had survived through tribute payments, defensive fortifications, and the natural barriers that made southern China a fortress of water and summer heat. Kublai Khan, newly proclaimed Great Khan and increasingly focused on his Chinese domains, understood that conquest of the Song would require methods his grandfather Genghis had never needed to master. The rolling grasslands of Central Asia had rewarded speed and mobility, but southern China presented rivers a mile wide, cities surrounded by moats and stone walls, and a climate that turned armor into furnaces during the long humid summers. The Mongols would need to become something they had never been before: masters of naval warfare, engineers of siege technology, and patient administrators willing to wage a war measured in years rather than seasons. The southern Song dynasty in the 13th century represented perhaps the most sophisticated civilization on earth, a culture that had refined the arts of governance, commerce, and technology across 3 centuries of continuous development. Its cities teemed with merchants trading porcelain, silk, and tea along maritime routes that stretched to India and beyond. Song engineers had mastered the printing of books, the casting of iron in quantities that would not be matched in Europe for 500 years, and the use of gunpowder in military applications ranging from fire lances to explosive bombs. The dynasty's navy patrolled the rivers and coasts with vessels propelled by paddle wheels, some large enough to carry several hundred soldiers into battle. Yet for all its wealth and innovation, the Song dynasty had lived under the shadow of foreign pressure since its founding, always vulnerable to the mounted warriors of the northern steppes. The dynasty had already lost its northern territories to the Jin Dynasty over a century before, retreating south of the Huai River and rebuilding their capital at Hangzhou. The Song emperors had paid tribute to their northern neighbors for generations, accepting a humiliating but practical arrangement that preserved their autonomy and allowed their economy to flourish. When the Mongols destroyed the Jin dynasty in the 1230s, the Song initially celebrated the defeat of their old enemy, but they soon discovered they had merely exchanged one threat for a far more terrible successor. The border between Mongol-controlled northern China and Song territories became a zone of intermittent warfare, raiding, and negotiation that lasted through the 1250s and into the next decade. Mongol commanders probed Song defenses, testing fortifications and learning the geography of rivers that flowed east toward the sea in meandering courses that created natural defensive lines. The Song concentrated their military resources in heavily fortified cities along the Huai River and the upper reaches of the Han River, key positions that controlled access to the interior. These cities were not simple walled towns but sophisticated defensive complexes with multiple layers of walls, water-filled moats, and garrisons numbering in the tens of thousands, supplied by the dynasty's efficient canal network. Kublai Khan's strategy for conquering the Song began with the recognition that his armies needed to control the river systems that served as the dynasty's highways and defensive barriers. He ordered the construction of a Mongol navy, an undertaking that must have seemed almost absurd to the steppe warriors who had never needed ships to conquer their enemies. Chinese and Korean shipwrights entered Mongol service, teaching the conquerors the arts of naval architecture and the handling of vessels in river currents and coastal waters. Mongol soldiers, who had spent their lives on horseback, now drilled in the unfamiliar environment of rocking decks and the coordination required to maneuver vessels into battle formations. The critical first objective of Kublai's campaign was not a dramatic thrust toward the Song capital but the patient reduction of 2 fortress cities that controlled access to the Han River Valley. Xiangyang and its twin city Fancheng stood on opposite banks of the Han River in what is now Hubei province, their walls rising above the water and their garrisons prepared for a siege that would test the endurance of both attacker and defender. These cities guarded the route from Mongol-held territories into the heart of Song China, and as long as they remained in Song hands, any deeper invasion would leave Mongol supply lines vulnerable to counterattack. Kublai assigned the siege to his most capable commanders and committed to a campaign that would last not months but years. The siege of Shenyang and Fancheng began in 1268 with Mongol forces surrounding the cities and establishing fortified camps that gradually tightened the noose around the defenders. The initial Mongol strategy focused on cutting the cities off from resupply and reinforcement, building walls and watchtowers that monitored every approach by land and deploying their new river fleet to patrol the Han River. Song relief forces attempted repeatedly to break through the Mongol lines, sometimes succeeding in delivering supplies by river under cover of darkness or through sheer force of numbers that overwhelmed isolated Mongol positions. The defenders of Shenyang, led by capable commanders loyal to the Song court, settled in for a long resistance, confident that their walls and supplies would outlast the patience of the besiegers. For 5 years the siege continued with neither side able to achieve a decisive advantage, a grinding stalemate that consumed resources and lives in the mathematics of attrition. Mongol soldiers learned to build pontoon bridges across the river, only to see them destroyed by Song naval attacks or spring floods that swelled the Han into a torrent. Song defenders rationed food and waited for relief armies that sometimes came and sometimes failed, each failed relief effort deepening the despair within the walls. Kublai Khan, ruling from his capital in the north, continued to send reinforcements and supplies to the siege camps, demonstrating a patience that his more impetuous ancestors might not have possessed. He understood that breaking the Song dynasty required breaking the symbol of resistance that Shenyang represented. The decisive change in the siege came in 1272 when Muslim engineers from Central Asia arrived at Shenyang with designs for counterweight trebuchets far more powerful than any siege engine previously used in China. These devices, developed in the Islamic world and refined through decades of crusader warfare in the Middle East, used the principle of a massive counterweight to hurl stones weighing hundreds of pounds across distances that placed them beyond the range of defending archers. The engineers, working under the direction of Kublai's commanders, constructed several of these machines from timber cut from nearby forests, assembling them within range of Fancheng's walls while defenders watched helplessly from the battlements. When the great trebuchets began their bombardment, the impact on the defenders' morale proved as significant as the physical destruction they inflicted on walls and buildings. Stones arced through the air in trajectories that brought them crashing down into crowded streets and against fortifications designed for a different scale of warfare. Buildings collapsed, walls cracked, and the continuous bombardment made sleep impossible for the exhausted garrison that had already endured years of siege. Fancheng, the smaller of the twin cities, fell first in 1273 after its walls were breached and Mongol soldiers poured through the gaps in a final assault that left few survivors among the defenders who chose death over surrender. The fall of Fancheng doomed Shenyang, whose defenders could now watch across the river as Mongol engineers turned their trebuchets toward the second city. The Song commander, recognizing that continued resistance would only lead to the same slaughter that had consumed Fancheng, negotiated a surrender that allowed the civilian population to survive and offered the garrison the choice of entering Mongol service or returning to Song territory. Shenyang's gates opened in March 1273, ending a siege that had lasted 5 years and demonstrated to the Song court that their fortifications, however strong, could not indefinitely resist the resources and patience Kublai Khan was willing to commit. The road to the Yangtze River now lay open to Mongol armies. With Shenyang secured, Kublai Khan appointed General Bayan of the Baran tribe to command the final campaign against the Song dynasty, a choice that reflected the Khan's confidence in a commander known for both military skill and administrative competence. Bayan was a Mongol aristocrat who had risen through service to the empire, distinguishing himself in earlier campaigns and demonstrating the combination of ruthlessness and pragmatism that successful Mongol commanders required. He received orders to advance south along the Yangtze River Valley, reducing Song cities and fortifications in sequence while preserving the economic infrastructure that made southern China so valuable. This was to be a war of conquest, not destruction, aimed at delivering an intact and functioning realm into Kublai's hands. Bayan's army moved south in 1274 with a force that combined Mongol cavalry, Chinese infantry, and the river fleet that had been built and expanded over the previous decade. The campaign proceeded with methodical efficiency as Song cities along the route, demoralized by the fall of Xiangyang and facing armies that outnumbered their garrisons, surrendered after token resistance or no resistance at all. Song commanders who submitted peacefully were often confirmed in their positions under Mongol authority, while those who resisted faced the traditional Mongol response of cities sacked and populations massacred as warnings to others who might consider defiance. The psychological impact of Mongol victories, magnified by decades of fearsome reputation, often proved as effective as the actual military force Bayan commanded. The Song court at Hangzhou, watching their northern defenses collapse in sequence like dominoes falling in a predetermined pattern, attempted to organize resistance through emergency levies and appeals to regional commanders. But the dynasty was weakened by decades of internal political conflicts, corruption that had hollowed out military effectiveness, and the simple reality that the Mongol Empire could draw on resources from across Asia while the Song controlled only their diminishing southern territories. Song officials who had grown wealthy through trade and taxation now discovered that wealth alone could not purchase victory against an enemy willing to commit unlimited resources to conquest. Some officials argued for continued resistance, while others began secret negotiations with the Mongols to secure favorable terms for their own surrender. By 1275, Mongol armies under Bayan had reached the lower Yangtze River Valley, entering the richest and most densely populated region of Song China, where cities succeeded each other along the river and canal routes like pearls on a string. The scale of the population and wealth in this region exceeded anything most Mongol soldiers had encountered in their previous campaigns, even in the prosperous cities of northern China and Central Asia. Hangzhou itself, the Song capital, was a metropolis of perhaps 1 million people, its markets filled with goods from across the known world and its lakes and gardens celebrated in poetry as earthly paradise. The capture of such a prize required delicate handling to prevent the destruction of the very wealth that made the conquest worthwhile. The young Song emperor was a child, dominated by the empress dowager and court officials whose influence derived from palace politics rather than military competence or understanding of the existential crisis facing the dynasty. The court issued edicts calling for resistance, appointed new commanders to positions they could not effectively fill, and debated strategies while Mongol armies advanced steadily toward the capital. Some loyal Song officials organized local defense forces, determined to resist to the end, while others recognized the inevitability of defeat and sought to minimize the suffering of the population by negotiating surrender. The dynasty that had survived for 300 years through commerce, culture, and careful diplomacy now faced its final crisis without the military strength or political unity necessary to avert catastrophe. In early 1276, Bayan's armies reached the outskirts of Hangzhou and began surrounding the capital in a siege that would prove brief compared to the years spent at Xiangyang. The Empress Dowager, facing the reality of the city's indefensible position and hoping to spare Hangzhou the destruction visited upon cities that resisted, entered negotiations for surrender. Bayan, following Kublai Khan's instructions to preserve the capital intact, offered generous terms that guaranteed the safety of the imperial family and the civilian population in exchange for immediate submission. On March 28, 1276, the Song court formally surrendered, and Mongol soldiers entered Hangzhou peacefully to take possession of the palaces, treasuries, and archives of the wealthiest city in Asia. The child emperor and the empress dowager were sent north to Kublai's court as honored captives, symbols of the dynasty's submission. Yet the fall of Hangzhou did not end Song resistance, as loyalist officials and military commanders refused to accept the dynasty's extinction and rallied around surviving members of the imperial family who had escaped the capital. These loyalists retreated to the southeastern coastal provinces, establishing a court in exile and attempting to continue resistance from ships and coastal fortifications. Two young princes, brothers of the captured emperor, became the focus of this continuing loyalty, carried from port to port by officials and soldiers who could not accept foreign rule. The Song loyalist movement represented not a realistic hope of restoring the dynasty but rather a final expression of loyalty and cultural identity, a resistance that would continue until the last imperial prince was dead and the last general had surrendered or fled into exile. The loyalist Song court moved constantly along the coast of Guangdong and Fujian provinces, evading Mongol pursuit and drawing support from local officials and merchants who provided supplies and sanctuary. The movement attracted idealists and patriots who valued honor over survival, scholars who wrote poems about their loyalty even as they faced certain defeat, and military commanders who had spent their lives in service to the dynasty and could not imagine serving foreign masters. One of the young princes died of illness during the chaotic retreat, leaving his younger brother, a child of 7 or 8 years, as the last Song emperor, a boy who likely understood little of the grand historical drama playing out around him. Mongol forces under various commanders pursued the Song loyalists along the coast, using their navy to blockade ports and their armies to occupy cities that had provided shelter to the imperial remnant. The loyalists found their options narrowing as more ports closed to them, and the population, weary of war and recognizing Mongol victory as inevitable, ceased to provide support or actively cooperated with the conquerors. By 1279, the Song loyalist fleet had been pushed to the far south, near modern Hong Kong, where the coast offered fewer harbors and the proximity to Mongol-controlled territory made escape increasingly impossible. The final confrontation would come at sea, in a naval battle that would decide the fate of the last Song emperor and close the chapter on one of China's most accomplished dynasties. The Battle of Yamen took place in March 1279 in the waters near the mouth of the Pearl River, where the Song loyalist fleet had taken refuge in a bay protected by hills and shoals. The loyalists had perhaps 1,000 ships of various sizes, ranging from large warships to small boats carrying refugees, all lashed together in a defensive formation that created a floating fortress anchored in the bay. The young emperor's ship occupied the center of this formation, surrounded by the vessels of loyal officials and protected by the remnants of the Song navy. Mongol naval forces, now numbering hundreds of ships manned by experienced sailors recruited from across the empire, blockaded the bay and prepared for a final assault that would leave the Song loyalists with no escape route. The Mongol attack came in waves, with ships attempting to break the Song defensive formation while archers exchanged volleys across the water and soldiers prepared to board enemy vessels in close combat. The Song ships, lashed together for mutual support, found themselves unable to maneuver when the Mongol vessels broke through the outer perimeter and began setting fires among the crowded fleet. Smoke and flames spread through the tightly packed formation as burning ships set their neighbors ablaze and panicked crew members dove into the water or attempted to cut the ropes that bound the vessels together. The battle became a massacre as Song resistance collapsed under the combination of fire, Mongol boarding parties, and the simple mathematics of overwhelming numbers. As defeat became certain and Mongol soldiers closed in on the emperor's ship, a court official named Lu Xiufu made the decision that would end the Song dynasty forever. Rather than allow the 8-year-old emperor to fall into enemy hands and be paraded as a captive, Lu carried the boy on his back to the edge of the ship and leaped into the water, drowning them both in an act that later Chinese historians would celebrate as the ultimate expression of loyalty. Other officials and members of the imperial household followed Lu's example, choosing death over capture in a final gesture of defiance and devotion. The last Song emperor died in the waters of Yamen Bay, his body never recovered, marking the end of a dynasty that had endured through 3 centuries of war, invasion, and internal struggle. The Battle of Yamen eliminated organized Song resistance and left Kublai Khan as the undisputed master of all China, uniting the realm under a single ruler for the first time since the fall of the Tang dynasty 400 years earlier. The victory came at a cost measured not just in the years of warfare and resources expended but in the destruction of a sophisticated culture's political independence. Yet Kublai, unlike earlier steppe conquerors who had destroyed civilizations, intended to rule China as a Chinese emperor rather than merely extract tribute and leave ruins behind. He had already established his capital at Beijing, adopted Chinese administrative practices, and begun the process of transforming himself from Mongol Khan into Emperor of China, a dual identity that would define his reign. The conquest of the Song delivered into Mongol hands an economic and technological powerhouse that transformed the empire. Kublai ruled from a confederation of steppe warriors into a sophisticated state commanding resources unprecedented in the Mongol world. The population of southern China numbered in the tens of millions, farming rice paddies that fed great cities and producing silk, porcelain, and tea that European merchants would travel thousands of miles to purchase. Song China's tradition of civil service examinations, bureaucratic administration, and written law offered Kublai tools for governance far more sophisticated than the military administration his ancestors had employed. The challenge facing Kublai in 1279 was not how to conquer China but how to rule it, how to maintain Mongol military supremacy while governing a population that outnumbered his own people by perhaps 100 to 1. The Mongol conquest of China represented a turning point in world history, joining the most advanced civilization in Asia with the military power that controlled the largest contiguous empire ever assembled. Kublai Khan would spend the remaining years of his reign attempting to balance his Mongol heritage with his role as Chinese emperor, never fully succeeding in satisfying either his Chinese subjects who saw him as a foreign usurper or his Mongol kinsmen who increasingly viewed him as too Chinese. Yet in 1279, as his generals reported the death of the last Song emperor and the submission of the final Song territories, Kublai stood at the height of his power, the inheritor of Genghis Khan's legacy and the master of the richest realm on earth, facing a future that seemed to promise unlimited possibilities for the empire he had forged through patience, overwhelming resources, and the methodical application of force. The conquest had required the Mongols to adapt their methods to unfamiliar terrain, learning naval warfare, sophisticated siege techniques, and the patience necessary for campaigns that lasted years rather than the swift cavalry strikes that had built the empire. The siege of Shenyang demonstrated Mongol willingness to commit resources and time to achieving their objectives, while the campaign down the Yangtze showed their ability to coordinate complex operations combining land and naval forces across hundreds of miles. Bayan's generalship had been exemplary in its combination of military effectiveness and political pragmatism, preserving economic infrastructure while eliminating resistance. The Battle of Yamen, though a relatively small naval engagement compared to the great sieges and field battles of earlier campaigns, carried symbolic weight far beyond its military significance, marking the end of Chinese independence and the beginning of a new era under foreign rule. In the years following the conquest, Kublai would reorganize the administration of China, establishing the Yuan dynasty and implementing policies that favored Mongols and their allies while relegating the former Song elite to subordinate positions in the hierarchy. The conquered Chinese population would experience Mongol rule as a foreign occupation that disrupted traditional patterns of advancement and imposed harsh taxation to fund Kublai's ambitious projects, including failed invasions of Japan and Southeast Asia. Yet the Mongol conquest also connected China more fully to the networks of trade and communication that spanned Asia, bringing foreign merchants, missionaries, and travelers to Chinese cities and carrying Chinese goods and ideas westward along the Silk Road to the Middle East and Europe. The Song dynasty that perished at Yamen would be remembered by later Chinese historians as a golden age of culture, technology, and urbane sophistication, a civilization whose achievements in arts and sciences had been cut short by barbarian invasion. The dynasty's end marked the beginning of nearly a century of foreign rule that many Chinese scholars could never fully accept as legitimate, regardless of how effectively the Mongol emperors governed or how thoroughly they adopted Chinese imperial forms. The 8-year-old emperor who drowned in his loyal minister's arms became a symbol of that lost world, a child whose death represented not just the end of a dynasty but the extinction of China's political independence until the Ming dynasty would restore Chinese rule nearly a century later. Yet in 1279, as spring arrived and brought the news of victory to Kublai Khan in his northern capital, such future developments remained unknown and perhaps unknowable. The conquest of Song China stood as the culmination of decades of patient strategy, the greatest prize yet won by Mongol arms, and the foundation upon which Kublai would build his vision of a universal empire ruled from China. The rivers that had protected the Song for so long now flowed through territories under Mongol control, carrying trade goods and tax revenues to the capital where Kublai sat enthroned as great Khan and emperor. The wealth of southern China, preserved largely intact through careful strategy and generous surrender terms, would fund the administration of the vast Yuan realm and support Kublai's ambitions for further expansion. The age of conquest was giving way to the age of governance, and the Mongol Empire was transforming into something new, something its founders might not have recognized, but something that commanded the attention and fear of the entire known world. The Mongol conquests of the 13th century, for all their violence and upheaval, created something unexpected in their aftermath. By the 1260s, a single political system stretched from the Pacific coast of China to the Black Sea. The fragmented kingdoms and warring states that had made long-distance travel perilous for centuries now answered to branches of the same imperial family. This unification, however brutal its origins, opened routes that had been closed or dangerous for generations of merchants and travelers. The Mongols called their realm the Great Mongol Nation, and they understood that controlling territory meant more than military dominance alone. They needed information to flow quickly across vast distances, and they needed the wealth that trade could bring to their treasuries. So they built systems to make both possible, infrastructure that would transform the old Silk Road into something more reliable than it had been since the days of Rome. The result was an era historians would later call the Pax Mongolica, the Mongol Peace, a period when journeys of thousands of miles became, if not safe, at least feasible. At the heart of this system stood the Yam, a network of relay stations spaced roughly 25 miles apart. These stations stretched across the empire, from the borders of Hungary to the coasts of Korea and the edges of Tibet. Each station maintained fresh horses, food, and lodgings for travelers carrying the peza, the tablet of authority issued by Mongol officials. The tablets came in different materials, gold, silver, wood, each denoting the bearer's rank and the level of service they could demand from station keepers along the route. Messengers carrying urgent imperial communications could cover extraordinary distances using this system, changing horses multiple times each day. A letter from Khanbalik, the Mongol capital in northern China, could reach Persia in a matter of weeks rather than months. Merchants who obtained permission to use the Yam paid fees but gained access to this infrastructure, allowing them to move goods more swiftly and predictably than their predecessors ever could. The stations became nodes of commerce themselves, small communities that grew up around the constant flow of travelers and animals. The Mongols also provided something equally valuable to merchants: physical security along the routes they controlled. Bandits who preyed on caravans faced swift and brutal punishment, as did local officials who attempted to extort travelers holding proper credentials. The empire's reputation for merciless retribution against those who disrupted trade became a deterrent in itself. Caravans still traveled in groups for mutual support, but the fear of wholesale robbery that had plagued earlier centuries diminished significantly under Mongol rule. This protection extended to merchants of all religions and origins, a reflection of the Mongols' practical approach to governance. They worshipped their own gods and respected the shamanic traditions of the steppes, but they had no interest in forcing conquered peoples to abandon their faiths. Buddhist monks, Muslim imams, Christian priests, and Taoist sages all found places in Mongol territories, sometimes even in the same cities. This religious tolerance was partly pragmatic. Forcing conversion would have sparked rebellions, but it also stemmed from a genuine Mongol curiosity about different spiritual traditions and their potential powers. In this environment of relative openness and improved security, traders from distant lands began to venture farther than they had in generations. Muslim merchants from Central Asia and Persia had long traded with China, but now their journeys became more routine and less perilous. European traders, primarily from the Italian maritime republics, began to explore opportunities in Mongol territories as well. Among these were two brothers from Venice, Niccolo and Mafio Polo, who would set in motion one of the most famous journeys in medieval history. The Polo brothers were established merchants in Constantinople when they decided, around 1260, to venture into the Black Sea trade. They sailed to the Crimean port of Solaya, then traveled overland to the court of Berk Khan, ruler of the western Mongol territories known as the Golden Horde. The brothers carried valuable goods, likely including jewels, and they found a ready market among the Mongol elite, who had developed tastes for luxury items from the West. Their business prospered, but political circumstances soon complicated their plans to return home. War broke out between Berke Khan and his cousin Hulagu, who ruled the Mongol territories in Persia, making the western routes back to the Mediterranean too dangerous to travel. Rather than wait indefinitely in uncertain conditions, the Polo brothers decided to travel east, deeper into Mongol territories, seeking a safer route home. This decision, born of necessity rather than planned exploration, would take them far beyond any European merchants of their generation. They joined a caravan heading toward Bokhara, the ancient Silk Road city in Central Asia. The brothers spent 3 years in Bokhara, waiting for the regional conflicts to settle and for a safe passage to emerge. During this time they learned more about Mongol customs and likely improved their knowledge of Turkic and possibly Mongolian languages. Their patience was eventually rewarded when envoys of Kublai Khan, the Mongol ruler of China and Mongolia, passed through Bokhara on their return from a mission to Persia. These envoys had rarely encountered Europeans and were intrigued by the Polo brothers, encouraging them to journey east to meet the great Khan himself. The journey from Bokhara to Kublai's court took another year, crossing the deserts and mountain ranges of Central Asia. When Niccolo and Matteo finally arrived at Khanbalik around 1265, they entered a court of unprecedented scale and sophistication. Kublai Khan, grandson of Genghis Khan, was in the process of conquering the Song dynasty in southern China, and his capital reflected his ambitions to rule as a Chinese emperor while maintaining Mongol military traditions. The brothers presented themselves to the Khan, who received them with the curiosity he often showed toward foreign visitors. Kublai questioned the Polo brothers extensively about Europe, its kingdoms, its rulers, and especially about the Pope and the Christian religion. The Khan had encountered Nestorian Christians in his domains and various Buddhist and Muslim teachers, and he maintained an interest in different philosophical and religious systems. He asked the Polos to return to Europe as his envoys, carrying letters requesting that the Pope send 100 learned men to his court to explain Christian doctrine and Western knowledge. He also requested oil from the lamp burning at Christ's tomb in Jerusalem. The brothers departed in 1266, carrying golden tablets of authority that guaranteed them safe passage and assistance throughout Mongol territories. Their return journey took 3 years, following routes through Central Asia and Persia before they finally reached the Mediterranean. They arrived in Acre, the Crusader port in the Holy Land, in 1269, and then made their way back to Venice. Niccolo discovered that his wife had died during his long absence, leaving behind a teenage son named Marco. The young man had grown up barely knowing his father, raised by relatives while Niccolo traded in distant lands. The Polo brothers intended to return to Kublai's court relatively quickly, but circumstances delayed them for 2 years. The papacy was in transition, with no pope elected immediately after the death of Clement IV, and the brothers needed papal authority to fulfill their mission. They waited in Venice, and during this time they made the decision to bring young Marco with them on their next journey. In 1271, when Marco was 17 years old, the 3 Polos finally departed, carrying letters from the newly elected Pope Gregory X, though with only 2 Dominican friars rather than the 100 learned men Kublai had requested. The friars turned back when they reached Armenia, frightened by reports of regional warfare, but the 3 Polos continued eastward. Their route took them through the Armenian highlands into Persia, where they visited the trading cities of Tabriz and Kerman. Marco would later describe these cities in vivid detail, the merchants and their markets, the goods traded, the customs he observed. Whether he recorded these observations during the journey or reconstructed them years later from memory remains uncertain, but they provide glimpses of 13th century Persia under Mongol rule. From Persia, the Polos turned northeast toward the Pamir Mountains, the high ranges that later travelers would call the roof of the world. The journey through these mountains tested them severely, with thin air at extreme altitudes and bitter cold even in summer. Marco noted that fires burned with less heat in the high passes, an observation that suggests genuine experience of high-altitude conditions. The caravan routes through the Pamirs required weeks to traverse, following valleys and passes that had carried trade for centuries but never ceased to challenge those who crossed them. Descending from the Pamirs, the Polos entered the Darim Basin, the great desert region of western China known for its Silk Road oases. They passed through cities like Kashgar and Yarkand, where Buddhist, Muslim, and Nestorian Christian communities lived side by side. Marco's later account describes these cities as prosperous and well-governed under Mongol administration, with markets full of goods from across Asia. The Polos followed the southern rim of the Taklamakan Desert, stopping at oasis towns where they could rest and resupply before facing the next stretch of arid land. The journey across China itself took many more months, as the Polos traveled through the Gansu corridor and across the northern provinces. They likely traveled during the warmer months of 1274 and into 1275, arriving at Kublai's summer capital at Xanadu, the city that would inspire Coleridge's Xanadu. The entire journey from Venice had taken about 3.5 years, covering roughly 5,000 miles through some of the most challenging terrain in Asia. Marco was now in his early 20s, having spent his formative years traversing deserts, mountains, and steppes. Kublai Khan received the Polos warmly, particularly interested in the young Marco, who appears to have learned several languages during the journey and demonstrated an aptitude for observation and description. What happened next remains one of the most debated aspects of Marco Polo's account. According to the Travels, the book that recorded his experiences, Kublai took Marco into his service and employed him on various missions throughout the empire over the next 17 years. Marco claimed to have traveled extensively through China and Southeast Asia, serving as an administrator and envoy for the Khan. Modern scholars have questioned aspects of this account, noting that Marco Polo's name appears in no surviving Chinese records from Kublai's court. Some suggest his role may have been more modest than he claimed, or that he served in capacities the Chinese bureaucracy did not formally document. Others argue that records from this period are incomplete and that a foreign merchant in Mongol service might not have appeared in traditional Chinese administrative documents. The debate continues, but what remains undeniable is that Marco's descriptions of China contain details that suggest genuine familiarity with the empire. Khanbaliq itself, the great capital that Kublai built near modern Beijing, featured prominently in Marco's account. The city reflected Kublai's dual nature as both Mongol Khan and Chinese emperor, with a design that combined elements of traditional Chinese urban planning with spaces for Mongol customs. The palace complex stood at the heart of the city, surrounded by walls and gates that controlled access. Marco described halls decorated with gold and silver, painted with dragons and birds, scenes of battle and images from nature. The city's markets amazed Marco, or so his account suggests, with their abundance and variety of goods. He described the wide, straight streets laid out in a grid pattern, the organization of merchants by trade into specific quarters and streets. Fresh food came daily from the surrounding countryside to feed the city's enormous population, which Marco estimated in figures that modern historians consider exaggerated but which nonetheless conveyed the scale of the metropolis. Khanbaliq was among the largest cities in the world during this period, a center of administration for an empire stretching across much of Asia. Marco's account devoted considerable attention to innovations and practices that seemed remarkable from a European perspective. He described paper money, which the Yuan dynasty government issued and required merchants to accept as payment. Europeans of Marco's time used only metal coins, so the concept of government-printed currency seemed almost magical. He explained how the Khan's officials controlled the money supply and punished counterfeiters with death, maintaining the system through strict enforcement and the authority of the imperial seal. Coal, another substance unfamiliar to most Europeans, also caught Marco's attention in his descriptions. He noted how the Chinese extracted black stones from mountains and burned them for heat, producing flames that lasted longer than wood fires. This fossil fuel heated homes and workshops throughout northern China, a practice that would not become common in Europe for centuries. Marco's descriptions of such everyday technologies suggest he spent time observing ordinary life, not just the spectacles of the imperial court. The administrative systems of Kublai's empire particularly impressed Marco, according to his account. He described the courier system in detail, explaining how the yam stations allowed the Khan to communicate with distant provinces and receive fresh fruit from regions weeks away by normal travel. He noted the census records the government maintained, the taxation systems, the granaries where officials stored surplus grain against future famines. These were not the observations of a casual visitor but suggested someone who had encountered the workings of Chinese bureaucracy. Marco claimed to have traveled on missions for Kublai to Yunnan province in the southwest, to Burma, and possibly to India, though the details of some journeys remain vague or contested. He described the customs of different peoples within the empire, their marriage practices, religious beliefs, methods of warfare, and daily habits. Some of these descriptions match what we know from other sources, while others contain errors or exaggerations that suggest misunderstanding or embellishment. The mixture of accurate detail and questionable claims characterizes much of his account. After many years in Kublai's service, the Polos sought permission to return home, but the Khan was apparently reluctant to let them go. The opportunity came in 1292, when Mongol envoys needed to escort a princess to Persia to marry a Mongol Khan there. The envoys had traveled to China by land but wished to return by sea, and they requested that the Polos, with their travel experience, accompany the expedition. Kublai agreed, and the party prepared for a maritime journey that would take them through Southeast Asian waters and across the Indian Ocean. The fleet departed from the Chinese port of Quanzhou with perhaps 600 people aboard multiple ships. The journey would prove far more deadly than the overland route the Polos had taken to reach China. They sailed south along the coast of Vietnam and through the straits between Sumatra and the Malay Peninsula, then across the Bay of Bengal to Sri Lanka and the southern coast of India. Marco's account describes ports and kingdoms along this route, the spice islands of Indonesia, the pearl fisheries of India, the customs of various coastal peoples. The voyage took nearly 2 years, with long stops at various ports to wait for favorable monsoon winds and to resupply. Disease and storms killed many of the passengers and crew during the journey. By the time the fleet reached Persia in 1294, only 18 of the original 600 passengers reportedly survived, though this figure may be exaggerated. The Mongol princess completed her journey to marry not the Khan originally intended but his son, as her betrothed had died during the expedition's long duration. The Polos, having fulfilled their duty, continued westward. They traveled through Persia and then to the Black Sea port of Trebizond, where they took ship for Constantinople and eventually Venice. When they arrived home in 1295, they had been gone for 24 years. Marco was now 41 years old, middle-aged by medieval standards, returning to a city he had left as a teenager. According to later Venetian tradition, the Polos arrived dressed in worn Mongol clothing, and their relatives initially did not recognize them. Whether or not this story is true, the Polos had certainly changed during their decades in Asia. Marco resumed his life as a Venetian merchant, but 3 years after his return, he found himself captured during a naval battle between Venice and Genoa. Imprisoned in Genoa, he encountered a fellow prisoner named Rustic Hello de Pisa, a writer of romances who had been imprisoned for years. Marco began telling Rustic Hello about his travels, and the writer saw an opportunity to create something marketable. Together, they produced the Travels of Marco Polo, with Marco providing the content and Rustic Hello shaping it into a narrative that borrowed conventions from contemporary Romance literature. The book that resulted, originally written in Old French, combined genuine travel observations with exaggerations, second-hand information, and probably some outright fabrications. Marco described places he had visited and places he had only heard about, not always distinguishing clearly between the two. He included details that seemed fantastical to European readers: the wealth of Chinese cities, the power of Mongol administration, the customs of distant peoples. Some readers believed him, others dismissed the work as lies and invention. Venetians supposedly nicknamed him Marco Milione, Marco of the Millions, for his habit of describing everything in vast numbers. Yet beneath the embellishments and questionable claims, the travels contained enough accurate information to prove valuable to later travelers and geographers. Marco's descriptions of Asian geography, trade routes, and political divisions helped European mapmakers improve their charts. Merchants could glean useful information about goods available in different regions, about currencies and local customs. The book circulated widely in manuscript form, copied and recopied, with different versions containing variations and additions that make establishing an original text nearly impossible. On his deathbed in 1324, Marco reportedly refused to recant any of the claims in his book, insisting that he had told only half of what he had actually seen. Whether this statement reflects truth or pride, the man who had spent his youth and early middle age in the courts of the Mongol Empire took his full knowledge to the grave. What he left behind was a text that captured, however imperfectly, the wonder Europeans felt when they encountered the wealth and sophistication of Asia during the Pax Mongolica. The Mongol peace would not last forever. Already by Marco's death, the unity of the empire was fragmenting as different khanates pursued independent policies. The routes he had traveled would become more dangerous again as central authority weakened. But for a few generations in the 13th and early 14th centuries, it had been possible to travel from the Mediterranean to the Pacific under the protection of a single political system. That possibility, brief as it was in historical terms, allowed for exchanges of goods, ideas, and knowledge that shaped both Asia and Europe. Marco Polo's legacy lies not in the complete accuracy of his account but in what it represented, the opening of European awareness to a wider world. His book fed European imaginations and ambitions, contributing to the desire for direct access to Asian wealth that would eventually drive the age of exploration. Christopher Columbus owned a heavily annotated copy of the Travels, and the search for routes to the lands Marco described would reshape global geography. The young Venetian who crossed Asia in his father's company had become, through Rustichello's pen, a figure who would influence European history for centuries after his death. By the late 13th century, the Mongol Empire had transformed into something its founders would scarcely recognize. The vast territory stretching from the Pacific to the Black Sea remained unified in name alone, divided into 4 great khanates. Each ruled as an independent realm, pursuing its own ambitions, forging its own alliances, and sometimes raising swords against its cousins. The dream of a single empire governed from Karakoram had given way to a more fragmented reality, one shaped by geography, religion, and the pull of local interests. The Golden Horde controlled the western steppes, the lands north of the Caspian and Black Seas where Rus principalities paid tribute. Its capital at Sarai on the Volga River became a thriving center of commerce, where caravans from China met merchants from Venice. The Khans of the Golden Horde watched over routes that carried silk, spices, and furs across Eurasia, collecting taxes and maintaining order. Their territory stretched across grasslands that had been Mongol homeland for generations, yet by the late 1200s, these rulers began to look south for cultural inspiration. Berk Khan ascended to power in the Golden Horde during the 1250s, a grandson of Jochi and thus a great-grandson of Chinggis himself. Unlike his predecessors, Berk had encountered Muslim scholars and Sufi mystics during campaigns in Central Asia and the Caucasus. The faith appealed to him, offering a sophisticated legal system and connection to the broader Islamic world that stretched from Spain to India. Around 1257, Berk publicly converted to Islam, becoming the first Mongol Khan to fully embrace the religion of so many of his subjects. Berk's conversion carried profound political consequences that rippled across the Mongol world almost immediately. To the south, the Ilkhanate ruled Persia and Mesopotamia, territory conquered by Hulagu Khan, Berk's cousin. Hulagu had sacked Baghdad in 1258, killing the Abbasid Caliph and devastating the cultural heart of the Islamic world. For Berk, a newly devout Muslim, this act represented not just political conquest but religious sacrilege. Letters between the two Khans grew heated, accusations of betrayal and impiety flying across the Caucasus Mountains that divided their realms. By 1262, the Golden Horde and the Ilkhanate were at war, Mongol cavalry charging against Mongol cavalry in mountain passes. The conflict shocked the Mongol world, shattering any pretense that the empire remained united under common purpose. Berke allied with the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt, fellow Muslims who had stopped the Mongol advance at Ain Jalut 2 years earlier. This alliance between former enemies against Mongol cousins demonstrated how thoroughly religion and regional interests now trumped bonds of blood and shared heritage. The war between the two Khanates never produced a decisive victor, but it established permanent hostility across the Caucasus frontier. The Golden Horde maintained its Islamic identity, building mosques in Sarai and inviting scholars from Cairo and Damascus to its court. Successive Khans patronized Islamic learning, and the nomadic traditions of the steppes gradually blended with Persian and Arab administrative practices. The people of the Golden Horde continued to live in felt yurts and follow herds across seasonal pastures, but their rulers now prayed toward Mecca. Meanwhile, the Ilkhanate pursued its own complex relationship with Islam and the cultures it now governed. Hulagu Khan and his immediate successors remained Buddhist or shamanist, drawing advisors from Christian, Jewish, and Muslim communities without favoritism. The Ilkhans ruled over Persia, Mesopotamia, and parts of Anatolia, regions with ancient civilizations and deeply rooted traditions. Rather than imposing Mongol customs wholesale, the Ilkhans gradually adapted to Persian ways of governance while maintaining their military supremacy. Ghazan Khan became Ilkhan in 1295, ascending the throne after a period of instability and palace intrigue. Unlike his predecessors, Ghazan recognized that his dynasty's survival depended on accommodation with the Persian Muslim majority. Shortly before taking power, he converted to Islam, taking the name Mahmud and declaring Islam the official religion of the Ilkhanate. His conversion was calculated statecraft, but it transformed the political landscape of Persia and earned him genuine support from scholars and clerics. Ghazan proved to be more than a religious convert. He became a thoughtful administrator who enacted sweeping reforms. The Ilkhanate had suffered from corrupt tax collectors, inconsistent laws, and economic decline under the burden of military campaigns. Ghazan standardized weights and measures across his realm, established fixed tax rates to prevent extortion, and created oversight mechanisms to punish corrupt officials. He commissioned surveys of agricultural land, ensuring that farmers paid fair amounts while the state received predictable revenue. Under Ghazan's patronage, Persian culture experienced a remarkable renaissance even as Mongol Khans sat on thrones. The Ilkhan surrounded himself with Persian viziers, scholars, and poets who helped govern his realm with a blend of Mongol military efficiency and Persian administrative tradition. Persian became the language of government, while Mongol remained the language of the army. Historical chronicles were commissioned, astronomical observatories built, and libraries filled with texts translated from Arabic, Chinese, and Greek. The city of Tabriz emerged as the Ilkhanate's cultural and commercial capital during this era, its markets filled with goods from every direction. Merchants from Venice and Genoa maintained trading houses there, exchanging European woolens and metals for Persian silks and Chinese porcelain. Caravans arrived from India carrying spices, from Central Asia carrying horses, and from the Golden Horde carrying furs and amber. The Ilkhans minted coins that circulated from the Mediterranean to the steppes, their dirhams and dinars accepted by merchants who might speak a dozen different languages. Ghazan's reign lasted only 9 years, but his reforms outlived him, providing a foundation for continued prosperity and cultural achievement. His brother and successor, Aljitu, continued the pattern of Islamic patronage and Persian cultural synthesis. The Ilkhanate became a center of Islamic learning, even as its rulers maintained connections with Buddhist monasteries and Christian monasteries scattered throughout their territory. The religious tolerance that characterized early Mongol rule persisted, now under an officially Islamic state. Far to the east, the Chagatai Khanate controlled the heartland of Central Asia, the ancient Silk Road cities of Samarkand and Bukhara. This realm occupied a middle position in every sense, geographically between China and Persia, culturally between nomadic tradition and settled civilization. The Chagatai Khans ruled over both steppe pasturelands and ancient oasis cities, creating tensions between different ways of life. Some Khans favored the nomadic traditions, keeping courts mobile and discouraging urban settlement. Others embraced the wealth and culture of cities. The Chagatai Khanate never achieved the administrative sophistication of the Ilkhanate or the commercial dominance of the Golden Horde. Instead, it remained fragmented, different branches of the ruling family controlling different territories with varying degrees of independence. The eastern portion stayed more traditionally Mongol, while the western territories around Samarkand developed closer ties with Persian culture. This division would eventually formalize, splitting the Khanate into separate eastern and western realms. Kaidu emerged as the most significant figure in the Chagatai lands during the late 13th century, though he never claimed the title of Khan. A great-grandson of Ögedei Khan, Kaidu believed his branch of the family had been unjustly excluded from supreme power. When Kublai Khan claimed the title of Great Khan in the 1260s, Kaidu refused to acknowledge his authority. For nearly 40 years, Kaidu ruled the eastern Chagatai territories and parts of Mongolia itself, maintaining independence through military skill and political maneuvering. Kaidu represented conservative Mongol values, criticizing Kublai's adoption of Chinese customs and settled governance. He kept his court mobile in the traditional manner, moving with the seasons across grasslands. His warriors lived as their grandfathers had, in felt tents, subsisting on mare's milk and mutton. To Kaidu, Kublai had betrayed Mongol heritage by building palaces in Beijing and adopting Confucian advisors. This cultural divide mirrored the political split, creating an ideological dimension to what might otherwise have been a simple succession dispute. The conflict between Kublai and Kaidu never produced a decisive battle, instead generating decades of border skirmishes and diplomatic maneuvering. Kaidu allied with various Chagatai princes, with dissidents in Mongolia, and occasionally with the Golden Horde against their common rival. Kublai sent armies westward repeatedly, but the vast distances in Kaidu's mobility prevented any permanent conquest. The stalemate demonstrated how even the Great Khan, with China's resources behind him, could not compel obedience across the empire's full extent. Kaidu's rebellion highlighted the fundamental tension within the late Mongol Empire between centralized authority and regional autonomy. Each Khanate had developed its own interests, its own relationships with subject populations, its own economic foundations. The Golden Horde needed good relations with Italian merchants in Mamluk Egypt. The Ilkhanate required cooperation with Persian bureaucrats and Arab scholars. These regional necessities often conflicted with directives from distant Khanbaliq, where Kublai Khan issued commands that might make sense in China but seemed irrelevant or counterproductive elsewhere. Trade formed the practical connection that still bound the Mongol world together even as political unity dissolved. Each Khanate occupied a crucial node in the transcontinental commercial network that stretched from Korea to Italy. Merchants traveling the Silk Road needed safe passage through all four Khanates, requiring at least minimal cooperation among the Mongol rulers. The Khans recognized this mutual interest, and even while fighting each other, they generally protected traders passing through their territories. The Golden Horde controlled the northern route that bypassed Persia entirely, running from Crimean ports through the steppes to Central Asia. Italian merchants established colonies at Kaffa and other Black Sea ports, where they met Mongol officials who facilitated their journeys eastward. Goods could travel from Venice to Sarai to Samarkand to Khanbaliq entirely within Mongol-controlled territory, subject to consistent laws and predictable taxes. This security represented a revolutionary development in Eurasian commerce, making possible trade on a scale previously unimaginable. The Ilkhanate controlled the traditional Persian routes, and Tabriz became perhaps the greatest commercial city between Constantinople and China. Here Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist, and pagan merchants met in vast caravanserais, exchanging goods and information. The Ilkhans maintained roads, dug wells, and posted guards, recognizing that trade taxes provided essential revenue. Even during the wars with the Golden Horde, caravans continued to flow, their Mongol protections generally respected despite the political hostility. The Chagatai lands offered multiple routes through Central Asia, connecting north and south, east and west. Samarkand and Bokhara remained essential waypoints, cities that had served travelers for centuries before the Mongols arrived. The Chagatai Khans extracted taxes from passing merchants but understood that excessive demands would simply redirect trade to alternative routes. Competition among the Khanates for commercial traffic actually benefited merchants, who could negotiate favorable terms by threatening to use different paths. This commercial network carried more than physical goods, it transmitted ideas, technologies, and diseases across unprecedented distances. Chinese innovations like gunpowder and printing techniques spread westward, while Islamic astronomy and mathematics moved eastward. Persian miniature painting influenced Chinese artists, while Chinese ceramics inspired Persian potters. The Mongol peace, fragmented though it had become, still facilitated cultural exchange on a scale that would not be matched again until the age of European maritime empires. Yet this system depended on the continued effectiveness of Mongol military power and administrative capacity in each Khanate. By the late 13th century, both were beginning to erode in subtle ways. The Golden Horde faced pressure from expanding Russian principalities and Lithuanian forces pushing eastward. The Ilkhanate struggled with the economic strain of maintaining large armies while funding ambitious building projects. The Chagatai Khanate remained divided between nomadic and settled factions, preventing unified governance. Kublai Khan in distant China watched these developments with frustration but limited ability to influence them. He sent embassies to the other Khanates, calling for unity and recognition of his supreme authority. These embassies were received politely, their letters read with appropriate ceremony, and then effectively ignored. The other Khans acknowledged Kublai as first among equals, granted him ceremonial deference, but made decisions based on their own regional interests. The Great Khan's inability to enforce unity revealed the practical limits of pre-modern empire across such vast distances. Without modern communication or transportation, without a unifying ideology beyond conquest, the Mongol Empire existed as a collection of related but independent states. Shared heritage mattered, and the prestige of Genghis Khan's bloodline retained power, but these cultural bonds could not substitute for concrete political authority. Some historians see this fragmentation as the empire's decline, a falling away from the unity Genghis established. Others recognize it as adaptation, a practical evolution that allowed Mongol rule to persist by accommodating regional differences. A single empire governing from Korea to Poland was probably never sustainable for more than a few generations. By dividing into khanates, each adapted to local conditions, Mongol dominance actually lasted longer than it might have under rigid centralization. The Golden Horde would continue ruling the Russian steppes for more than 2 centuries, far longer than the United Empire existed. The Ilkhanate would last only a few more decades after Ghazan, but it transformed Persian culture in enduring ways. The Chagatai Khanate fragmented further, yet its successor states dominated Central Asia well into the 14th century. Even the Yuan dynasty in China, though it would fall to native rebellion, left permanent marks on Chinese political and cultural life. By 1300, the Mongol Empire as a unified political entity had clearly ended, replaced by a family of related but independent states. These khanates shared ancestry, similar military traditions, and mutual economic interests, but pursued separate destinies. They sometimes cooperated, often competed, and occasionally fought one another, behaving like the rival kingdoms of Europe or the warring states of any other region. The great exception was that they still controlled most of Eurasia. The transformation from empire to khanates represented not just political fragmentation but cultural synthesis on an unprecedented scale. Each khanate blended Mongol, local, and imported elements into something new. The Golden Horde created a unique fusion of Turkic, Mongol, and Islamic culture. the Ilkhanate developed a distinctive Perso-Mongol civilization. Even the conservative Chagatai realm gradually absorbed influences from the settled peoples it governed. The original Mongol identity, rooted in the steppes of Mongolia, was being transformed into something more complex and varied. This process was not unique to the Mongols. Every conquering people faces the challenge of governing established civilizations with deeper cultural roots. The question becomes who ultimately conquers whom. Do the conquerors impose their culture, or does the conquered civilization absorb its rulers? In the case of the Mongol Khanates, the answer varied by region, but generally the pattern was mutual transformation rather than simple domination in either direction. You can trace this transformation through language, religion, dress, and daily practice across the Mongol domains. In the Golden Horde, Turkic gradually replaced Mongolian as the primary language, even among the ruling class. In the Ilkhanate, Persian served as the administrative tongue while Mongol became ceremonial. The Khans built mosques instead of temples, wore robes instead of traditional tunics, and consulted Islamic jurists instead of shamans. Yet they maintained the Mongol military organization, the decimal system of army units, the preference for archery and cavalry. The Autonomous Khanates each developed their own relationship with the Mongol legacy and their own vision of the future. Some, like the Golden Horde, created lasting states that would influence their regions for centuries. Others, like the Ilkhanate, burned brightly but briefly, leaving cultural achievements that outlasted their political structures. The Chagatai realm would eventually give rise to Timur, who claimed Mongol heritage and briefly recreated the empire's glory. But that story lay in the future, beyond the turn of the 14th century. What remained clear by 1300 was that the Age of Unity had ended, replaced by an age of diversity within a common Mongol heritage. The empire of Genghis Khan had fragmented, but his descendants still ruled from the Pacific to the Danube. They might war among themselves, worship different gods, and speak different languages, but they shared bloodlines and traditions that made them recognizably Mongol. The question was how long these increasingly divergent Khanates could maintain even this minimal common identity, and whether any force could reunite them before regional identities completely overwhelmed their shared past. You stand at the edge of a vast network that has connected continents for generations, unaware that it will soon carry death. The Silk Road in the early 14th century stretches from China through Central Asia to the Black Sea and beyond. For decades under Mongol rule, merchants have traveled these routes with unprecedented safety, carrying silk and spices, porcelain and precious metals. But the same roads that brought prosperity will now deliver catastrophe on a scale the world has never seen. The plague likely begins somewhere in the grasslands and valleys of Central Asia, in the 1330s or early 1340s. Modern research points to the region around Lake Issyk-Kul, in what is now Kyrgyzstan, as a possible origin point. Nestorian Christian tombstones from the area, dated to 1338 and 1339, record an unusual number of deaths attributed to pestilence. The disease exists in rodent populations across the steppes, carried by fleas that live on marmots, ground squirrels, and eventually rats. In normal times, the plague remains isolated in these animal reservoirs, rarely touching human communities. But something changes in the 1330s, though the exact trigger remains debated among historians and epidemiologists. Climate shifts may have disrupted rodent populations, forcing infected animals closer to human settlements and trade routes. The Mongol Empire's extensive network of roads and caravanserais creates perfect conditions for rapid transmission across vast distances. Merchants and soldiers, traveling with their goods and animals, carry infected fleas without knowing it. The disease begins moving along the arteries of commerce that crisscross the Mongol domains. The bacterium responsible, Yersinia pestis, is devastatingly efficient in its transmission and lethality when it reaches human populations. Infected fleas bite humans, injecting the bacteria into the bloodstream, where it multiplies rapidly in the lymphatic system. Within days, victims develop the characteristic buboes, painful swellings of the lymph nodes in the groin, armpit, or neck. Fever, chills, and weakness follow, and without modern antibiotics, the mortality rate reaches 70 to 80%. Some victims develop pneumonic plague, where the infection reaches the lungs, allowing direct person-to-person transmission through coughing. By the mid-1340s, the plague has spread throughout Central Asia, moving along trade routes in every direction. Caravans carry it westward toward the Black Sea, eastward toward China, and southward toward India and Persia. Cities along the Silk Road, normally vibrant centers of commerce and culture, begin experiencing mysterious die-offs. Local chronicles record unusual numbers of deaths, though many writers do not yet understand they are witnessing a connected pandemic. The disease moves faster than news of its approach, arriving in cities before warnings can be sent. The Mongol Golden Horde, controlling the western steppes and the region north of the Black Sea, becomes a major vector. Their armies and administrators move constantly across their territories, maintaining the roads and relay stations of the postal system. These movements, normally a sign of efficient governance, now accelerate the plague's spread. Trading cities under Golden Horde control, like Sarai on the Volga and Kaffa on the Crimean coast, sit at critical junctions where Asian and European merchants meet and exchange goods. Kaffa, a Genoese trading colony on the Crimean peninsula, becomes the site of one of history's most infamous episodes in 1346. The city has served for decades as a crucial link between Italian merchants and Asian trade networks. Genoese traders maintain fortified warehouses and live in a walled quarter, conducting business with Mongol authorities and merchants from across Asia. The arrangement has been profitable for both sides, filling Genoese ships with silk and spices for European markets. But tensions between the Italian colonists and their Mongol overlords have been rising. In 1346, a Mongol army of the Golden Horde, led by Khan Janibeg, lays siege to Kaffa. The reasons for the siege remain somewhat unclear in historical sources, possibly involving disputes over trade rights or local conflicts. What is certain is that during the siege, plague breaks out among the Mongol forces. Soldiers begin dying in large numbers, the disease spreading rapidly through their encampments outside the city walls. The besiegers find themselves fighting not just the defenders but an invisible enemy that kills without mercy. According to the account of Gabriele de Musi, an Italian notary who may have witnessed or heard first-hand reports, the Mongols take a horrifying action. As their own forces die from plague, they use catapults to hurl infected corpses over the walls into Kaffa. Whether this represents an early form of biological warfare or simply a way to dispose of bodies while demoralizing the enemy, the result is catastrophic. The plague takes hold inside the city, spreading among the crowded population within the walls. The Genoese merchants and sailors, desperate to escape the dying city, board their ships and flee across the Black Sea. They carry the plague with them, not understanding the mechanism of transmission or that infected fleas and rats travel in their cargo holds. These ships make for various Mediterranean ports in late 1346 and early 1347, seeking safe harbor and the chance to sell their goods. Each port they visit becomes a new epicenter of infection. In October 1347, 12 Genoese galleys arrive in Messina, Sicily, carrying more than merchandise and travel-weary sailors. Within days of their arrival, people in the port city begin falling ill with the same symptoms seen in Kaffa. The authorities order the ships to leave, but it is already too late. The plague has established itself in Sicily and begins spreading through the island's population. From Messina, it radiates outward to other Mediterranean ports. The disease reaches mainland Italy in late 1347 and early 1348, striking Venice, Genoa, Pisa, and other trading cities. These wealthy urban centers, normally bustling with commerce and prosperity, become death traps as the plague moves from house to house. The close quarters of medieval cities, with families crowded into small dwellings and streets filled with refuse, create ideal conditions for rat populations. Fleas jump from infected rats to humans, and pneumonic cases allow airborne transmission in crowded spaces. Florence experiences one of the most documented outbreaks, later immortalized in Giovanni Boccaccio's Decameron. The writer describes streets empty of all but the dead and dying, with bodies piled in churches and carts rumbling through neighborhoods collecting corpses. Perhaps half of Florence's population dies between 1348 and 1349. The city's wool industry collapses as workers die or flee, and the careful records kept by Florentine merchants show trade volumes plummeting. The plague spreads northward through Europe with terrible speed, reaching France in late 1347 and 1348. Marseille, a major port, suffers devastating losses, and from there the disease follows roads and rivers inland. Paris experiences mass mortality in 1348, with chroniclers recording that graveyards overflow and new burial grounds must be consecrated. The French countryside does not escape. Villages lose their entire populations in some cases, with fields left untended and livestock wandering. By mid-1348, the plague has reached England, probably through ships arriving at ports like Bristol and London. The island kingdom, relatively isolated from continental conflicts, cannot isolate itself from disease. London loses perhaps half its population, and rural areas suffer similarly catastrophic death rates. The disease shows no respect for social rank. Rich and poor, clergy and laity, young and old all fall victim. The plague continues spreading across Europe through 1349 and 1350, reaching Scandinavia, the German states, and Eastern Europe. Some remote areas, like parts of Poland and isolated mountain valleys, experience lighter casualties, possibly due to lower population density and fewer trade connections. But most of Europe experiences mortality rates of 30 to 50%, with some areas losing even more. The demographic catastrophe reshapes the continent's social and economic structure. While Europe reels from the plague, the disease also travels eastward along the Silk Road into the domains of the Mongol Yuan dynasty. China has already been experiencing political instability and economic problems in the 1340s, with flooding, famine, and rebellions weakening the dynasty. The arrival of plague compounds these existing crises, adding disease to the list of catastrophes facing the population. Chinese sources from this period are less detailed than European chronicles, making the exact timeline and impact harder to trace. The Yuan dynasty, ruling China since Kublai Khan's conquest in the 13th century, faces mounting challenges as plague spreads through its territories. The disease likely arrives via multiple routes, overland along the Silk Road and by sea through the maritime trading networks that connect Chinese ports to Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean. Major cities like Beijing and the ports of southern China experience severe outbreaks. The combination of plague, flooding of the Yellow River, and peasant uprisings creates a crisis the dynasty cannot overcome. The demographic impact across Mongol domains is staggering and fundamentally alters the empire's economic foundations. The plague kills an estimated 25 to 40 million people in China alone, though precise figures are impossible to determine. The population decline is so severe that it takes China more than a century to recover pre-plague population levels. Villages and agricultural lands are abandoned, reducing the tax base and food production that supports the government and armies. The Silk Road trade, backbone of the Pax Mongolica's prosperity, collapses as the plague kills merchants, workers, and the populations of trading cities. Caravanserais stand empty, with no travelers to feed and house, as people avoid long-distance journeys that might expose them to disease. The luxury goods trade, which has brought silk and spices westward and silver and wool eastward, dwindles to a fraction of its former volume. Without trade revenues, Mongol governments struggle to pay officials and soldiers. Labor shortages created by mass mortality fundamentally reshape economic relationships in both East and West. In Europe, the death of perhaps a third of the population means the survivors can demand higher wages and better conditions. Peasants who previously had no bargaining power find themselves sought after by landowners desperate for workers to tend fields. The feudal system begins breaking down as labor scarcity shifts power away from landowners toward workers and artisans. Cities that survive faced the challenge of rebuilding with drastically reduced populations and broken trade networks. Craftsmen and merchants who lived through the plague find fewer customers and disrupted supply chains for raw materials. The international banking houses of Italy, which financed much of the East-West trade, experience cascading defaults as debtors die in commercial activity contracts. Some banking families never recover, while others adapt to a changed economic landscape. The religious and psychological impact of the Black Death proves as significant as its demographic effects. People across Europe and Asia struggle to understand why such a catastrophe has befallen them, often interpreting it as divine punishment. In Europe, flagellant movements arise, with groups of penitents whipping themselves in public processions, hoping to appease God's wrath. Jewish communities face persecution, scapegoated with absurd accusations of poisoning wells, despite dying from plague at similar rates. Medical understanding of the time proves completely inadequate to explain or treat the disease. Physicians trained in the humoral theory of Galen attempt various treatments, from bloodletting to aromatic herbs, with little success. Some doctors flee cities rather than face certain infection, while others stay to treat patients despite the risks. The failure of traditional medicine to provide answers or cures shakes confidence in established authorities and learning. The Mongol Empire's administrative structure, already showing signs of fragmentation before the plague, cannot withstand the combined shocks of demographic collapse and economic crisis. The Yuan dynasty in China faces increasing rebellions as its legitimacy crumbles and its military power weakens. The Red Turban Rebellion, which begins in the 1350s, draws strength from the chaos and suffering caused by plague, flooding, and misgovernment. By the 1360s, the Yuan dynasty is fighting for survival against multiple rebel groups. The Golden Horde in the western steppes experiences similar instability as plague deaths and economic disruption weaken central authority. Succession disputes and civil wars break out among rival claimants to leadership, with the unified Khanate gradually fragmenting into competing smaller states. The careful balance of trade, tribute, and military force that sustained Mongol rule in the west begins to collapse. Russian princes start asserting greater independence, sensing their overlord's weakness. The Ayal Khanate in Persia, already dissolved by the 1340s, sees its successor states further weakened by plague and its aftermath. The region experiences political chaos as rival dynasties and local strongmen compete for power in the absence of strong central authority. The sophisticated irrigation systems and agricultural estates that supported Persian prosperity fall into disrepair as populations decline and governments lack resources for maintenance. Cultural and economic life contracts sharply. By the 1350s, the integrated economic system of the Pax Mongolica has effectively ceased to function as it did at its height. The safe passage for merchants across Central Asia, guaranteed by Mongol military power and postal stations, no longer exists reliably. Traders who might once have journeyed from Italy to China overland now find the routes too dangerous and depopulated to be profitable. The era of Mongol-guaranteed transcontinental commerce is ending. The plague returns in subsequent waves through the 1360s and beyond, preventing population recovery and maintaining economic disruption. Second and third outbreaks, while generally less severe than the initial pandemic, strike populations still reeling from earlier losses. Each recurrence reinforces the social and economic changes set in motion by the first wave, making return to pre-plague conditions impossible. The world of the 14th century has been permanently transformed. Alternative trade routes and economic patterns gradually emerge from the ruins of the old system. Maritime routes, particularly through the Indian Ocean and around the coasts of Asia, become relatively more important as overland Silk Road trade diminishes. Italian merchants begin exploring sea routes to reach Asian markets, though it will take more than a century before Europeans successfully circumnavigate Africa. The economic center of gravity shifts in ways that will reshape global commerce. The Yuan dynasty in China finally collapses in 1368, replaced by the native Ming dynasty that explicitly rejects Mongol rule and many Mongol practices. The new dynasty turns somewhat inward, emphasizing Chinese cultural traditions and viewing foreign trade with more suspicion than their predecessors. While maritime trade continues, the integrated Eurasian system of the Mongol period is not restored. The Silk Road cities of Central Asia enter a long decline. In Europe, the survivors of the Black Death inherit a changed world of labor shortages, social mobility, and weakened feudal authority. The catastrophe accelerates trends toward monetary economies, urban power, and questioning of traditional hierarchies. Some historians argue the plague, despite its horrific human cost, helped create conditions for the Renaissance and the eventual rise of European power. The connection between catastrophe and transformation remains deeply complex. The trade routes that once connected the world under Mongol rule become fragmented and regional, no longer part of a continent-spanning system. Merchants still travel and goods still move between east and west, but the volume and security of the Pax Mongolica era cannot be recreated. The very network that brought prosperity and cultural exchange has carried a plague that destroyed the political and economic foundations supporting it. You might imagine a merchant in the 1360s, someone who remembers the world before the plague, standing at a caravanserai that now shelters only a handful of travelers instead of hundreds. The roads stretch empty into the distance, passing through villages where no smoke rises from chimneys. The great age of Mongol safe passage, built on military might and administrative efficiency, has ended. What remains is a world still reeling from catastrophe, trying to rebuild from fragments. The great empire Kublai Khan had built began to fracture almost as soon as he drew his final breath. His death in 1294 left behind a realm that stretched from the Pacific Ocean to the edges of Persia. But the foundations of Yuan power, always reliant on the personal prestige and political acumen of the great Khan himself, began to crumble. The successors who inherited his throne found themselves ruling over a realm far too vast and complex for their abilities. None possessed Kublai's talent for balancing the competing demands of Mongol tradition and Chinese statecraft, and none commanded the same respect. The imperial court at Khanbaliq descended into decades of factional infighting that would have been unthinkable during Kublai's reign. Rival princes and their supporters maneuvered constantly for position, forming and breaking alliances with bewildering speed. Between 1294 and 1333, 9 different emperors occupied the Dragon Throne, many ruling for only a few years before being deposed or dying under suspicious circumstances. The imperial bureaucracy, which had functioned with reasonable efficiency under Kublai's watchful eye, became paralyzed by competing loyalties and corruption. Officials spent more energy navigating court politics than governing the provinces entrusted to their care, and the machinery of state ground slowly toward dysfunction. Mongol nobles and their Chinese advisors formed competing blocs that fought for control of appointments, revenues, and imperial policy. The old tension between those who favored traditional Mongol ways and those who embraced Chinese administrative practices intensified with each succession crisis. Some factions pushed for aggressive military campaigns to maintain the warrior heritage of Genghis Khan, while others advocated for consolidation and cultural integration. These debates consumed enormous amounts of time and energy that might have been directed toward addressing the empire's mounting problems. Instead, the court turned inward, obsessed with its own power struggles while the provinces drifted further from central control. The Yuan government's handling of the economy proved particularly disastrous as the 14th century progressed. Kublai Khan had introduced paper currency throughout the realm, an innovation that initially facilitated trade and commerce across the empire. But his successors lacked his restraint and began printing money with increasing abandon whenever the treasury faced shortfalls. The government needed funds for military campaigns, for lavish court expenditures, and for the massive construction projects that were expected of Chinese emperors. Rather than reform the tax system or cut spending, successive administrations simply issued more paper notes and hoped the problem would resolve itself. The inevitable result was inflation that eroded the value of currency and undermined confidence in the government's economic management. Merchants began refusing to accept paper money at face value, demanding precious metals instead or raising their prices to astronomical levels. Common people who had saved in paper notes watched their life savings become worthless within a few years. By the 1340s, the currency system that had once been the envy of foreign travelers had collapsed into chaos. Markets throughout the empire reverted to barter or used older copper coins, effectively abandoning the government's monetary system entirely. This breakdown of the currency destroyed what little faith remained in the dynasty's ability to manage the realm's affairs. While the court squabbled and the economy deteriorated, the great infrastructure projects that had supported Chinese civilization for centuries fell into dangerous neglect. The Grand Canal, which Kublai had extended and improved to link the agricultural south with the political north, required constant dredging and maintenance. The elaborate system of dikes and channels that controlled the Yellow River demanded even more attention, as the river carried enormous quantities of silt that constantly raised its bed. These were not optional tasks that could be deferred when funds ran low, they were essential to the survival of millions. But the Yuan government, distracted by infighting and short of cash, allowed maintenance to lapse year after year. The Yellow River, that great artery of northern China, had always been prone to flooding and course changes throughout history. The Chinese called it China's sorrow for good reason, as its periodic floods had claimed millions of lives over the centuries. Only constant vigilance and massive labor investments kept the river confined to its channels and prevented catastrophic inundations. By the 1340s, decades of neglect had left the dike system in a state of dangerous disrepair. Silt had built up in the riverbed until the water flowed higher than the surrounding countryside in many places. The entire structure was a disaster waiting to happen, and everyone with knowledge of hydraulic engineering knew it. Still, the government failed to act, paralyzed by factionalism and unable to mobilize the necessary resources. In 1344, the Yellow River finally broke free of human control in a series of catastrophic floods. The river burst through weakened dikes in multiple locations, pouring across the North China Plain in a vast, devastating deluge. Entire cities disappeared beneath the muddy waters, and hundreds of villages were swept away in a matter of hours. The exact death toll will never be known, but contemporary accounts suggest hundreds of thousands drowned or died in the subsequent famines. The river changed its course dramatically, abandoning its old channel and carving a new path hundreds of miles to the south. This created new patterns of flooding and drought that would persist for centuries, fundamentally altering the geography of northern China. The government's response to this catastrophe revealed the full extent of its dysfunction and incapacity. The traditional Chinese state was expected to respond to such disasters with immediate relief efforts, emergency granary distributions, and massive public works projects to repair the damage. Previous dynasties had mobilized hundreds of thousands of laborers to redirect rivers and rebuild dikes within months of major floods. But the Yuan court, faction-ridden and nearly bankrupt, could barely organize a coherent response. Some relief supplies were sent, but they were woefully inadequate and often diverted by corrupt officials. Plans were drawn up to restore the river to its old course, but the necessary funds and labor were never assembled. The people of northern China were essentially left to fend for themselves. This abandonment by the government shattered what remained of the dynasty's legitimacy in the eyes of ordinary Chinese people. The mandate of heaven, that ancient concept which justified imperial rule, was conditional on the emperor's ability to maintain order and protect the people. Natural disasters were seen as warnings from heaven that the ruler had failed in his duties, and the government's inability to respond to such disasters was interpreted as proof that the mandate had been withdrawn. By the late 1340s, many Chinese had concluded that the Yuan dynasty had lost heaven's favor. The Mongol rulers, always viewed as foreign conquerors by much of the population, now appeared not just alien but incompetent and unworthy of the throne they occupied. Religious movements offering millenarian promises of transformation began spreading through the devastated provinces with remarkable speed. Secret societies that blended elements of Buddhism, Manichaeism, and popular Chinese religion had existed for centuries, periodically emerging to challenge imperial authority. In the chaos following the floods, these groups found a receptive audience among desperate, displaced populations. One movement in particular, the White Lotus Society, preached that the current age of darkness and suffering would soon end. They proclaimed that Maitreya, the future Buddha, would descend to earth and establish a new era of peace and prosperity. This message resonated powerfully among people who had lost everything and saw no hope in the existing order. The Red Turban Rebellion, which would ultimately bring down the Yuan dynasty, emerged from this millenarian ferment in the early 1350s. The movement took its name from the red headbands its members wore, marking themselves as followers of the coming Buddha and enemies of the current regime. The rebellion began in the Huai River Valley, a region particularly devastated by flooding and economic collapse, where charismatic leaders gathered followers by the thousands. These were not organized military forces in any conventional sense, but rather vast peasant armies united by religious fervor and hatred of Mongol rule. They carried banners proclaiming the imminent arrival of Maitreya and the restoration of a native Chinese dynasty that would govern with justice and compassion. The rebellion spread across central and southern China with astonishing rapidity during the mid-1350s. Yuan military forces, which had once seemed invincible, proved surprisingly ineffective against these peasant armies. The Mongol military system had been designed for mobile warfare on the steppes, not counterinsurgency operations among the rice paddies and cities of China. Moreover, decades of soft living in Chinese comfort had dulled the fighting edge of many Mongol units. The government tried to suppress the rebellions with a combination of Mongol cavalry, Chinese auxiliary troops, and hastily recruited mercenaries. But these forces were often poorly coordinated, inadequately supplied, and sometimes of questionable loyalty. Battles were fought across a dozen provinces, with victories and defeats on both sides, but the overall trend favored the rebels. Multiple rebel leaders emerged, each claiming to be the rightful restorer of Chinese rule and each controlling different regions. Some proclaimed themselves kings or princes of new dynasties, minting coins and establishing courts in imitation of imperial tradition. Others maintained the fiction that they were merely preparing the way for the future Buddha's arrival. This fragmentation might have worked to the Yuan government's advantage, as rebel groups sometimes fought each other as fiercely as they fought the Mongols. But the dynasty was too weakened to capitalize on these divisions, and the rebellions continued to gain strength. By 1355, the Yuan dynasty effectively controlled only the northern provinces, while the rest of China had dissolved into a patchwork of rebel territories and contested zones. Among the many rebel leaders who emerged during this chaotic period, one man would prove more capable and ambitious than all the others. Zhu Yuanzhang had been born into a desperately poor peasant family in Anhui province in 1328. His childhood was marked by the kind of poverty that most people cannot imagine, and his family had been devastated by the famine and plague that followed the Yellow River floods. As a teenager, he had watched his parents and several siblings die, and he survived only by entering a Buddhist monastery where he could at least be assured of minimal food. Even that refuge proved temporary, and for a time he wandered as a mendicant monk, begging for sustenance. It was the worst possible beginning for someone destined to found one of China's greatest dynasties. In 1352, at the age of 24, Zhu Yuanzhang joined a local Red Turban rebel group more out of desperation than conviction. He had no military training and no obvious talents beyond a fierce will to survive and a quick, calculating intelligence. But he proved to be a natural leader, and he rose rapidly through the ranks of the rebel organization. Within a few years, he commanded his own forces and had begun to distinguish himself from other rebel leaders through his discipline and strategic thinking. While many Red Turban armies were little more than armed mobs, Zhu insisted on strict military order and prohibited his troops from looting or abusing civilians. This earned him the loyalty of both his soldiers and the populations of areas he controlled, giving him a crucial advantage over rivals. Zhu established his base of power in the wealthy region around Nanjing, which he captured in 1356 after a carefully planned campaign. The city gave him control over the lower Yangtze River Valley, one of the richest agricultural regions in all of China. From this stronghold, he began a systematic program of expansion and consolidation that would continue for more than a decade. Unlike other rebel leaders who rushed to proclaim new dynasties and adopt imperial trappings, Zhu moved with calculated patience. He built up his administrative apparatus, recruited talented advisors from among the educated Chinese elite, and carefully husbanded his military resources. He also gradually distanced himself from the more extreme millenarian elements of the Red Turban movement, positioning himself as a practical leader rather than a religious fanatic. Throughout the late 1350s and 1360s, Zhu Yuanzhang methodically eliminated his rivals among the various rebel factions. He fought a long and difficult war against Chen Yuliang, who controlled a vast territory in the Middle Yangtze region and commanded the largest rebel navy. The decisive battle came in 1363 at Lake Poyang, where hundreds of ships clashed in one of the largest naval engagements in Chinese history. Zhu's forces were outnumbered, but his superior tactics and the discipline of his fleet won the day. Chen was killed, and his territory was absorbed into Zhu's expanding realm. Other rivals were defeated or persuaded to submit in the years that followed. By the late 1360s, Zhu controlled most of southern China, and his attention turned northward toward the Yuan dynasty's remaining strongholds. The Yuan court, meanwhile, had continued its decline into dysfunction and irrelevance under the rule of Emperor Togon Timur. He had ascended the throne in 1333 at the age of 13 and would reign for 35 years, making him the longest ruling Yuan emperor after Kublai Khan. But where Kublai had been a hands-on ruler who mastered the details of governance, Togon Timur was often distracted and disconnected from the realities facing his empire. He devoted enormous energy to religious pursuits and elaborate construction projects while his realm collapsed around him. His officials fought among themselves, and his armies suffered defeat after defeat, but the emperor seemed unable or unwilling to impose order. Some historians have portrayed him as simply incompetent, while others suggest he was overwhelmed by challenges that would have defeated any ruler. By the mid-1360s, it had become clear even to the increasingly isolated court that the dynasty was facing an existential crisis. Zhu Yuanzhang's forces were advancing northward, capturing cities and provinces with methodical efficiency. Yuan armies sent to stop him were consistently outmaneuvered and defeated, and defections to the rebel side became increasingly common. Some officials and generals urged Togon Timur to abandon Khanbaliq and retreat to Mongolia, where the dynasty could regroup and perhaps eventually return. Others insisted on fighting to the end, arguing that abandoning the capital would mean admitting defeat and losing the mandate of heaven. The emperor, as was his habit, hesitated and delayed making any decisive choice, hoping perhaps that the situation would somehow improve on its own. In 1368, Zhu Yuanzhang decided the time had come to strike at the Yuan capital itself. He assembled a large, well-equipped army and sent it northward along multiple routes toward Khanbaliq. At the same time, he took the momentous step of proclaiming a new dynasty at Nanjing on the first day of the Lunar New Year. He declared himself the Hongwu Emperor, first ruler of the Ming dynasty, taking a reign name that meant vastly martial. The proclamation was carefully crafted to appeal to Chinese sentiments, emphasizing the restoration of native rule after a century of foreign occupation. Zhu presented himself as the agent of heaven's will, the one chosen to restore order and legitimate government. His armies marched under banners declaring the liberation of China from barbarian rule, a message that resonated with many Chinese soldiers still serving in Yuan forces. The Ming army approached Khanbaliq in the summer of 1368, and the city's remaining defenders quickly realized their position was hopeless. The Yuan government had neither the troops nor the resources to withstand a prolonged siege, and no relief force was coming. In September, as the Ming forces prepared for their final assault, Emperor Togon Timur made the decision that his advisors had been urging for months. He gathered his family, his most loyal retainers, and what remained of the imperial treasury and fled northward to Mongolia. There was no dramatic last stand, no heroic defense of the capital, just a quiet departure in the night. The emperor who had reigned for 35 years left behind the magnificent city his grandfather had built and returned to the steppes from which the Mongols had originally come. Ming forces entered Khanbaliq without significant resistance shortly after the emperor's flight, bringing an end to nearly a century of Yuan rule over China. The city that Marco Polo had described with such wonder was largely intact, though the imperial palace had been stripped of its most valuable treasures. Zhu Yuanzhang ordered the city renamed Beiping, Northern Peace, stripping away the Mongol designation and asserting Chinese control. The transition of power was remarkably swift and orderly in most regions, as local officials and military commanders recognized the reality of the situation and submitted to the new dynasty. Within months, Ming authority was established across most of what had been Yuan China, and the great Mongol Empire that had once stretched across Eurasia had contracted back to the Mongolian homeland. Togon Timur established a court in exile on the steppes and continued to claim the title of emperor until his death in 1370. His successors maintained this claim for several more decades, styling themselves as the legitimate Yuan dynasty and occasionally launching raids into Ming territory. But they never came close to reconquering China, and their power gradually diminished until they were absorbed into other Mongol confederations. The dream of a unified Mongol Empire ruling all of Asia died in those northern grasslands, never to be seriously revived. The Mongols would remain a significant military and political force on the steppes for centuries, but they would never again rule over Chinese civilization. The fall of the Yuan dynasty marked the end of one of the most remarkable experiments in world history. For nearly a century, nomadic conquerors from the steppes had ruled over the world's most populous and sophisticated agrarian civilization. They had maintained their own cultural identity while governing through Chinese institutions, creating a hybrid system that worked reasonably well under Kublai Khan's capable leadership. But the experiment ultimately failed because it depended too heavily on the personal abilities of individual rulers. When those rulers proved inadequate to the challenges they faced, the system had no mechanisms for self-correction or reform. The Mongol elite remained fundamentally foreign to the Chinese population they governed, and when crisis came, that divide proved unbridgeable. The natural disasters of the 1340s would have challenged any government, Chinese or Mongol, and it is possible that a native dynasty would have struggled just as much to respond effectively. But the Yuan dynasty faced the additional burden of being perceived as foreign occupiers, which meant that any failure was interpreted as proof of their unworthiness to rule China. The mandate of heaven, that powerful ideological justification for imperial rule, worked against the Mongols in the end. When floods came and the government failed to respond, Chinese subjects could conclude that heaven had withdrawn its mandate from these barbarian rulers. A native dynasty might have retained some residual loyalty even in hard times, but the Yuan had no such reservoir of goodwill to draw upon. The Ming dynasty that replaced the Yuan would go on to rule China for nearly 3 centuries, establishing one of the most successful and enduring periods in Chinese history. Zhu Yuanzhang, the peasant who became emperor, proved to be a harsh but effective ruler who rebuilt the governmental apparatus and restored Chinese confidence. His dynasty emphasized Chinese cultural values and native traditions, consciously rejecting much of the Mongol legacy. The cosmopolitan openness that had characterized Kublai's court gave way to a more inward-looking mentality. The Ming emperors were less interested in ruling over diverse peoples and more focused on governing China according to Chinese principles. It was a different vision of empire, one that would shape China's development for centuries to come. The Yuan dynasty's collapse also marked a turning point in the broader history of the Mongol Empire. By 1368, all the great Khanates that had emerged from Genghis Khan's conquests were in decline or had already fragmented. The Ilkhanate in Persia had dissolved into competing successor states in the 1330s. The Golden Horde on the Russian steppes was beginning its long decline into irrelevance. The Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia had split into feuding factions. The fall of the Yuan removed the last great Mongol-ruled state from the world stage. The age of Mongol dominance, which had begun with Genghis Khan's unification of the steppe tribes in 1206, was effectively over. The Mongols would continue to be important historical actors, but they would never again create empires on the scale of the 13th and 14th centuries. Yet the legacy of the Yuan dynasty and the broader Mongol Empire persisted in ways both obvious and subtle. The trade routes they had established and protected continued to function for generations, facilitating exchanges of goods and ideas across Eurasia. Technologies and innovations that had spread during the Mongol peace continued to diffuse and develop. The memory of a time when the known world was unified under a single authority inspired later empire builders and shaped geopolitical thinking. In China specifically, the Yuan period had introduced new artistic styles, new foods, new administrative practices, and new perspectives that became integrated into Chinese civilization. The Mongol century was not simply erased when the Ming came to power, it was absorbed and transformed into something new. The fall of Khan Balik in 1368 echoed across the known world as news of the Great Reversal spread along the trade routes. In the courts of Europe, in the caravanserais of Central Asia, in the ports of the Indian Ocean, people heard that the mighty Mongols had been driven from China. Some celebrated the news, seeing it as justice for all the destruction the Mongol conquests had caused. Others worried about what the change might mean for trade and stability across the great routes. Travelers who had journeyed to Khan Balik and marveled at its splendors found themselves telling stories of a city now lost to those who had built it. The great capital remained, now under a Chinese name, but the particular moment of cultural fusion it had represented was gone forever. In those northern grasslands where Togon Timur spent his final years, the old emperor must have reflected on the strange turn of fortune's wheel. His grandfather Kublai had been the greatest ruler in the world, commanding resources and territories beyond measure, receiving ambassadors from every corner of Eurasia. Now Togon Timur ruled over a fraction of that realm, dwelling in felt tents instead of marble palaces. It was not the ending anyone would have predicted during the glory days of Kublai's reign, when it seemed the Mongol dominion would last forever. But empires rise and fall according to rhythms that often seem clear only in retrospect, and the Yuan dynasty had followed the same trajectory as countless realms before it. The peasant who became emperor and the emperor who became a refugee on the steppes represented two different visions of China's future. Zhu Yuanzhang embodied the resilience and determination of Chinese civilization, the ability to endure foreign conquest and eventually reassert native rule. Togon Timur embodied the limits of conquest, the reality that military victory alone could not sustain an empire across cultural divides without the institutions and legitimacy to match. Their confrontation in the 1360s was not just a military struggle but a contest between different principles of how to organize society and justify political power. In the end, in China at least, the older patterns reasserted themselves, and the native dynasty returned to the throne. As night fell over the northern steppes and the exiled Yuan court settled into its diminished existence, the great experiment was truly over. The Mongols had tried to rule the world, or at least as much of it as they could reach on horseback. They had succeeded beyond anyone's reasonable expectations, creating the largest contiguous land empire in human history. But they had learned what many conquerors before and since have discovered, that winning territory is easier than governing it, and that legitimacy cannot be seized by force alone. The Yuan dynasty fell because it could not bridge the gap between conquest and acceptance, between military dominance and genuine mandate. Its rise and fall remain one of history's most fascinating stories of ambition, achievement, and ultimate limitation. By the middle of the 14th century, the great Mongol Empire had fractured into separate realms, each pursuing its own destiny. The unity that Genghis Khan had forged through conquest and careful administration had given way to division and rivalry. Yet even as the empire fragmented, its influence persisted across the vast territories it had once controlled. The systems of governance, the trade routes, the military innovations, all these remained, woven into the fabric of Eurasian civilization. And in Central Asia, where the Mongol story had begun, a new conqueror would arise to claim its legacy. In the land of Transoxiana, the region between the Amu Darya and Sir Darya rivers, a young man named Timur grew to maturity in the shadow of Mongol glory. Born in 1336 near the city of Kesh, south of Samarkand, he belonged to the Barlas tribe, a Turkic Mongolian clan that had settled in the region during the Great Conquests. His family held minor positions of authority, enough to give him education and military training but not enough to guarantee power. The Ögedei Khanate, which nominally ruled Transoxiana, had weakened considerably, leaving local chieftains and tribal leaders to compete for dominance. Into this fractured political landscape, Timur would insert himself with cunning and ruthless determination. Timur's early years remain somewhat obscure, shrouded in the legends that later surrounded his name. He gathered followers through a combination of personal charisma, tactical brilliance, and calculated alliances with more powerful leaders. During these formative years, he sustained injuries that left him with a limp and a withered arm, earning him the Persian epithet Timur-i Lang, Timur the Lame. Europeans would corrupt this into Tamerlane, the name by which he became known in the West. Despite his physical limitations, he proved himself an exceptional horseman and warrior, qualities essential for leadership on the Central Asian steppes. By his early 30s, he had positioned himself as a key player in the ongoing struggles for control of Transoxiana. In 1370, Timur seized power in Samarkand, making the ancient city the capital of his emerging empire. He understood that legitimacy mattered as much as military strength, especially in a region still deeply influenced by Mongol tradition. Though he was not a direct descendant of Genghis Khan through the male line, he married into the family, taking his wife Saray-Mulk Khanum, a princess of Ögedei descent. This connection allowed him to claim association with the great Khan's bloodline, though he never took the title of Khan himself. Instead, he ruled as emir, nominally governing on behalf of puppet Khans who carried Genghisid blood. This careful maintenance of legitimacy would prove crucial to his acceptance among the Mongol and Turkic tribes of Central Asia. Timur consciously modeled his empire on the Mongol system, adopting its military organization, administrative practices, and imperial imagery. His armies were structured along decimal lines, divided into units of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000, just as Genghis Khan had organized his forces. He employed the yam, the postal relay system that had connected the Mongol Empire's vast territories. He commissioned histories that linked his achievements to those of the great Khans, presenting himself as the restorer of Mongol glory. Yet Timur also brought his own innovations, combining Mongol military traditions with Persian administrative culture and Islamic religious identity. The result was a hybrid imperial system that drew strength from multiple traditions. From his base in Samarkand, Timur launched a series of campaigns that would make him one of history's most successful conquerors. Between 1380 and 1390, he subdued the lands of Persia, bringing Isfahan, Shiraz, and the other great cities under his control. His methods were brutal, calculated to inspire terror and discourage resistance. Cities that surrendered peacefully were often spared, their populations allowed to continue their lives under new management. Those that resisted faced devastation, their defenders executed and their inhabitants enslaved or scattered. The pyramids of skulls that Timur's armies erected outside conquered cities became symbols of his merciless approach to warfare. Yet this terror served a strategic purpose, reducing resistance in subsequent campaigns and allowing him to control vast territories with relatively modest garrison forces. In 1398, Timur turned his attention toward India, crossing the Hindu Kush Mountains with an army hardened by years of campaigning. The Delhi Sultanate, which had ruled northern India since the early 13th century, had weakened considerably, divided by internal conflicts and succession disputes. Timur justified his invasion as a campaign against insufficiently orthodox Muslim rulers and Hindu subjects, though his true motivations involved plunder and glory as much as religious zeal. His army swept through the Punjab, crushing opposition with practiced efficiency. At Delhi itself, Timur's forces captured the city after fierce fighting, and what followed was a massacre of devastating proportions. The sources, while prone to exaggeration, agreed that the death toll reached into the tens of thousands, with entire quarters of the city put to the sword. After sacking Delhi and loading his baggage trains with immense quantities of plunder, Timur withdrew to Samarkand rather than attempting to hold Indian territory. This pattern characterized much of his conquests, devastating raids that demonstrated his power but did not aim at permanent occupation beyond his Central Asian heartland. The wealth extracted from these campaigns flowed back to Samarkand, where Timur engaged in ambitious building projects designed to make his capital the most magnificent city in the world. He brought back not just gold and precious goods but also skilled artisans, scholars, and craftsmen, compelling them to embellish his capital with their talents. The Bibi Khanum Mosque, intended as the grandest in the Islamic world, rose under the forced labor of thousands of workers. Gardens, palaces, and madrasas transformed Samarkand into a showcase of imperial power and cultural sophistication. Timur's ambitions extended westward as well, bringing him into conflict with other powers emerging from the Mongol Empire's ruins. The Golden Horde, which controlled the steppes north of the Caspian and Black Seas, had been weakening throughout the 14th century. Timur saw an opportunity to strike at Toktamish, the Khan of the Golden Horde, who had initially been Timur's protege but later became his rival. In the 1390s, Timur campaigned repeatedly against the Golden Horde, pursuing Toktamish's forces across the steppes and deep into Russian territory. These campaigns further fragmented the Golden Horde's unity, hastening its dissolution into smaller khanates. Timur razed the great trading cities of the Volga region, including Sarai, the Golden Horde's capital, disrupting the commercial networks that had sustained the Khanate's power. In 1402, Timur achieved perhaps his most famous victory at the Battle of Ankara in Anatolia. The Ottoman Sultan Bayezid I, known as the Thunderbolt for his swift military campaigns, had been expanding Ottoman power aggressively across Anatolia and into Europe. Timur, viewing the Ottomans as upstarts challenging his own supremacy in the Islamic world, assembled a massive army and invaded Anatolia. At Ankara, the two armies met in a battle that involved perhaps as many as 200,000 soldiers, though precise numbers are impossible to determine. Timur's tactical genius and the superior cohesion of his forces won the day decisively. Bayezid himself was captured, a humiliation from which the Ottoman Sultan never recovered. The Ottoman state, which had seemed poised to dominate the region, was thrown into chaos and civil war, delaying its expansion by a generation. Even as he approached 70 years of age, Timur's ambitions remained undiminished. His gaze turned eastward toward China, where the Ming dynasty had replaced the Yuan Mongols in 1368. Timur saw the conquest of China as the ultimate validation of his claim to Mongol succession, the achievement that would place him definitively in the lineage of Genghis Khan. In the winter of 1404, he assembled an army of perhaps 200,000 men for this greatest of campaigns. The logistical challenges were immense, crossing the harsh terrain of Central Asia in winter, maintaining supply lines across thousands of miles, coordinating forces for the invasion of the world's most populous empire. Yet Timur had accomplished the seemingly impossible before, and his confidence remained absolute. The great campaign toward China never materialized. In February 1405, as his army gathered at Otrar on the Sir Darya River, Timur fell ill. Accounts vary as to the nature of his ailment, some suggest fever, others complications from his old injuries exacerbated by winter campaigning at an advanced age. Within days, the conqueror who had terrified 3 continents was dead, his body carried back to Samarkand for burial in the magnificent tomb he had prepared. With his death, the momentum of conquest ceased immediately. His empire, built so rapidly through personal military genius and held together by force of will, began to fragment almost as quickly as it had been assembled. His sons and grandsons would divide the territories among themselves, establishing dynasties but never reuniting the whole. The Timurid Empire that emerged from the succession struggles retained control of Persia and Transoxiana, but it became a fundamentally different state. Timur's descendants turned from conquest to consolidation, from military campaigns to cultural patronage. The Timurid courts became centers of Persian literature, miniature painting, astronomical research, and architectural innovation. In Herat, Timur's grandson Ulugh built an observatory that produced astronomical tables of unprecedented accuracy. In Samarkand and other cities, the Timurid architectural style reached extraordinary heights, combining Mongol spatial concepts with Persian decorative traditions and Islamic geometric principles. The empire survived in diminished form until the early 16th century, when it fell to the Uzbek Shaybanids and the Persian Safavids, but its cultural legacy endured far longer. Meanwhile, to the north, the Golden Horde continued its fragmentation into smaller successor states. The process had begun before Timur's campaigns, but his devastating raids accelerated the breakdown of central authority. By the middle of the 15th century, several independent Khanates had emerged from the Golden Horde's territories. The Crimean Khanate, established in the 1440s on the northern shore of the Black Sea, would prove the most durable of these successor states. Under the rule of the Juri dynasty, which claimed Genghisid descent, the Crimean Khanate maintained independence while skillfully navigating between the Ottoman Empire, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and the expanding Russian state. Its survival demonstrated the continuing prestige of Mongol legitimacy and the adaptability of steppe political traditions to changing circumstances. Other Khanates emerged along the Volga River and in the Ural region. The Kazan Khanate, centered on the city of Kazan at the confluence of the Volga and Kazanka rivers, controlled vital trade routes and rich agricultural lands. The Astrakhan Khanate held the lower Volga and access to the Caspian Sea. To the east, the Sibir Khanate ruled over the western Siberian forests and steppes. Each of these states preserved elements of Mongol political organization, military practice, and legitimizing ideology. Their Khans traced their ancestry to Genghis Khan, maintained the decimal military system, and employed the old Mongol legal traditions alongside Islamic law. They were, in effect, fragments of the Mongol Empire persisting into a new era, adapting slowly to changing political realities. These Khanates would eventually fall to the expanding Russian state, but their conquest took more than a century. Ivan III of Moscow ceased paying tribute to the Great Horde, the Rump successor to the Golden Horde, in 1480, marking the formal end of Mongol overlordship over Russia. His grandson, Ivan IV, known as Ivan the Terrible, conquered Kazan in 1552 and Astrakhan in 1556, bringing the Volga region under Russian control. The Crimean Khanate survived longer through its Ottoman alliance, maintaining independence until Russian annexation in 1783. Even after their political destruction, these Khanates left enduring marks on Russian culture, language, and administrative practice. The Mongol heritage became woven into Russian identity in complex ways, simultaneously despised as a period of subjugation and absorbed as a source of autocratic political traditions. On the Mongolian steppes themselves, Mongol identity and political organization persisted in the form of the Northern Yuan dynasty. When the Ming forces drove the Yuan dynasty from Beijing in 1368, the Mongol imperial family and its supporters retreated to their ancestral homeland. Rather than accepting defeat, they maintained the Yuan imperial title and structure, claiming continued legitimacy as the rightful rulers of China. For nearly 3 centuries, the northern Yuan Khans ruled over the Mongolian tribes, sometimes united under strong leaders, more often fragmented into competing factions. They posed periodic threats to Ming China's northern borders, launching raids and occasionally larger campaigns. The memory of Genghis Khan's empire remained vivid, a source of pride and a standard against which current Khans measured themselves. The Northern Yuan period saw the transformation of Mongol society in important ways. Buddhism, particularly in its Tibetan form, spread extensively across the steppes, becoming deeply embedded in Mongol cultural identity. The Khans maintained diplomatic and religious relationships with Tibetan lamas, who provided spiritual legitimacy in exchange for political patronage and protection. Mongol script and literary culture developed further, producing chronicles, religious texts, and poetry that preserved historical memory and cultural values. The pastoral nomadic lifestyle persisted, but it existed alongside more complex political structures and cultural institutions. This was no longer the explosive, expansionist force of the 13th century, but rather a defensive continuation of Mongol identity in the face of powerful sedentary neighbors. In the early 17th century, the northern Yuan structure finally dissolved under pressure from both internal divisions and the rising power of the Manchus. The last northern Yuan Khan died in 1634, and the Mongol tribes increasingly aligned themselves with the Manchu Qing dynasty, which would conquer China in 1644. The Qing rulers presented themselves as successors to both the Ming dynasty and the Mongol Khans, claiming universal sovereignty through multiple legitimizing traditions. Many Mongol nobles accepted prominent positions in the Qing system, maintaining their status through adaptation rather than resistance. The Mongol homeland came under Qing control, but Mongol identity and culture survived under this new dispensation, preserved through religion, language, and carefully maintained genealogies connecting noble families to Genghis Khan. Perhaps the most remarkable Mongol successor state emerged not on the steppes but in India. Babur, a descendant of both Timur and Genghis Khan, found himself squeezed out of his ancestral lands in Transoxiana by Uzbek pressure in the early 16th century. In 1526, he turned southward, invading India and defeating the Delhi Sultanate at the Battle of Panipat. From this victory, he established what would become the Mongol Empire, Mogul being the Persian word for Mongol. Though based in India and drawing heavily on Persian administrative and cultural traditions, the Mongol emperors proudly proclaimed their Mongol ancestry. The empire would reach its zenith under Akbar, Babur's grandson, controlling most of the Indian subcontinent and creating one of the world's wealthiest and most culturally sophisticated states. The Mongol Empire demonstrated how Mongol legacy could be adapted to vastly different circumstances. The Mongols ruled over predominantly Hindu populations, developing sophisticated systems of religious toleration and cultural synthesis. Their court culture blended Persian, Indian, and Central Asian elements into something distinctive and magnificent. Mongol miniature painting, architecture, literature, and music reached extraordinary heights, supported by the empire's vast wealth. The Taj Mahal, built by Shah Jahan in the 17th century, stands as perhaps the most famous monument of this synthesis. Yet even as they became deeply rooted in Indian soil, the Mongol emperors maintained their connection to their Mongol heritage, keeping genealogies, celebrating Central Asian festivals, and remembering their descent from the world conqueror. Beyond these successor states, the Mongol Empire's legacy manifested in countless practical and cultural ways across Eurasia. The military innovations that the Mongols had pioneered or perfected spread widely and persisted for centuries. The composite bow, though eventually rendered obsolete by firearms, remained a deadly weapon in skilled hands well into the early modern period. The Mongol tactical emphasis on mobility, feigned retreats, and envelopment maneuvers influenced military thinking across the continent. The psychological warfare techniques, the use of terror, the sophisticated intelligence networks, the strategic mercy toward those who surrendered promptly, became standard elements in the conqueror's toolkit. Armies from the Ottoman Empire to Ming China studied Mongol methods and adapted them to their own circumstances. The administrative systems that the Mongols had developed continued to shape governance in their former territories. The Yam postal relay system found echoes in the courier networks of successor states. The practice of religious toleration, while never absolute and often violated, established a precedent that influenced later empires. The census taking, the systematic tax collection, the integration of local elites into imperial administration, all these became standard features of large-scale governance. The legal code known as the Yasa, though it faded from formal use, influenced legal thinking about how to govern diverse populations under a single system. The Mongol Empire had demonstrated that it was possible to rule vast territories containing many different peoples, and its methods remained relevant long after the empire itself had dissolved. The cultural and intellectual exchanges that the Mongol Empire facilitated left enduring marks on Eurasian civilization. The transmission of technologies, artistic styles, crops, and ideas across the continent accelerated during the Mongol period and continued afterward through the networks that had been established. Chinese painting techniques influenced Persian miniature traditions, which in turn shaped Mughal Indian art. Astronomical knowledge moved between Islamic, Chinese, and European scholarly communities. Crops and agricultural techniques spread across climate zones. The very idea of Eurasia as a connected space, rather than isolated civilizations, became embedded in geographical and historical understanding. The Mongols had physically linked the continent through conquest. The trading and cultural networks that they fostered outlasted their political control. The historical memory of the Mongol Empire varied dramatically across different cultures and traditions. In Mongolia itself, Genghis Khan became the central figure of national identity, the founder who had united the tribes and conquered the world. Despite the communist period's complications with this heritage, Mongol identity remained fundamentally linked to the imperial legacy. In Russia, the Mongol period, often called the Tatar yoke, was remembered as a time of subjugation and suffering, though historians would later debate how much Mongol rule had shaped Russian political development. The debate over whether Mongol influence had retarded or advanced Russian civilization became entangled with questions about Russian identity and its relationship to Europe and Asia. In the Islamic world, the memory of the Mongol conquests remained deeply traumatic, particularly the destruction of Baghdad and the end of the Abbasid Caliphate. Yet over time, this memory was complicated by the fact that the Mongols had converted to Islam and that successor dynasties like the Timurids and Mughals became great patrons of Islamic culture. In China, the Yuan dynasty was incorporated into the standard succession of dynasties, with the Mongol emperors becoming part of Chinese imperial history. The incorporation was never entirely comfortable. The Mongols had been foreign rulers, after all, but the historical narrative accommodated them within the larger pattern of Chinese civilization's continuity. Each culture processed the Mongol experience according to its own historical narratives and identity needs. In Europe, where the Mongol invasions had never penetrated beyond Hungary and Poland, the memory took on more exotic and less directly traumatic characteristics. The Mongols appeared in European sources as mysterious Eastern warriors, sometimes as divine scourges sent to punish Christian sins, sometimes as potential allies against Islam. The figure of Prester John, a legendary Christian king supposedly ruling somewhere in the East, became entangled with limited European knowledge of Central Asian politics. As European powers began their own imperial expansions, they sometimes looked to the Mongol Empire as a precedent for vast territorial conquest and multicultural rule. The historical study of the Mongol Empire in European and later American scholarship would eventually reveal much about the empire itself, but also about Western assumptions regarding civilization, barbarism, and historical progress. The gunpowder technologies that had spread during the Mongol period continued to develop and transform warfare in the centuries after the empire's fragmentation. While the Mongols themselves had been relatively conservative in adopting firearms, their traditional cavalry tactics remained more effective in many contexts. They had facilitated the exchange of knowledge about gunpowder weapons between China and the West. By the 15th and 16th centuries, improved firearms were reshaping warfare across Eurasia. The Ottoman cannon that breached Constantinople's walls in 1453, the arquebus that the Mughals employed at Panipat, the firearms that helped the Qing conquer China, all represented developments in a technological trajectory that the Mongol Empire's networks had accelerated. The age of cavalry dominance was gradually giving way to the age of gunpowder, fundamentally transforming not just warfare but political power itself. The trade routes that had flourished under Mongol protection faced new challenges in the post-Mongol period. The fragmentation of the empire meant that merchants once again had to deal with multiple political authorities and varying degrees of security. The spread of plague in the 14th century, which had used the Mongol trade routes to devastating effect, temporarily disrupted commerce and populations across Eurasia. Yet the networks themselves persisted, and trade continued to flow along the Silk Roads, though with greater difficulty and danger than during the Pax Mongolica. The rising maritime routes, pioneered by European sailors seeking to bypass the land routes to Asian markets, would eventually eclipse the Central Asian trade networks. The age of the Silk Roads as the primary connection between East and West was drawing to a close, though the cultural memory of these routes would long outlast their commercial significance. The postal systems, the administrative techniques, the military organizations, all the practical mechanisms of Mongol rule gradually faded or transformed into new forms suited to new circumstances. Yet the idea of the Mongol Empire, the demonstration that it was possible to unite vast territories under a single rule, persisted as both inspiration and warning. Timur had attempted to recreate Genghis Khan's achievement, and he had come remarkably close, proving that the Mongol model retained its power even a century and a half after the Great Khan's death. Later empire builders, from the Mughals to the Qing to the Russian Tsars, all in various ways positioned themselves as successors to Mongol universalism. The notion of a single power dominating Eurasia, which the Mongols had briefly realized, remained a tantalizing possibility that shaped geopolitical ambitions for centuries afterward. In the realm of historical consciousness, the Mongol Empire came to represent different things to different observers. For some, it demonstrated the fragility of civilization in the face of military force, the ease with which centuries of cultural achievement could be swept away by determined conquerors. For others, it showed the possibility of transcending narrow political boundaries to create genuinely cosmopolitan spaces where diverse peoples could interact and exchange ideas. Modern scholarship has moved away from simple characterizations of the Mongols as either pure barbarian destroyers or enlightened facilitators of cultural exchange. The reality was more complex, containing elements of both extreme violence and remarkable cultural sophistication, devastating conquest and beneficial connection. The Mongol century had transformed Eurasia, and its effects rippled forward through the centuries that followed. As the 15th century gave way to the 16th, the direct political legacy of the Mongol Empire existed in fragmentary form: Khanates on the steppes, the Timurid courts of Central Asia, the Crimean state on the Black Sea. But the indirect legacy was everywhere, woven into the fabric of Eurasian civilization. The military tactics that armies employed, the administrative systems that governed empires, the trade goods that moved across continents, the historical memories that shaped identities, all bore the mark of the Mongol experience. The world that emerged from the Mongol conquests was fundamentally different from the world that had existed before them. The connections forged, the destructions endured, the exchanges facilitated, all had changed the trajectory of human civilization in ways both obvious and subtle. The story of Timur and the Mongol successor states is ultimately a story about legacy and transformation. No empire lasts forever, all eventually fragment, decline, or transform into something new. What persists are the changes they introduce, the precedents they establish, the memories they create. The Mongol Empire had risen with stunning speed, conquered with devastating effectiveness, and fragmented with surprising rapidity. Yet its influence continued to shape Eurasia for centuries after its dissolution. In the gunpowder empires of the early modern period, in the trade networks that connected continents, in the historical memories that informed identity and ambition, the Mongol legacy endured. The age of the great Khans had ended, but the world they had created continued, forever altered by their passage through history.